Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In Liyu Harbor, a young man in his 20s sat across from a calm figure dressed in a dark golden robe, his presence as steady as a mountain. "Morax, what do you think?" the young man asked lightly. "Are you willing to work with me to reshape Liyu and even all of Teyvat?" He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. "As the god of rock, you should already see it, time is running out." The young man was Mu Yang, a traveler from another world. After what should have been an ordinary nap, he woke up in Teyvat. His system had already awakened, but with a condition. He needed to recruit 4 special individuals. Fail, and he would remain nothing more than an ordinary person. And the first target he chose was Morax. Zhongli quietly sipped his tea, sighing inwardly. To be honest, he didn't enjoy meeting this man. Mu Yang was even poorer than him, yet every time they met, Zhongli somehow ended up paying. More importantly, Mu Yang knew too much. Not only did he know Zhongli's true identity, he also had deep insight into Liyu's policies, as if he had lived in this world for years. "Is Liyu truly that flawed?" Zhongli finally asked. He had always believed he had built Liyu well, but Mu Yang saw cracks everywhere. "It is flawed," Mu Yang replied calmly. "It only appears stable because you're holding everything together, Morax." He tapped the table lightly. "The moment you step away, everything will surface." His eyes sharpened. "A nation ruled by merchants will eventually serve profit above all else." He paused, then added, "Take Ningguang. Since becoming Tianquan, her wealth has doubled. That's not wrong, but tell me, when Liyu can no longer satisfy her ambitions, what happens then?" Zhongli took another sip of tea, expression unchanged. "She is the most capable Tianquan in history." "Exactly," Mu Yang nodded, "but she still thinks like a merchant." He leaned back slightly. "People become numbers, value becomes everything." His voice lowered. "I've seen worlds like this before. When merchants gain too much power, they sell weapons, stir conflicts, and turn nations into tools for profit." He looked directly at Zhongli. "If not for you, Liyu would walk that same path." Zhongli fell silent. He didn't deny it. After a moment, he asked, "Then why come to me? If you truly understand this world so well, why not seek the other Archons?" Mu Yang smiled faintly. "Barbados is too free, reliable but not stable. Raiden Ei is still trapped in grief. I can't even meet her yet. Nashida is imprisoned." Zhongli's expression changed instantly. "Imprisoned." Mu Yang nodded. "Break someone's confidence from childhood, and even a god can be caged. The sages of Sumeru prefer it that way. Without her, they hold the true power." He let out a quiet scoff. "Human ambition is far greater than you think." Zhongli remained silent. Mu Yang continued, "Focalers would be a good partner. If I had appeared in Fontaine first, I would have chosen her. But I didn't." He met Zhongli's gaze directly. "I came to Liyu. And you, Morax. You are strong enough to protect me. You honor contracts. And most importantly," Mu Yang smiled, "you are the most reliable ally I can have." Zhongli placed his teacup down slowly. "A contract then." He looked at Mu Yang calmly. "I protect your growth. And in returns." His golden eyes sharpened. "How will you help me change Liyu and save Teyvat?" "I need some people to activate my special abilities. Then I can take you to other worlds. I believe you can understand what I mean. I think that knowledge and power should not be considered taboo knowledge for this world, right? Even if it is taboo knowledge in this era, that person probably doesn't have the heart to care about it, right? Moreover, in other worlds, it may not be impossible to find a solution to your wear and tear problem. Zhongli, you don't want to see your old friend continue to suffer from wear and tear, right?" Mu Yang pointed to the sky and said meaningfully. "Are you talking about moving Liyu to other worlds?" Zhongli was also a little moved when he heard this. Teyvat is very dangerous. Zhongli knows this. He is also looking for a way to solve Liyu's current predicament. If he leaves Teyvat, it seems that it is not impossible. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. "Liyu has such a large population, it is not easy to move them all away from Teyvat. But you can also bring the power of other worlds to Teyvat. In the future, when I have enough power, I may be able to bring the whole of Liyu to a safe place." Zhongli pondered for a long time with the teacup, and then chuckled and said, "I agree to your invitation. I am also very interested in other worlds." Seeing this, Mu Yang's mouth also showed a smile. With the addition of Morax, he will be much more relaxed in the future. He stretched out his hand. "The contract is concluded, and those who break their promises shall be punished by eating rocks." Zhongli was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this what he said? However, he still held Mu Yang's hand and smiled. Even if the sky falls, the contract must be completed. Then Zhongli asked Mu Yang curiously, in your heart, Liu really has so many problems. Mu Yang nodded slightly, there are indeed many problems. If you have been in power and constantly adjusted the situation of Liu and repaired the big ship of Liu, it may not be impossible to continue. But once you disappear, it will take less than 200 years for Liu to have problems. In the world I was in before, there were few dynasties that could last more than 300 years. With the passage of time, land annexation and social class solidification were inevitable. At that time, in addition to launching wars against foreign countries, the only thing left was to reshuffle the internal situation. As the Rock King, you should understand what I mean. In fact, this situation should have appeared a long time ago. It was just that 1,000 years ago, the demons attacked Gilyuan, causing Liu to suffer heavy losses, so you had to move Liu to Liu Harbor. 500 years ago, the Abyss invaded, and Liu also suffered great losses. And now 500 years have passed, and Liu's national strength has almost completely recovered. Without you, Liu can only reshuffle internally, and other countries will not be able to ignore it at that time. If there are those guys of the Fadui secretly fanning the flames, what do you think will happen to Liu? Zhongli frowned when he heard this. He had noticed what Mu Yang said before, but he just couldn't analyze it. After all, he had never experienced it and didn't know what to do at that time. But after Mu Yang's advice, Zhongli also sighed silently. He admitted that what Mu Yang said made sense. It seems that he can't retire. What should we do next? Zhongli, who had given up retirement, asked Mu Yang. I need 3 more people. They must be special people, Mu Yang said softly as a series of figures flashed through his mind. Zhongli's mouth twitched slightly when he heard the names Mu Yang said. From your words, I thought you would hate them, but I didn't expect that you would choose them. After all, they are now one of the people in power in Liu, and putting aside some problems. The contemporary Tianquanxing and Yuhengxing are indeed 2 of the best people in Liu, right? So, in the Kuan-Yu Pavilion, Tianquanxing Ningguang rarely sat in her own main seat, but sat aside with Yuhengxing Keqing. Ganyu, the secretary of the 7 stars, yawned in a daze. Judging from her eyelids that were about to fight, this coconut sheep was already quite tired. Ganyu Ningguang, do you know what the emperor wants to talk to us about? Keqing asked after waiting for a while. Keqing was still very excited to meet the Rock King Emperor in private, but she would not show it and even acted impatient. I don't know, the emperor didn't say. Ningguang's eyes flickered, and she was also curious about why the Rock King Emperor was looking for them. Even the 7 stars rarely see the Rock King Emperor. Thinking of this, Ningguang looked at Ganyu not far away. It seemed that Ganyu didn't know the purpose of the Rock King Emperor looking for them. This time, the Rock King Emperor specifically looked for them, but only looked for himself, Keqing and Ganyu, and the other 7 stars were not notified. Is there any purpose? It seems that you all arrived early. Suddenly, a man wearing a special hood that made it difficult to see his face appeared in the main seat. The steady voice made the 3 women react instantly, and they quickly stood up and saluted. Meet the emperors. It should be said that he is worthy of being the Rock King Emperor. If he hadn't spoken, they probably wouldn't have noticed the arrival of the Rock King Emperor. At the same time, they also focused their attention on the man behind the Rock King Emperor, especially Ningguang, who had paid attention to Mu Yang before. A man who suddenly appeared, his clothes were incompatible with the costumes of the countries in Teyvat, and he was suspected to be a visitor from another world. Since the appearance of this young man, he has been following Mr. Zhongli of the Rebirth Hall, and he can even let Mr. Zhongli take the initiative to pay for him. I didn't expect that the other party would actually follow behind the Rock King Emperor. Thinking of this, Ningguang had a very scary guess. Well, I came here for a big event that concerns the fate of Liu. Even I can't guarantee whether this is good or bad for Liu. Zhongli glanced at the 3 people at the scene, especially stopped for a moment at Ningguang and sighed silently in his heart. Should I say that she is worthy of being Ningguang? It seems that my identity may have been known by the other party. Emperor, please speak. Keqing looked at Zhongli with a serious expression. Even the Rock King Emperor couldn't be sure of this, so Keqing had to face it seriously. After all, she had once questioned whether the Rock King Emperor would be wrong. Facing Keqing's doubts, Zhongli looked at Mu Yang beside him and asked, do you want me to speak or should I speak? Let me speak. Mu Yang glanced at the 3 women in a gentle tone and said softly, I am here to invite you 3 to join my guild. Your Rock King Emperor has already joined. The Emperor has joined, Ganyu exclaimed softly. Zhongli nodded helplessly. He hadn't seen anything substantial yet, but Mu Yang was going to poach people from his side. If these 3 people were poached by Mu Yang, then Liu would not have many people to use. Since the Emperor has joined, I will join too. Ganyu made the choice without hesitation. Yang looked at Keqing and Ningguang again. What about the 2 7 stars? Keqing and Ningguang looked at each other. Is this person inviting them? But at this time, do they still have room for choice? Even if the Rock King Emperor has chosen to join, do they have any other choice? I will join, although I will question the Rock King Emperor, but I believe that he should have made this choice after careful consideration. Keqing looked at Yang with burning eyes. I trust the Emperor, Ningguang also said. Ding, the number of guild members has reached 5, and the Dimension Guild system is officially opened. Ding, the guild chat room is open. Ding, the guild headquarters is open. Ding, the Dimension task system is open. Ding, the point system is open. Ding, the guild mall is open. The system's prompts kept ringing in the minds of the 5 people. Is this a means of directly binding consciousness? Zhongli used his own divine power to explore the source of these sounds, but was surprised to find that even he could not completely find the source of this sound. Everyone, how about we go to the guild headquarters to talk first? Yang asked them in a gentle tone. The moment the system was turned on, Yang also instantly understood how to use the Dimension Guild. Guild President. Yang. Guild level 10100. Guild members 5 5s. Personal points 0. Looking at his system page, Yang was also helpless. Although he had turned on the system, he was still powerless. Personal points were still 0, but the only good news was that other people went to perform tasks. If other people went to perform tasks, he could also get the same points. This can be regarded as other people working for him, and he may have directly withheld half of it because of his identity as the president. Okay, Zhongli said softly without waiting for Yang to look at the guild mall. Yang opened the guild headquarters, and several people silently recited a sentence, and then their figures flashed and disappeared on the Quinyu Pavilion. The 5 figures appeared in a magnificent lobby, and Yang sat directly on the chair at the head of the center. Zhongli looked around the lobby and nodded slightly. There is no earth vein here, so it should no longer be on the continent of Teyvat. It will be convenient to talk here in the future. If it is just to talk about things, you can also chat through the guild chat room. Yang chuckled. Before, I was still worried about the accommodation problem in the continent of Teyvat. Now it's good, I can barely live here. If the president is willing to live in Liyu, I have some extra properties in my hands, which can provide accommodation for the president. Ningguang said hurriedly at this moment. Oh, Yang looked at Ningguang with interest. This woman is really versatile and can build a huge business empire from scratch. However, what's the matter with this points mall? Why is there nothing? Before Yang could say anything, Keqing looked at Yang with confusion. She suspected that Yang wanted to get something for free. Hey, wait a moment. Yang looked at Zhongli and said, Zhongli, please make a god's eye. Zhongli, Ganyu and Keqing looked at Zhongli in shock. They all knew about Zhongli, especially Keqing. Once upon a time, she wanted to win Zhongli over to work for her. Unexpectedly, this Zhongli was actually the Rock King. Alas, I can't hide it anymore. But I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Zhongli is Zhongli, Morax is Morax. Zhongli sighed lightly and lifted his hood, but still took out an Eye of the Rock God and handed it to Yang. The Eye of the Rock God is not directly distributed by the 7 gods. But what do you want this thing for? For you, this may not be a good thing. Yang took the Eye of the Rock God, and then returned the Eye of the Rock God to Zhongli and whispered to Keqing. Miss Keqing, go to the guild store now. Keqing woke up from the fact that Zhongli was the Rock King Emperor and put her attention back on the system store. Then she exclaimed, what? The Eye of the Rock God appeared. 500 points can buy an Eye of the Rock God, but can humans have 2 eyes of the Rock God? When saying this, Keqing still focused more on Zhongli, and she wanted to hear the Rock King Emperor explain for her. This is the enemy of the Rock King. Zhongli pondered for a moment before explaining softly, it is not convenient for me to say more about the Eye of God. This is related to the contract. But I can tell you that the secret of the Eye of God is deeper than you think, and it is indeed related to the gods. I didn't expect that this guild could bypass the original distribution mechanism and let you get the Eye of God. As for getting multiple Eyes of God, if your body can bear it, there is no problem, but it can improve your strength. Then Zhongli said to Keqing, Yuhengxing, please show the Eye of God to Yang. Yes, Keqing quickly took off her Eye of God and handed it to Yang. Not to mention that this was the request of the Rock King, Keqing herself was also very interested in this matter. Yang took the Eye of God, which still had Keqing's body temperature, but she quickly returned the Eye of God to Keqing. Okay, I also have the Eye of Thunder God. Then Yang looked at Ganyu again. Faced with such a small request, Ganyu naturally would not refuse. Soon, the gods' eyes of ice, rock, and thunder elements were available for purchase in the guild mall. It seems that we will have the opportunity to obtain 7 kinds of God's eyes in the future. Keqing's expression was somewhat inexplicable. She was still very dissatisfied with the God's eye before. She did not want to attribute her success to the God's eye. Putting aside the God's eye, she could also be among the best in Liyu in terms of swordsmanship alone. However, after getting the God's eye and adapting to this power, Keqing had to admit that it was indeed a very powerful force. The power of multiple God's eyes will be a great burden for you. If it is 2 or 3 God's eyes, there is no big problem. If there are more, you need a stronger body. Zhongli reminded softly. He did not want this Yuheng star to go astray. Keqing was serious when she heard the words. A stronger body? It seems that her daily exercise cannot be reduced. Very good, I will sleep half an hour less every day and practice half an hour more. If nothing unexpected happens, we need to complete those so-called tasks to get points. I wonder when these tasks will be available. Ningguang's eyes were locked on Mu Yang. As a businessman, Ningguang felt the business opportunity. Of course, it was just the Eye of God. Ningguang didn't care. After all, she still didn't care about the Eye of God. On the contrary, she cared about other things. Now that she had the Eye of God, what about other things in the future? The mission is not something I can decide. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. After all, this guild has just been opened. But he still looked at Morax on the side. But do you want to upload some immortals? Through points, people can quickly practice immortals, which can be regarded as becoming stronger and shaping some immortals. You can also get some points from this. Immortals can also be shaped directly. Ganyu was also shocked when she heard it. You know, she had worked hard to practice for thousands of years before, but if she could rely on this immortal method to practice directly into an immortal, wouldn't her previous practice be in vain? It's not easy to get points. Becoming an immortal, isn't this a very normal thing? Mu Yang said indifferently. Zhongli was silent after hearing this. He wanted to say that immortals need to have immortal fate, but considering Mu Yang's attitude, if he said this, he might say directly that they can enter here so they are not immortal fate. Just when Zhongli was hesitating whether to put his immortal method on the shelf, Mu Yang also looked at the guild mall. Unlike Keqing and others, his Keqing mall not only has 3 kinds of God's Eye, but also 3 other products. Godhead of Rock God, Thunder God, Ice God, Teyvat Continent Edition, 50,000. There is no doubt that when other people's malls put God's Eye on the shelf, his side will also have corresponding high-level products. What puzzled Mu Yang was why it was not God's heart that appeared, but Godhead. It seems that the relationship between God's eye and the so-called Godhead is even higher than that of God's heart. However, when Mu Yang thought about the situation of the water god Fucaros and the truth about the heart of God, he was relieved. The Godhead is the position of God, which should belong to the power of the 7 gods, as well as the power of the ancient dragon and the power of the Teyvat continent itself. As for the heart of God, it is made of the bones of the 3rd descender. Unfortunately, ordinary group members cannot buy such products. Otherwise, if Villet obtained the Godhead of the water god, wouldn't he be able to become a complete dragon? This is also the reason why Mu Yang wanted Zhongli to put the fairy law on the shelves. He also wanted to see if there would be a higher fairy law in the guild mall. Ding! A dimensional commission has been found from the Naruto world to help Konoha seal the 9 tails. Reward 20,000 dimensional points, no upper limit on the number of participants. Points are distributed according to contribution, and participants can get a guaranteed 5% of the total points. The mission is here, Keqing cried out when she heard the prompt. They were still worried about the points before, and now there is a mission. How can Keqing not be excited? Ningguang crossed her arms and said in a deep voice, 20,000 guild points, even if the minimum points are 1,000 points, can be exchanged for 2 God's Eyes, which proves that this mission may be difficult. Mu Yang looked at Ningguang with appreciation. Although sometimes I don't like your business style, Miss Ningguang, but you are still very sensitive in this regard. I can't be sure of the strength of this 9-tailed fox, but in that world, it is indeed one of the top combat forces. Mu Yang said and looked at Zhongli not far away. I didn't expect that you would need to take action in person for the first mission. Mu Yang was not very sure about the strength of the 9-tailed fox. After all, the world is different. He has never really seen it, and he can't really evaluate the other party's strength. However, Mu Yang believes that Morax's strength is above the 9-tailed fox. As for who is stronger between Morax and Kaguya Otsutsuki, Mu Yang doesn't know. By the way, if Ganyu becomes a unicorn, I'm afraid she won't be smaller than the 9-tailed fox. As for whether she can beat it, Mu Yang doesn't know. Zhongli shook his head slightly. No problem, I am also very interested in other worlds. This time, everyone will participate and treat it as a team building. Can we see the Rock King take action? Ganyu and Keqing were also excited when they heard it. Morax hasn't taken action for a long time, and there are not many people on the continent of Teyvat who are worthy of the Rock King's action. This. Oh, look, what is that? It's the nine-tailed demon fox. How did he get out? The originally peaceful and serene Konoha village has now become a mess, and the orange-red fox dozens of meters high is constantly destroying the village. The third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is leading the ninja army to attack the Ninetail at this moment. However, no matter how much they attack, it is a drop in the bucket when it falls on the Ninetail. Damn, hasn't Minato solved the battle over there yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the continuous destruction in the distance and the increasing casualties, breathing heavily. As he got older, his strength began to decline, and even in his prime, he could not be a match for the Ninetails. Now he can only hope that the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze will arrive as soon as possible, and then everyone will work together to seal the Ninetails. Swoosh, Mu Yang and the other five came to the top of the Hokage rock. What a big monster, Keqing exclaimed when she saw the nine-tailed fox killing in the distance. She felt the huge pressure from the nine-tailed fox and looked at Zhongli next to her. Emperor, were your opponents during the Demon God War so terrifying? Without waiting for Zhongli to speak, Ganyu spoke first. This should be our mission target nine-tailed fox. Its strength is not inferior to some of the demon gods back then. After a pause, Ganyu continued to add, I should not be its opponent. Hearing Ganyu's words, Ningguang and Keqing breathed a sigh of relief. It was normal that Ganyu was not the opponent of this demon fox, but it seemed that this demon fox was not the opponent of the Rock King Emperor. This is no longer in Teyvat. Zhongli sensed it silently and said softly, there is no earth vein here, but there is a different kind of energy, and the nine-tailed fox is a highly aggregated form of this energy. Just like our demon gods are made of elemental forces. It is quite interesting, but it seems that they have no wear and tear problems. And these humans are also using this power. There are more people who gain power in this world than in our world, and they don't need props like the Eye of God like we do. And the strength of those people is actually not worse than the original god. This is a ninja. It is also a very strange world. A group of ninjas who have powerful strength and can even destroy the world have to work for a group of powerless people and even work for them. Mu Yang said with a very subtle look. Of course, in your world there may be some countries like this. Just like the Zumi church, even gods dare to be imprisoned. Of course, the system of this world is still much worse than that of Teyvat. What imprisoning gods? Keqing exclaimed. Keqing still respects the Rock King Emperor very much. At least she can't do things like imprisoning gods. They are actually not bad at using power. Zhongli shook his head slightly. As for the ninjas you said to work for those powerless people, it should be related to some rules of this world. Mu Yang frowned when he heard this. Could it be that there is something he doesn't know about it? Oh, in the daily life, they think that the Emperor is a god. In the original Naruto anime, Kaguya Otsutsuki was blessed to give birth to the Six Paths brothers, but in the anime, there is a daimyo of the ancestral country. This is somewhat a smuggling of private goods. With Kaguya Otsutsuki's personality, how could she look down on an ant? Even if Kaguya Otsutsuki became like that after experiencing betrayal, what does Boruto say? If Kaguya Otsutsuki is really a naive person, how can she backstab Ishiki Otsutsuki? Obviously, this is an act of smuggling private goods. The daimyo can even attack the gods, and even the gods will like them. This is the idea of the foot basin. It is really disgusting. However, if the rules of this world are really in accordance with the anime, then will the so-called Six Paths sage tamper with the blood of the daimyo? For example, in fact, the daimyo are all his blood, but they did not inherit the power. If this is really the case, it seems understandable. However, it's time for us to join the battle. Zhongli paused and added, such a battle, except for Ganyu and me, no one else can participate. Ganyu, you protect them. If Ganyu is not the opponent of this nine-tailed beast, Zhongli would not want to take action. Yes, Ganyu nodded repeatedly. She didn't know what Mu Yang's strength was, but even if Mu Yang was powerless, it was enough for Ganyu to respect Mu Yang. This ability to travel through the world is not something that ordinary people can have. She understood why the Rock King Emperor was willing to cooperate with him. For Liyu, this is indeed a huge opportunity. Mu Yang must be well protected. As for Keqing and Ningguang, Ganyu herself knows how strong they are. Their strength may not be stronger than those ninjas. Facing such a behemoth, there is no self-protection at all. But speaking of this, why not let other immortals join the guild? The role they can play must be greater than Keqing and Ningguang. I think this is the arrangement of Mu Yang and Emperor Yan Wang. They must have a deep meaning for doing this. While the few people were talking, the Nine Tails had been stabbed out of Konoha village by Sarutobi Hiruzen with a stick. But this also angered the Ninetales. It opened its bloody mouth, and countless terrifying chakras gathered in its mouth and shot towards Konoha village. Not good. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, and his heart was deeply wrapped in despair. This is the tailed beast ball. Konoha is going to be finished. At this time he can't do anything at all. Collect everything. Just when countless people were shrouded in despair, a deep voice appeared above Konoha village, and a golden barrier appeared around Konoha village. Boom, the tailed beast ball fell on the golden barrier, but it didn't raise much waves. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but stammer twice in his throat. What's going on? Special barrier. Logically speaking, the four red yang formation of Konoha should be the most powerful barrier in the ninja world. But even if the four red yang formation encounters the tailed beast ball, it will probably tremble. However, at this moment, this barrier is actually not rippled. That is to say, this barrier may be stronger than the four red yang formation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Look, there are people in the sky. Suddenly, a Hyuga ninja noticed Zhongli in the sky and exclaimed, and everyone looked in the direction of Zhongli. There are too many people. Zhongli sighed silently. He didn't need to care about the life and death of Konoha before, but out of respect for humans, he still chose to take action. It's just that there are so many people around the Ninetales that he can't do anything. Then he looked at the eyes of the Ninetales again. This existence comparable to the devil was actually controlled. It seems that this world is indeed unique in some aspects. If the two worlds go to war, not counting the devil-level combat power, the Teyvat continent may not be able to win easily. The outside world of the heavens. Maybe in the future we can go to a stronger world. Even Morax is beginning to jump for joy. Zhongli thought about it, but he did not stop the action on his hand. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. A dark yellow spear fell into Zhongli's hand, and then the spear was thrown out by Zhongli. Under the attention of everyone, the spear quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye it became as big as the Ninetales, hitting the Ninetales and actually knocked the Ninetales thousands of meters away. This scene made everyone in Konoha swallow their saliva. This was a bit too strong. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment he was also in a trance. Only by fighting with the Ninetales did he understand the power of this man. Sarutobi Hiruzen had seen such a destructive existence before, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, but these two were dead. But soon Sarutobi Hiruzen became nervous again. Such a powerful person suddenly appeared at this time. What was his purpose? Could it be that the Ninetales was released by this man? The other party's goal was the Ninetales. We can't let the other party succeed. As a Hokage, his heart is very dark. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will naturally judge Zhongli's behavior from the worst angle. Let's follow. We must not let the Ninetales be taken away by the other party. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were full of anxiety. Minato, why haven't you come yet? I can't control the situation here. Is there anyone here? At this time, the battle between Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito also came to the vicinity of the Hokage Rock. Seeing that there were 4 people watching the show here, they were obviously stunned for a moment. Especially Namikaze Minato became more and more anxious at this moment. If these people are related to the masked man, then his side. Don't worry, we are not in the same group with this Uchiha Obito. As for the Ninetales, our partners will help you suppress it. You just need to go over and seal it directly. Your wife Uzumaki Kushina will not die directly as long as she reseals the Ninetales. At this time, Mu Yang's voice suddenly spoke. What's Obito? Who are you? Uchiha Obito couldn't keep calm. Neither Minato Namikaze nor Kushina Uzumaki recognized him. Why did this man know so much? At the same time, he also noticed the Ninetales being beaten up on the other side and felt a little comfortable in his heart. What is going on? Where did the person who could beat up the Ninetales appear? Then the 4 people who appeared here. Uchiha Obito swept his eyes over Mu Yang and others, especially stopped at Gan Yu for a moment. What's wrong with this woman? Why does she have horns on her head? Could she be an alien? Obito felt that he needed to ask Black Zetsu later. How could a woman have horns in this world? Black Zetsu, good opportunity. Minato Namikaze could clearly feel the other party's clone through a kunai and activated Flying Thunder God. Before Uchiha Obito could react, Minato Namikaze had already appeared behind him, and a Rasengan hit Obito's back fiercely. And at the same time, the contract seal was hit on Obito's body. Show mercy, Mu Yang sighed when he saw this scene. The reason why he reminded Minato Namikaze was, on the one hand, because their mission was related to Minato Namikaze, and on the other hand, because he was unhappy with Uchiha Obito. What a bullshit Kamui, it's hard to hide tears. Obito is definitely a guy who is worse than pigs and dogs, but there are still many people who defend him. There is definitely a problem with their values. who would give a detonating tag as a gift as soon as they see their teacher giving birth, and directly make the other party an orphan. But Minato Namikaze obviously still held back and did not kill the other party. Otherwise, he would definitely have the opportunity to use the Rasengan to hit the other party's fatal place. As expected of Minato teacher, Uchiha Obaido's figure slowly dissipated. "Wait, Obaido, why are you like this?" Namikaze Minato saw Uchiha Obaido was about to leave and wanted to stop him, but the other party didn't listen to him at all and used Kamui to leave. Namikaze Minato wanted to catch up and ask what was going on, but considering the current situation, he chose to give up, and then thanked Mu Yang and others. "Thank you all." As expected of the fourth Hokage, even if you want to know why Uchiha Obaido did this, we provided you with information and combat power. "You think we are plotting something bad, right?" Seeing this, Mu Yang chuckled and then said to the three women around him, "This is a ninja. They can often defeat or even kill people who are stronger than themselves by various tricks. It is a very normal thing. Sometimes they can do anything to kill people, so they don't trust anyone. No, I am willing to believe in my companions in the village." Namikaze Minato heard Mu Yang belittle the ninjas like this and quickly defended himself. Although they were sometimes a little mean when killing people, Konoha was still very united and friendly. "Maybe," Mu Yang complained meaningfully, "then do you dare to leave your back to Shimura dance? That old guy for the position of Hokage, I'm afraid he wants to kill you, right? Also, your Hokage family seems to have been attacking the Uchiha clan all the time, right?" "No, I don't mean to target the Uchiha clans. Kushina and Lady Mikoto are good friends, and Fugaku and I are also comrades in arms," Namikaze Minato said righteously, but when he said the latter, Namikaze Minato also frowned. He didn't know why Uchiha Obaido became like this. "Okay, you go and seal the Nine Tails first. If you continue, the Nine Tails will be killed by the Emperor and your wife may still be saved." Mu Yang pointed to the petrified Nine Tails not far away and said, "No, Kushina." Minato Namikaze thought of his wife, looked at Mu Yang with gratitude and said, "Although I don't know what your purpose is, thank you very much. I will go to seal the Nine Tails first and then I will entertain you later." After that, Minato Namikaze disappeared in front of them. "Even after leaving, he is still testing us. Is this a ninja?" Ningguang said thoughtfully. Mu Yang nodded slightly. "If it was Yi Lan in this world, he should be able to mix like a fish in water." Even Yi Lan knew about it. Ningguang was shocked. "So at this time, we just need to watch the Emperor fight." Keqing looked at the petrified nine-tailed fox and said unwillingly, "If the opponent of every mission is like this, we are dispensable in the guild. We even want to steal the labor income of the Rock King Emperor. Is it really okay for us to do this?" Ningguang also looked at Mu Yang after hearing this. Indeed, such a battle is not something that she and Keqing can participate in casually. Not to mention herself and Keqing, I am afraid that even an immortal like Ganyu will find it difficult to complete these tasks. Morax should be happy about this. There are not many places where points can help him at present. Besides, not every mission is so difficult. If you are embarrassed, just work hard to improve your strength and build Liyu later. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and then said meaningfully, "Besides, don't you think that we can't get other rewards besides the points reward from the guild?" "What other rewards are there?" Ganyu asked curiously. "Everything in this world will become our treasure. Although we can only stay in this world for 1 hour at most after the mission is completed, we can also seek benefits for ourselves during the mission time and the hour after that." Mu Yang pointed to the very representative building below and said, "The place called the Hokage building has a sealed scroll inside. There are a lot of forbidden techniques in this Konoha village. We don't have chakra, and the power systems of the two worlds are also different, but there are also places that can be learned, such as using elemental power to replace chakra. However, I don't know what Morax is thinking. Besides, I don't have any strength myself, so I didn't do it." "Don't you have strength?" Keqing looked at Mu Yang with a look of surprise. She thought Mu Yang was a very powerful existence. Even if he couldn't compare with the Rock King Emperor, he shouldn't be much worse, right? After all, Mu Yang can take them to other worlds. You dare to test those two people without strength? Ningguang was also shocked at this time. The two people who fought before were stronger than her and Keqing, and they seemed to have spatial abilities. Could Ganyu protect them? "If I don't speak, they might attack us. After all, we are too much of an eyesore." "Of course, I also believe that Ganyu can protect us." Hearing this, Ganyu touched her corners and said, "It's hard for me to guarantee whether I can protect you, but I will try my best." "Thank you, sir, for this time." Namikaze Minato looked at the petrified nine-tailed fox and then looked at Zhongli not far away and expressed his sincere gratitude. "It seems that this time I have somewhat judged others by my own standards. After sealing the Nine Tails, the other party did not do anything unfavorable. Instead, they were waiting for them to seal it. Fortunately, they did not conflict with these people. You're welcome, your sorcerer is very interesting. Zhongli nodded slightly to Minato Namikaze. This Nine Tails has lost its resistance. With your ability, there should be no problem sealing it, right? Minato Namikaze first glanced at Kushina Uzumaki and shook his head helplessly. No, the Nine Tails chakra is too huge. Kushina can only seal half of the Nine Tails at most, even if you have turned the Nine Tails into this. Soon, Minato Namikaze gritted his teeth and made a decision. His figure disappeared from the scene again. About a minute later, he walked over holding a crying baby. Your child? The moment Zhongli saw Naruto, his expression became solemn. Unlike Minato Namikaze and others, Zhongli saw a special energy in Naruto. This energy is far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas, nor is it comparable to Minato Namikaze and others. Even the Nine Tails may not be able to match this energy. Possession? No, this should not be possession, just possession. This energy may affect the child in the future, but it may not be a bad thing for the child. Yes, this is my child Naruto. I plan to split the Nine Tails into two, seal half of the Nine Tails in Kushina's body and the other half in Naruto's body. Minato Namikaze knew that if the other party wanted to do something, he could not stop it, so he chose to be sincere. If that trick was used, he might not be powerless to resist. Your child is very special. Similarly, this nine-tailed fox is also very special. Have you ever considered that it is actually an intelligent life? Zhongli glanced at Naruto and then looked at the three generations who were rushing over. I don't think I will be needed for the next thing. I hope we can meet again in the future. After saying that, Zhongli turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of Minato Namikaze. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other party acted very kind, he knew that he could never be the opponent of the other party. Even the entire Konoha might not be the opponent of the other party. Minato, are you all right? Sarutobi Hiruzen led the army and hurried over. Seeing Minato's family and the nine-tailed fox, he asked anxiously. It's okay. Minato Namikaze saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and said seriously. Third generation, Naruto and Kushina will be left to you to take care of from now on. I will divide the Nine Tails into two parts and seal them in their bodies. Also, be careful of Uchiha. The masked man may be a Byakuto. Speaking of the latter, Minato Namikaze was also heartbroken. He and Kushina were very good to Obaido. As a result, Uchiha Obaido gave him such a big surprise. He now also suspected that Uchiha Obaido was related to the Uchiha clan, and it should not be Fugaku. There were also people in the Uchiha who were dissatisfied with him and cooperated with Obaido to get rid of him. Watching Minato Namikaze make a seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized what the other party was going to do at a glance. He wanted to tell the other party that he actually knew this trick. But after hesitating for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything in the end, but let Minato Namikaze perform the Shiki Fujin. Zhongli turned into a golden light and returned to the Hokage Rock. He scanned the surroundings and said softly, "It seems that you have been surrounded." But they didn't make a move, Ganyu explained softly. Emperor, do we need to get rid of them all? No, there is no need to have conflicts with them. This world is not simple. Zhongli looked at the location of the nine-tailed fox with a serious expression. I felt a kind of energy from a child before, and the essence of that energy is also at the level of a demon god. When I was peeping at the essence of this energy, I felt a gaze peeping at me. The opponent's strength should not be inferior to mine. I don't know how many strong people like this there are. Ashura Chakra, Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully. It seems that we are being targeted by the Six Paths Sage, but this is normal. After all, he is here to send his son to reincarnate, so it is normal for him to be unable to sit still. Afterwards, without giving others a chance to ask, Mu Yang continued to ask. How is the seal over there? The fourth Hokage will seal the Nine Tails, and we have done what we should do. I think it won't take long before the mission will be completed. When Zhongli said this, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, which was originally calm. However, he did not ask Mu Yang at this time, but silently observed the phantom of the god of death summoned by Minato Namikaze in the distance, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. For the conversation between Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Zhongli could still hear it clearly even at such a distance. Using your own child as a container to seal the weapon, is it really worth it? However, as the leader of a village, it seems that the other party did it very appropriately. Ding, complete the task from the Naruto world, help Konoha village seal the Nine Tails. Member Morax gets 20,000 points, President Mu Yang gets 1,000 points, Ningguang gets 1,000 points, Keqing gets 1,000 points, Ganyu gets 1,000 points. The guild gets 250 points and has been upgraded to a level 2 guild. Please keep up the good work, President and members. Ding, the guild level has reached level 2 and the learning system is turned on. Ding, the task has been completed, and you can stay in the Naruto world for up to 1 hour. Guild President Liu Yang. Guild level 2 15500. Guild members 510s. Personal points 26,000. Hearing the system prompt, Mu Yang's face also showed a smile. The guild has been upgraded. In this case, the guild experience should be 1/100th of the total task points. Let's go, more and more people are coming here, Zhongli suggested to Mu Yang. Well, let's talk about it after my strength improves a little. Mu Yang did not refuse, but chose to leave this world directly. Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu hurriedly followed. Zhongli looked at the place where Naruto was with a deep look, and then left this world. After they left, a man with a bandage covering one eye on his face came late with a group of masked roots. I'm back, Keqing breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the guild headquarters. There are too many masters in that village. I don't know if we will encounter such opponents when we go to other worlds in the future. I've said it before, it's impossible for every mission to be as difficult as this one. The more points you get, the more difficult it is. Don't you think that we can get 1,000 points just by watching the show? It's enough to buy the Eye of God. The benefits and difficulty are proportional, Mu Yang explained softly. Okay, hearing this, Keqing looked at Zhongli again and was a little hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Zhongli chuckled and said, Yuhengxing doesn't need to care about this matter. Just treat it as an experience. If you feel bad later, build Liyu better. I will, Emperor. Keqing's eyes became extremely firm. I am Liyu Yuhengxing and I am willing to sacrifice my life for Emperor Yanwang. However, the guild can add other people. President, do you want to add other people? Ningguang set her eyes on Mu Yang. You can add 5 people, but try to increase the combat power as much as possible. Mu Yang set his eyes on Zhongli. As long as Zhongli agreed, the so-called three-eyed 5 manifestation immortal would join in without any hesitation. Zhongli pondered for a moment before saying, the things in the guild mall are not very helpful to immortals. Since there are 5 positions, it is not necessary to fill up all the positions at once. However, if there is a chance, you can add some interesting guys. In fact, points are not useless. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Please give me a copy of the immortal method. Oh, Zhongli looked at Mu Yang in surprise, but still took out a jade slip and handed it to Mu Yang. It records the Yu Zhang immortal method, which is the immortal method I once taught to Zhu Yue Zhu Yang Zhenjun. If you want to learn it, you can try it. But I want to remind you that the souls of ordinary people are not as strong as those of immortals, and it is difficult for their blood to withstand such a concentration of immortal luck. Except for a few people with special opportunities, it is difficult to learn this kind of immortal method. And the techniques of the Wangsheng Hall are indeed passed down from immortals, but they have also been modified according to the situation of humans. Even that is not something that ordinary humans can practice. I will go to other worlds in the future. If I find the cultivation system of other worlds, I can consider bringing it to this world. In some worlds, there are still many cases of humans practicing to become gods. Mu Yang glanced at Keqing's location and said softly, Ding, I found the Yuzheng immortal method. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to learn the first level? The moment Mu Yang held the jade slip, Mu Yang felt the content on the jade slip. At the same time, the guild's reminder sounded in Mu Yang's mind. Learn. Mu Yang silently recited without hesitation. A dark yellow light suddenly appeared on Mu Yang's body, and everyone, including Zhongli, was stunned. Mu Yang has mastered the Yuzheng immortal method. Does the Dimension Guild have such an effect? Do you want to spend 2,000 points to learn the second level? Before Mu Yang could feel his own situation, the guild's reminder sounded again. Study. Mu Yang muttered to himself, and then a more dazzling light emanated from his body. He felt a very powerful force in his body. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the legendary immortal power. Ding, do you want to spend 5,000 points to learn the third level of Yuzhang Xianfa? The first level is 1,000 points, the second level is 2,000 points, and the third level is 5,000 points. Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully, but he didn't click on the third level in the end. Mu Yang was still somewhat hesitant, whether to continue practicing Yuzhang Xianfa or to directly purchase the godhood, but there was no rush. Take your time. It seems that you have mastered the second level directly. Zhongli's expression was a little subtle. It seems that I underestimated this guild before. Well, but the requirements for points are a bit high. Mu Yang nodded slightly. Besides, I don't know how much I have mastered now. As Mu Yang said this, a golden energy block appeared on his right hand, but it was soon extinguished by Mu Yang. Have you mastered it to this extent? Although Ganyu had never practiced the Jade Zhang immortal technique, as an immortal, Ganyu had also seen it. Zhongli looked at Mu Yang for a moment and said, "You have mastered the second level of the Jade Zhang immortal technique very well. Compared with ordinary original gods, you are already very powerful. If you learn some martial arts, you may directly surpass Yu Hengxing. There are also differences between original gods. Obtaining the Eye of God does not allow people to ascend to heaven in one step. The Eye of God still needs to be developed later. Just like Keqing and Ningguang both have the Eye of God, but if they fight alone without other external forces, Keqing can beat 5 or 6 Ningguangs. Of course, Ningguang is not without combat power. As long as Ningguang is prepared and spends a lot of Mora to fight, her strength should not be underestimated. Keqing. Japanese letter FF4F, Chinese letter FF4F. Keqing said that if this sentence was not said by the Rock King Emperor, she would definitely make the other party look bad. It is indeed a very good ability. Mu Yang nodded slightly. This is the ability after the guild is upgraded. In fact, you can also sell the Jade Zhang Fairy method in the store, and you can also use it to earn points. Moreover, I think this is just one of the abilities of the guild. In the future, I think there will be more and more abilities. Keqing looked at the jade slip in Mu Yang's hand with some hesitation. If possible, she also wanted to practice the fairy method here, although she had many dissatisfactions with the immortals. But Keqing couldn't say such words after all. Well, seeing this, Zhongli took out another jade slip and handed it to Mu Yang. "This is my martial arts, you can learn a thing or two. Ding, discover the martial arts of the god of war Morax. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to get started? Can you get started with 1,000 points?" Mu Yang chose to get started without hesitation. Mu Yang closed his eyes and silently felt the content inside. After a long time, he opened his eyes. "I spent 1,000 points and mastered these martial arts initially. It should be said that he is worthy of being the god of war Morax. He has mastered all kinds of weapons to the fullest. If it's just about martial arts and destructive power, the current thunder god Beelzebub is not inferior to me. I can't actually be called a martial god." Zhongli shook his head and denied, "The world we went to before was actually quite dangerous. Can you tell me about the situation in that world?" "Of course, I believe that in the future, we will still go to the Naruto world." Mu Yang then repeated the background of the Naruto world. "That is to say, the breath I felt from that child before was the chakra of Ashura, and the person who was looking at me should be the 6 paths sage of that world. The place where he was before should be the Pure Land. No wonder I felt that the breath of the Death God was a little similar to that of the 6 paths sage. Perhaps this Death God was created by the 6 paths sage." Zhongli said his inference. "This 6 paths sage is not simple. If you enter this world again in the future, be careful. I can feel that the other party can actually pose a threat to me." "Chakra is a very magical thing," Mu Yang nodded in agreement. "But most people, no matter how powerful they are, cannot guarantee their lifespan. After all, in theory, chakra is extracted from cells. Many people have speculated on the cause of death of Hashirama Senju. Some people think it was a plot kill, but those who have read the comics actually know that Hashirama Senju was already Kryptonian when he fought with Madara. And when he sealed the Nine Tails, he was even more exhausted. Obviously, even if Hashirama Senju used the real thousands of hands, he would have to squeeze his own chakra crazily. And Hashirama Senju was a strong contender for the first place below the 6 paths level, but even he was less than 50 years old when he died. "Emperor, there are many interesting ninjutsu in that world. Can we learn from their ninjutsu?" Keqing looked at Zhongli expectantly. He felt that Minato Namikaze's space technique was very powerful before. If he could learn it, wouldn't it be very convenient for him to measure the land in the future? The ninja world has experienced thousands of years of war, and there will always be many powerful ninjutsu. During the Demon God War, and even before the Demon God War, there were many powerful beings. Of course, most demon gods actually use their own power more. Zhongli looked at Keqing meaningfully. "In fact, your fighting style and Minato Namikaze's fighting style are also similar to each other. You can refer to the fighting style of the Hokage." "Yes," Keqing responded quickly. "As for how to quickly improve combat effectiveness, my magic is not suitable for you, at least not for the time being. You don't have so many points to squander. So I suggest you exchange for the Eye of God to improve your strength." Then Zhongli said softly, "Yes." Keqing and Ningguang nodded thoughtfully. Obviously, Mu Yang has more points than they get. Perhaps as the president, Mu Yang has more benefits. However, they won't say anything. If it weren't for Mu Yang, they wouldn't even have the chance to enter the Dimension Guild. Zhongli then looked at Mu Yang and asked, "Do you have any plans for the guild in the future?" "There is no special plan for the time being. If possible, I would like to attract the god of wind, god of grass, god of water, and god of thunder. But it's not the time yet, Mu Yang thought of Lei Dianying. If he went to find her at this time, he might be killed with a knife, right? Why aren't there the god of fire and the god of ice? Ningguang asked curiously. I don't know much about the god of fire. Mu Yang glanced at Zhongli. As for the actions of the god of ice, I'm not very optimistic. Most of the Fadui are a bunch of lunatics. I don't really want to cooperate with the gods who can collude with these guys. At least now, I don't want to cooperate with the god of ice. The war between the other party and Sky Island is also of certain benefit to us. It can buy us time. The maintainer of Heaven's law must have fallen asleep. Even if Fucaros broke the godhood of the god of water and the water dragon king returned as a complete dragon, the maintainer of Heaven's law did not appear. Obviously, the other party has no strength to appear now. Ice god, Zhongli was silent and helpless when he heard this. Zhongli's heart was very complicated about this matter. If it weren't for Mu Yang's appearance, Zhongli would turn a blind eye to the affairs of the god of ice and the Fadui, and even use this opportunity to send the heart of God away. But now, Zhongli has other ideas. What should we do now? Keqing looked at Zhongli and asked. If there are tasks, try to do them, and the ability of the guild should continue to improve. You can also use this to improve your strength. In the next few years, you still have a period of comfortable growth. Zhongli looked at Mu Yang meaningfully and reminded him. Keqing nodded solemnly. I understand, Emperor. Ningguang also looked at Mu Yang and asked, what are you going to do next, President? I plan to stay in Liyu for a while, do tasks when there are tasks, and I may go to other countries later. By the way, when I do tasks later, I can actually pull people from other worlds or bring back treasures. Mu Yang thought for a moment and gave an answer. In Azuma, Mu Yang is not going to go there for the time being. He feels that once he goes to Inazuma, he may be cut by Lei Yingying. Other countries can be visited, especially Zumi and Fontaine, which are countries that Mu Yang can try to win over. If you don't mind, how about living in my residence near Yujingtai? That was my residence before I became a 7-star. It's not far from Yujingtai and Wangsheng Hall. Ningguang suggested softly. Thank you very much, Tianquangsing. Mu Yang looked at Ningguang meaningfully but didn't say anything to refuse. Although Mu Yang didn't like Ningguang in many places, this woman often considered things with the thinking of a capitalist, but when she came into contact with valuable people, Ningguang could indeed show a kind of consideration. This was true for both Mu Yang and the traveler. By the way, I don't have much money on the continent of Teyvat. I wonder if I can use some things to trade some Mora with you. Mu Yang seemed to have thought of something and asked Ningguang. If the president needs it, I still have a lot of Mora here. Just send the bill to Quenyu Pavilion. Ningguang quickly expressed his opinion. This scene made Zhongli fall into deep thought. Recently, he had been sending bills to Wangsheng Hall. Hutao, that girl, had started to protest. Should he also send the bills to Quenyu Pavilion? Zhongli quickly discarded this idea. He ate and used the food of Wangsheng Hall because he protected Wangsheng Hall, and it was him who was worshipped in Wangsheng Hall. Moreover, Hutao had been taught by him since she was a child. Then it's okay to use some Mora from the Hall of Rebirth, but it's not easy to get Mora from Ningguang. No, I'm still willing to make a deal. Mu Yang thought for a moment and said, let's say the wind dragon that started to cause trouble in Mondstadt recently is actually Teverin, a follower of the wind god Barbados. Because of some relationship, it fell into madness. I believe that as the 7 stars of Liyu, you should know the price of this matter. The follower of Barbados, both Keqing and Ningguang were startled. They also knew about the wind dragon. Even the business of Liyu and Mondstadt was affected by this, but it turned out that the wind dragon was actually a follower of the wind god. Ningguang subconsciously looked at Zhongli on the side. As a friend of the wind god, the Rock King Emperor should know something, right? Seeing Ningguang's puzzled look, Zhongli nodded slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, the so-called wind dragon should be Teverin. I didn't expect that the Moan people couldn't even recognize their wind god's followers. Speaking of this, Zhongli was also a little emotional. Although they protected humans and didn't need to be rewarded, wouldn't Moan be too cruel? 500 years ago, the dragon Durin attacked Moan, but Teverin fought with Durin desperately. As a result, after such a short time, Teverin was forgotten. He was also called the Wind Dragon. Ah. Don't Moan know that the Wind Dragon is Teverin? Ganyu asked after realizing it. As for the Wind Dragon, Ganyu also saw the portrait of the so-called Wind Dragon, and she immediately recognized the other party's identity. After all, she had seen Teverin before, and the other party had participated in the gathering of the 7 gods with the wind god Barbados. Ganyu thought that everyone in Mondstadt knew about it and called Teverin the Wind Dragon, but she didn't expect that Mondstadt didn't know anything. I know, I will inform Mondstadt about this. Ningguang immediately understood what she should do next. This news is dispensable for Liyu, but it is crucial for Mondstadt. Ningguang can tell Qin about this for free, and I believe Qin can accept her kindness. Sometimes free is the most expensive. Then Ningguang said to Mayang, this news is very interesting, how about 5 million mora as a reward? Okay, Mayang did not refuse 5 million mora, which is enough for him to use for a long time. As for how much this information is worth, it depends on Ningguang's own actions. Some people proposed this information, and this information is worthless, but if some people tell Qin and others this information, the benefits they get will far exceed the number of 5 million mora. Ningguang doesn't mind what Qin and others think. Even if she gives Mayang 5 million mora for free, she will make money. Ningguang likes mora, but she is not a stingy person. She is a businessman who knows that mora can get greater benefits only if it is invested. Mu Yang is undoubtedly a person worth investing in. President, I wonder if you are interested in taking a position in Liyu. Suddenly, Zhongli asked out of the blue. Oh, Mu Yang looked at Zhongli with a little surprise. I don't seem to need to work in Liyu, right? He is now the president of the Dimension Guild. How could he work for Morax? Facing Mu Yang's confusion, Zhongli just glanced at him silently and uttered two words lightly. Contract. This moment made Mu Yang react. It seems that he really has a contract with Zhongli, and he also needs to help Liyu become better. However, Liyu can become better, which is also a good thing for Mu Yang. As for what he will do in the future, he will definitely face the maintainer of Heaven's Law in the future. In the future, there is a high probability that he will also face the Abyss and the Kingdom of Winter. Then developing Liyu is also a very necessary thing. Are you willing to accept the identity of 7-star consultant? Seeing Mu Yang compromise, Zhongli asked softly. 7-star consultant, serving the 7 stars of Liyu. Mu Yang frowned, obviously a little uncomfortable with Zhongli's decision. If you really want to build Liyu yourself, why do you want to serve the 7 stars of Liyu? Mu Yang admitted that Ningguang's legs were very white and long, and Keqing's hair was very attractive, but orcs would never be slaves. At this moment, even Keqing and Ningguang looked at Mu Yang in surprise. Why did the Rock King Emperor launch such a 7-star consultant? Zhongli shook his head slightly. He first glanced at Ganyu and then explained, it depends on how you understand this. Just like Ganyu's identity is the secretary of the 7 stars, but in essence she is my secretary. In addition to assisting and teaching the 7 stars how to work, she also has the responsibility of supervising the 7 stars of Liyu. It's just that Ganyu seems to regard herself as the secretary of the 7 stars. I hope you can provide a plan for the reform of Liyu in the future, provide suggestions for the reform of Liyu in the future, and make plans. As for the status, it is equivalent to Ganyu. Ganyu touched her corners embarrassedly when she heard it. Supervising the 7 stars seemed to be her earliest responsibility. Every day she had to check the work records of the 7 stars to check for omissions. But when facing the 7 stars of Liyu, Ganyu was very easy to talk to. Okay, Mu Yang nodded slightly. So what kind of reform do you want, economically or in other aspects? Liyu has many problems that need to be improved. Even though I only stayed in Liyu for a few days before, there are many loopholes everywhere due to various imperfect systems. Hey, what are you talking about, President? I will never forgive you for belittling Liyu like this. Hearing what Mu Yang said, Keqing was furious. Human greed is always infinite. Laws are the lowest constraint on morality. Liyu needs more laws to constrain humans. The current Liyu is only strong under the management of Morax. If there is no Morax, do you think you can really do it? Mu Yang glanced at Keqing. In the world I was in before, there was no powerful existence like the gods that could suppress everything. In the more than 5,000 years of human development, more than 14,000 wars have broken out, and wars have been breaking out almost all the time. There was even a world war that killed more than 70 million people. Humans constantly fight wars for survival and for their own interests. This is the bad nature of human beings. If there were no gods, human wars would continue. In the world I was in before, the most powerful country was actually ruled by a group of businessmen. They constantly provoked civil unrest in other countries, provoked wars between countries, and then sold them weapons and food to make a fortune. Most businessmen have no country in their hearts, they only see interests. The war that killed more than 70 million people was largely caused by a group of greedy businessmen. The businessmen raised the price of food to a level that ordinary people could not afford, and the ambitious people seized the opportunity. Speaking of the latter, Mu Yang looked at Keqing and Ningguang vaguely. These two are representatives of big businessmen. If I were to manage the country, I would first start the reform from the top, such as not allowing the manager himself to do business, and the manager's immediate family members could not do business. Mu Yang paused and continued to add. But given the current situation in Liyu, it should be impossible. Moreover, Liyu is not the world I was in before. As long as Morax is there, these hidden dangers can be hidden. My first suggestion is to establish the Liyu Bank. This bank must belong to the official bank of Liyu, not a private bank. Ningguang could feel that Mu Yang had been targeting her, but she did not say anything. She really knew what businessmen were capable of. Although she was targeted, Ningguang could not refute anything. She could not be dissatisfied with Mu Yang just because he told the truth, right? Damn, I was so angry that my heart hurt. But Liyu already has the North Country Bank. They have walked ahead of us. Keqing was not as angry as she imagined. On the contrary, Keqing felt that what Mu Yang said made sense. She herself was very dissatisfied with some people who relied on power to seek personal gain. Let's put it this way. The Winter Kingdom has a combat capability that is not inferior to that of Liyu. The people of Liyu have deposited all Morax in the North Country Bank. If they send all these Mora back to the Kingdom of Winter, the entire financial system of Liyu will collapse. Of course, Zhongli can also solve this problem by producing a large number of Mora at that time. But this is also based on your intervention. I believe you don't want to do it yourself because of such a thing, right? Mu Yang said meaningfully. Others don't know Zhongli's idea of retirement, but Mu Yang knows it. Zhongli smiled bitterly. If such a thing requires my intervention, it has proved that we have lost. So when Liyu allowed the North Country Bank to open in Liyu and squeezed the local money houses crazily, and you didn't do anything, you had already lost. Mu Yang looked at Ningguang. As smart as you are, you should be able to understand the hidden dangers of this matter. Why didn't you think about building a bank? You know Mora is made in Liyu. This matter has nothing to do with me. When the Northland Bank entered Liyu, Keqing and I were not yet the 7 stars of Liyu. At that time, I was still focusing all my attention on earning Mora. When I became a Tianquin star, the Northland Bank had already become a big deal, and all I could do was to monitor the Northland Bank as much as possible. After a pause, Ningguang said in a firm tone, I admit that after I became a Tianquin star, I did use some of my power to expand my assets through legal means. But in front of the Emperor, I, Ningguang, swear to donate all my property after my death. I didn't have it before I plan to get married and have children. Liyu is my lover, and those industries are my children. Seeing Ningguang's firm tone, Mu Yang understood what Ningguang meant, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I believe you, but have you ever thought that you will have the opportunity to live forever in the future? For people in other worlds, immortality is not a problem. There is not even any wear and tear. Ningguang's attitude is very good, and Mu Yang does not doubt her attitude. The other party is not the kind of guy who shouts to donate all his property and then frantically transfers his own property. It is more for the reduction of property tax. Ningguang is serious. Mu Yang can feel this, and Morax can also feel it. Immortality. Mu Yang's words also made Ningguang stunned. As a woman, and a beautiful woman, it seems that it is really difficult for her to resist the temptation of immortality. Soon, Ningguang thought of a terrifying possibility. Liyu can allow her to live for 50 or 60 years. As long as she is given 50 or 60 years, or even 70 or 80 years, Ningguang is confident that she can develop her Chamber of Commerce into a behemoth. But if she develops her own industry for hundreds of years, it will be a behemoth. Will her mentality change at that time? Will she want to expand the industry to other countries? If the other party does not allow it, she may even promote war for this. Ningguang is very confident in her ability. She claims that her business talent is among the best in the history of the entire Teyvat continent. People with limited life and immortality may have a huge change in mentality. It seems that I need to make some changes. After pondering for a moment, Ningguang said with a wry smile, the North Country Bank does need to be partially contained. Zhongli also said at this time, Tianquanxing, please start to set up the Liyu Bank during this period. At present, there are still some money houses in Liyu that are not in good operating conditions. These money houses can be acquired. At that time, it will not be considered to be from scratch. This Liyu Bank is the official bank of Liyu. I allow you to take out part of the dividends as your benefit. Yes, Ningguang's eyes flickered slightly, and she understood what Zhongli meant. If she opened the Liyu Bank, she could use all the resources of the Liyu Bank to develop this bank, and the benefits she could get were huge. The benefits she would get from it would not be less than what she got from doing those businesses. However, Ningguang quickly reminded, Emperor, the North Country Bank has been established first. At the same time, they have built in various countries. If we want to build in other countries, it is not impossible, but it may be troublesome to collect debts there. If some people use this loophole to cheat money, oh, we will also be in trouble. As for the establishment of an organization like the Fadui debt collector, Ningguang would not even think about it. No problem, just develop Liyu first. I will sign contracts with gods from other countries later. The previous banking model did have some loopholes that needed to be fixed. This is related to Mora and falls under my jurisdiction. I believe other gods will give me this face. Zhongli's eyes were deep. There were some loopholes. Zhongli knew about them before, but the Northland Bank had just come here not long ago, and those things had not happened. At the same time, Zhongli also wanted to see if the people of Liyu had discovered these problems. He also knew that the Kingdom of Winter also needed Mora, and Zhongli didn't mind secretly sending some Mora over. If the Northland Bank really ran away with the money, at most he could just make some Mora himself. As for inflation, this is impossible in the Teyvat continent. Mora itself is an alchemical material, and the daily consumption is also not small. Zhongli actually supported the behavior of the Ice Queen secretly, at least secretly. The other party ran away with the money, and it was not easy for him to force the other party to repay the money. It should be no problem to repay the money in installments at that time, right? Even the maintainer of Heaven's law might not be able to say anything. However, now the situation has changed, and Zhongli feels that he really needs to do something here. Yes, Ningguang quickly responded. Emperor, what do you need me to do next? Keqing boasts that her love for Liyu is no less than Ningguang's. Ningguang can donate her own property to Liyu after her death, but Keqing can't do this. She is not alone. She should still get married and have children in the future. It's not whether she is willing or not, but the relationship between her family. However, she will also use her own means to curb the development of the family. Keqing wants to donate all the family's property, but others will not allow it. Cooperate with Ningguang first. When the time comes, your family will take the lead in depositing Mora in the Liyu Bank. Zhongli actually has a plan, but thinking of the situation over there, he is helpless. That plan is not the time to start now. Yes, Keqing sighed helplessly. The few of them quickly made a division of labor. Keqing, Ningguang, and Ganyu left the guild headquarters very sensibly. Zhongli then asked Mu Yang, if nothing unexpected happens, your guild mall is different from ours, right? Sure enough, I can't hide it from your eyes. Seeing this, Mu Yang smiled bitterly. I can buy the Godhead, but the price is a bit expensive. Godhead, Zhongli's heart was filled with turbulent waves. As long as I have enough points, I can become the second rock god. The guild mall seems to be able to deduce a higher level of power for certain products. There are currently 3 Godheads, Mu Yang explained meaningfully. So now you can buy the godhood of the Ice God, Rock God, and Thunder God. Zhongli nodded thoughtfully, and as his mind moved, an Ice God's eye fell into his hands. I just bought this God's eye from the guild. Unlike the God's eye outside, this God's eye is not connected to the Sky Island, but in other aspects it is similar to the ordinary God's eye. You may be able to exchange for a God's eye to try this power. It will be a good supplement for you who have just mastered the power. Anyway, it is only 500 points. Well, Mu Yang nodded slightly, and after a little thought, he took out a God's eye of the rock element. It's not that Mu Yang likes the orphan element of the rock element, but now he is practicing all from Morax, and the rock element is the most suitable for these things. Later, I plan to recruit another immortal to join the guild as a fighting force. It's impossible to ask you to take action every time. Ganyu's fighting power is still insufficient. After thinking about it, Mu Yang said to Zhongli again. Okay, let Xiao join in, Zhongli said without thinking. You can consider joining the strong men from other countries later. I would like to win over other gods. In fact, the water god, grass god, and wind god are all easy to win over. However, my current strength is not enough. I can't sell myself several times, right? Mu Yang was helpless when he talked about this matter. The relationship between him and Zhongli is also a mutually beneficial relationship. If possible, Mu Yang doesn't mind rescuing Nashida or directly looking for Fukaros or Fu Nina to cooperate, but Mu Yang estimated that his current strength should be slightly stronger than Keqing Ningguang. But there is still a gap from the gods. I don't know when the next mission will be. At the same time, Mu Yang is also a little worried in his heart. Will he have to wait for 12 years to encounter the mission of the Naruto world in the future? Compared to practicing immortal methods, Mu Yang decided to obtain the godhood first. Come on, let's go to the rebirth hall and meet the hall master. She has the eye of the god of fire in her hand. Zhongli hesitated for a moment and said softly, as for whether to choose the hall master to join the guild, it depends on your choice. Invite Hutao to join the guild. Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Hutao's strength should not be weak, right? I have taught her since she was a child, and with the secret method of the rebirth hall, her strength is about the same as Keqing under normal circumstances. But if she fights hard, Hutao can even burst out with strength comparable to Ganyu. Zhongli's eyes were full of pride when he talked about Hutao. After all, she was raised as a daughter by him. Normal people are not qualified to be billed by him, the Rock King Emperor. In that case, then add Hutao in the future. Mewtwo did not refuse after hearing this. In order to draw Hutao, he spent a lot of money anyway. In the Abyss, Hutao did play a great role, although Hutao became a clown after the servant entered the card pool. The 0+1 servant has no less damage than 2+1 Hutao, and even the sense of attack is better than Hutao, but he is still a strong man among the Fadui. Hutao is actually very strong. Of course, the performance in the game is the performance in the game, and the real strength is another matter. The 2+1 Thunder General is almost eliminated by the Abyss, but can you say that the Thunder General is trash? By the way, is Keqing so strong? Then Mewtwo asked curiously again. Hearing Mewtwo mention Keqing, Zhongli's expression became a little subtle. This generation of Yuhengxing is a super genius in all aspects. Perhaps in your mind, she can become a 7-star before she is 18 years old with the support of her family. But she is indeed a very good genius. If she immerses herself in practicing swordsmanship, then after the age of 30, Keqing will definitely become a generation of swordsmanship master, and she will be an absolute leader among humans. If she goes into business, she may not be as good as Ningguang, but with her ability, she will run the family's industry into a behemoth. Even as a 7-star, Keqing is an extremely excellent person. Although she has just become a 7-star not long ago, Yuhengxing is already very good. It's worthy of Keqing. Mewtwo couldn't help but sigh and sigh. Oh. In the Hall of Rebirth, Mewtwo and Zhongli had just arrived here, and Hutao ran to Zhongli in a hurry. Zhongli, you guy, didn't you bring Mora again? Someone just sent a bill to the Rebirth Hall again. Hutao stared at Zhongli with a little dissatisfaction. It's not that she didn't pay Zhongli. His salary was definitely the highest in the Rebirth Hall. Even the salary of the Hall Master herself was far less than Zhongli's. With Zhongli's salary, he could definitely afford to listen to storytelling and drink tea every day, but Zhongli had to send the bill to the Rebirth Hall every time, which made Hutao very helpless. This is not going out to discuss business. How can I keep accounts? Hall Master, this is Mewtwo from another world. Soon, he will be appointed as a 7-star consultant by the Rock King Emperor. Seeing Hutao like this, Zhongli quickly changed the subject and said, "Another world 7-star advisor." Hutao circled around Mewtwo, looked him over, and then asked, "So you were recruited by the Rock King?" Hutao had guessed part of Zhongli's identity. When she was a child, Zhongli looked like this, and he still looks like this now. If Zhongli is not an immortal, that would be a strange thing. This is not only an immortal, but also a family heirloom of the Rebirth Hall. In addition, Hutao, who had no parents since childhood, also regarded Zhongli as a father, but Hutao would not say these things. It's not really a recruitment, it's more like a cooperation. Mewtwo explained softly. Cooperation? We can't guess what the Emperor thinks. Hutao nodded thoughtfully, and then she looked at Mewtwo curiously. Zhongli said you are from another world, then do you know the funeral business in other worlds? Is there anything suitable for us to learn from? Mewtwo, Zhongli, looking at Hutao blinking her plum blossom eyes and looking curious. Mewtwo also sighed silently, worthy of being Hutao. Master Hu, funeral customs are the characteristics of each country, and the customs of the world I was in before may not be suitable for Liyu. So if you want to ask me about the funeral customs of other worlds, I think it's better to forget it. Mewtwo said to Hutao in a serious tone. Based on the situation of the Rebirth Hall, you don't need to worry about Mora's problem, right? Those businesses will take the initiative to find your Rebirth Hall, and it seems that you don't need to take the initiative to find them, right? Although the Rebirth Hall is the leader of Liyu's death and burial industry, the Rock King Emperor said it well, we must learn to keep pace with the times. If we slack off, then the Rebirth Hall will go downhill in the future. Hutao looked at Mewtwo in a serious tone. Zhongli, but I didn't ask you to hand out flyers for the Rebirth Hall on the street. Okay, Mewtwo covered his forehead. He found that he couldn't persuade Hutao at all. He turned to Hutao and asked, I came here this time to cooperate with Master Hu. To be precise, I want to win Master Hu to join my guild. For you, this is an opportunity. Huh, guild? Hutao crossed her arms and showed her ordinary airport to the fullest. She, who was originally a little cynical, became serious at this moment. She looked at Zhongli on the side. After seeing Zhongli nodded slightly, Hutao said, You didn't tell me what this guild does. Let me join, but it seems that Zhongli has joined your guild. Then I can join. Ding, you have joined the Dimension Guild. A voice sounded in Hutao's mind. After being alert for a moment, Hutao looked at Mewtwo curiously. So I can go to other worlds later. Yes, but you still have to carry out tasks to go to other worlds. Mewtwo reminded. Hutao chuckled. You can learn about the funeral culture of other worlds, and it is even possible to develop the Wangsheng Hall to other worlds. This guild seems to be particularly good. In addition, I have joined an organization with Keqing and Ningguang who are both 7 stars. In the future, even if someone wants to complain about our Wangsheng Hall, the 7 stars can solve it. Keqing. I was curious about who would join in the future, but I didn't expect it to be Master Hu. Welcome to at Hutao. Ningguang, welcome Master Hu to join the guild. Ganio's welcome Master Hu. Hutao, thank you, thank you. Everyone should help each other in the future, and please take care of me. These people are all high-level people in Liyu. For Hutao, joining such a guild is definitely a profit. It's a pity that Emperor Yan is not here, otherwise she will be able to hold a bigger thigh. By the way, Hutao, lend me your Eye of God for research. Suddenly, Mu Yang said to Hutao, "Oh, God's Eye. Would a being like you be interested in God's Eye?" Even as she said this, Hutao took off her God's Eye and threw it directly to Mu Yang, as if she was throwing away something worthless. Mu Yang took the God's Eye and looked at it carefully, and then returned it to Hutao. At the same time, the Eye of the God of Fire appeared in the guild store, and the Godhead of the God of Fire appeared in Mu Yang's private store. The next 3 attributes are grass, wind, and water. It is not difficult to gather the 7 elements of the God's Eye. Liyu has the God's Eye of these 3 elements. It is just a necessary means to make everyone stronger, Mu Yang explained softly. The ability of this guild is very useful, and there will be more and more abilities in the future. The more tasks you complete, the higher the level of the guild, and the more abilities the guild will have. But what about the tasks? Hutao looked at Mu Yang with burning eyes. There was no need for Mu Yang to pua Hutao. Hutao took the initiative to apply for the task. We just completed the task, there is no need to rush. Yang shook his head slightly. If you don't mind, how about Master Hu treat me to a meal? Why do you want me to treat? Hutao looked at Mu Yang in disbelief. Isn't this what Mu Yang the president does? Mu Yang chuckled. Shouldn't you entertain me, the president? Leaders don't need to spend money normally. Hey, this is a bad habit. Zhongli reminded him, 7-star salary is not low, don't do such things. I gave Mu Yang such a high position to let him develop Liyu and make Liyu better and better, not to let him eat a free meal. I didn't say I would do that. What you said seems to make sense. If so, then I will treat Wanmin Hall today. Hutao didn't care much. After all, treating people to dinner is just a drop in the bucket for her. So, I remember this seems to be Miss Ningguang's house. The food in Wangsheng Hall tastes pretty good, and it is a typical example of good quality and low price. Unfortunately, Xiangling seems to be traveling, which also made Mu Yang miss the opportunity to taste Xiangling's cooking. But after dinner, when Hutao accompanied Mu Yang to the residence that Ningguang had arranged for Mu Yang, Hutao was completely dumbfounded. After all, I am now a 7-star consultant and a guild partner. It is normal for Ningguang to lend me the previously abandoned house, right? Mu Yang spread his hands, but he sighed in his heart. Hutao looked at Mu Yang speechlessly. This house was Miss Ningguang's residence before she built the Jade Pavilion. The building area is more than 100 acres. Do you know how expensive 1 acre of land here is? Even if it is the accumulation of thousands of years in the Rebirth Hall, well, the Rebirth Hall can still afford this house. At the beginning, Ningguang also placed many of her collections here, but now it has been moved to the Jade Pavilion by Ningguang. Not long ago, someone saw that Ningguang hardly lived in this house and offered a price of more than 2 billion mora, but was finally rejected by Ningguang. Thinking of 2 billion mora, even Hutao was extremely envious. If she had 2 billion in cash, it would be enough for the Rebirth Hall to open to the 7 kingdoms. A house worth 2 billion, Ningguang is thoughtful. Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. This woman really has a heart of 7, clever and exquisite. If I didn't know you were the president, I would have suspected that you were the little white face kept by Tianquin's star. Hutao said in a strange tone. But just as she finished speaking, now Kua was hit by Mu Yang's knife. Hutao looked at Mu Yang in pain. How could this guy hit her? Okay, I haven't had a good rest for several days. I plan to take a shower. Master Hu, please do as you please. Thinking of the previous few days, Mu Yang felt uncomfortable. He actually slept on the street for several days. If he didn't eat and drink Zhongli's food frequently, Mu Yang would probably become the first person to starve to death after traveling to Teyvat. Mu Yang didn't wash properly these days. Mu Yang wanted to have a good rest. Hutao's plum blossom pupils flickered, and then she chuckled and said, "Then you can go and get busy, President, I won't bother you." After saying goodbye to Hutao, Mu Yang looked at his temporary residence. It was indeed a very good residence, but it was a pity that it was not his own. If there is a chance, he can prepare a residence in Liyu. Later, the Dimension Guild had to develop, and at the same time, it had to help Zhongli build Liyu. He still needed to work hard. A visitor from another world appeared in Liyu. The fact that he was appointed as a 7-star consultant by the Rock King soon spread to the ears of the people of Liyu. Not only the people of Liyu, but also the senior officials of other countries had heard the name Mu Yang. However, Mu Yang lived his life as he should. With the 5 million Mora sent by Ningguang, Mu Yang did not have to worry about Mora for a long time. Occasionally he was called out by Hutao and occasionally by Keqing. Mu Yang also browsed a lot of Liyu's scenery, which also made Mu Yang know more about Liyu. Mu Yang claimed to know Liyu better, but after all, this is a real world, and Teyvat is also a real planet. What you see in the game is not everything. Mu Yang also needs to know more about this world. As for Yujingtai, Mu Yang had never been there even once. Even if there was something to discuss, it seemed more convenient to go through the Dimension Guild. Ningguang's work efficiency was very fast. After unanimously agreeing to build Liyu Bank, Ningguang began to plan this matter. A large number of private banks on the verge of bankruptcy were acquired by Ningguang, which made Liyu Bank a large state-owned bank that was not inferior to the North Country Bank before it officially opened. This is just the beginning. It is conceivable that as time goes by, Ningguang can create a huge behemoth. The infiltration of Zhidong Kingdom into Liyu is multifaceted. They responded quickly, but facing the machine of Liyu, even if Zhidong Kingdom responded, what could it do? If you have the ability, let your Ice Queen come over. On this day, Mu Yang and Keqing were surveying near Giliyuan. Keqing looked at the deserted Giliyuan in the distance and said in a complicated tone, Mu Yang, do you think we can build Giliyuan later? It should be possible. Mu Yang naturally understood what Keqing was saying. Even on the continent of Teyvat, the resentment of the demons is not completely unsolvable. You have to believe that there are ways to solve the resentment of the demons in other worlds. Once the demon god's resentment is resolved, it will not be difficult to develop Giliyuan with Liyu's human and financial resources. Keqing looked into the distance in silence. When I passed by Giliyuan when I was a child, I was very curious. Why didn't Liyu develop such a large land? Later, I found out through reading the information that Liyu had such a past. Perhaps because of my personality, I wanted to find a way to solve the demon god's resentment problem in Giliyuan at that time, and then build it into a city that is not inferior to Liyu Port. If the demon god's resentment is resolved, this place will only be better than Liyu Port. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Whether it is the terrain or the environment, it is better here. Moreover, Liyu now also needs a lot of land. The houses and land in Liyu Port are too expensive. This is not conducive to the development of Liyu, and the development of Giliyuan has become particularly important. However, the demon god's resentment here cannot be resolved. After a pause, Mu Yang continued to add, in fact, with Morax's ability, it is not difficult to build an island in the ocean. These lands may not be suitable for farming, but they can also be used as residential land. However, Morax did not do so. I think he also wanted to see what humans can do on their own right. Keqing nodded thoughtfully. She agreed with Mu Yang's words. If it was the Rock God, the Rock King Emperor, he would be able to do this. Thinking of the few words that Zhongli had said from time to time before, Keqing also believed that the Rock King Emperor was cultivating the autonomy of humans. Thinking of this possibility, Keqing's heart became hot. She didn't want to seize power or anything, but wanted to prove the value of humans to the Rock King Emperor, just like a child wants to prove to his parents that they have grown up, and the children thank their parents for their efforts and prove that the other party's efforts are worth it. What should I do next? Where else can Liyu continue to build? What should I do next? What should I do? Keqing fell into deep thought. Seeing the girl like this, Mu Yang also showed a hint of smile at the corner of his mouth. Keqing, who worked hard like this, was particularly charming. While Mu Yang admitted that he was an LSB, he just coveted Keqing's body. That was high twin ponytails, which were indeed not something that ordinary people could resist. As a true lover of Keqing, even though a fat Keqing, with much higher damage than Keqing appeared in the future, Mu Yang's love for Keqing was true. The Abyss used Keqing to brush full stars, which was his own stubbornness. The Rock King Emperor considers a lot more things than us, but we humans have to find ways to solve the current predicament ourselves. Keqing and I are not as powerful as immortals in combat, but the Rock King Emperor still pulled us into the guild. I think he also wants to cultivate our abilities. Keqing sighed with sudden enlightenment. The Emperor is really far-sighted. I asked you to join, and it has nothing to do with him. And I just covet your bodies. In the past few days, there is another Zio in the chat group. As a loyal fighter around the Rock King, Zio will naturally not refuse Mu Yang's invitation, so the guild has one more combat power second only to Morax, and the guild store has one more item, the Eye of the Wind God. Mu Yang has an additional option for the Godhead of the Wind God. However, Mu Yang did not deliberately look for the Eye of the Water God and the Eye of the Grass God. After all, the Eye of the God is not very helpful to him, and he can't afford the Godhead. With this time, Mu Yang said that it would be better to study with Keqing how to develop Liyu. Keqing still enjoys this. In Keqing's opinion, if it weren't for Mu Yang, she wouldn't know that Mr. Zhongli was the Rock King. Now they are all members of the same guild and they are all their own people. They will be partners in the future. Keqing feels very comfortable when she comes out with Mu Yang, whether it is work or chat. The man in front of her seems to know her very well. It's just that sometimes, the other party feels a little hot when seeing her having fun, and Keqing doesn't know how to complain about it. But if there really is a day when Liyu needs her to marry Mu Yang, Keqing will not refuse. She doesn't hate Mu Yang. On the contrary, she likes chatting with Mu Yang very much. She is not Ningguang and she doesn't have the idea of being a bachelor. Maybe one day in the future she will find a virtuous wife who she likes to marry. After all, she still has parents and family. Maybe she won't find someone she likes at that time. However, if that person is Mu Yang, it seems not bad. Of course, all this will be discussed later. No one knows how much change the guild will bring to them in the future. What if she becomes an immortal in the future? By then, her parents and family will not be able to control her. Just as Mu Yang and Keqing were strolling on Gili Plain, the guild's reminder sounded in their minds. Found a dimensional commission from the Zongwu world. Buddhism, demonism, and aliens jointly attacked Wudang, helping Wudang to resist this catastrophe. Reward, 5,000 dimensional points up to 3 participants. Points are distributed according to contribution, and participants can get 5% of the total points at least. Hutao, here comes the task. How is this task? Is it difficult? Can I participate? Zhongli, Buddhism, demonism, and aliens are these special races. Mu Yang, they are all human beings, but they practice different skills and beliefs. Of course, I don't have a good impression of Buddhism. Most of the demons are also very murderous and have little moral bottom line. This task can be done. Keqing, 5,000 points mission. This should be something we can do, right? Mu Yang, yes, just one person is enough. Hutao, I want to participate. I haven't been to other worlds yet. Ningguang, I won't go. After all, my combat power is not that strong, and I need to deal with the Liyu Bank. I haven't closed my eyes for almost 20 consecutive hours. Ganyu, I won't go either. I'm helping Master Ningguang deal with the bank's affairs. I won't go either. Zhongli then let Xiao go. Does the president want to go together? Mu Yang's maid. You can see the situation through the Dimension Guild live broadcast. Of course, if no one participates, I can participate myself. Keqing, you should participate. After all, both of you are novices this time. Mu Yang's. Well, it's just me, Hutao, and Xiao. Returning to reality, Mu Yang turned to look at Keqing and asked, "Are you going back to Liyu Harbor directly or waiting for me here?" Keqing looked in a direction vaguely. "I'll wait for you here, and I have some things to deal with here." Is that so? It seems that some recent actions have made some people anxious and even followed the 7 stars. Mu Yang's face showed a hint of amusement, but he was not worried about Keqing's safety. After all, Morax said that Keqing has the talent of a sword master. And if he is not mistaken, Keqing now has an eye of the god of fire in addition to the eye of the god of thunder. Now that Keqing has 2 god's eyes, her strength has been further improved and ordinary people are really not her opponents. It's really a bit bold. A cold light flashed in Keqing's eyes. Like Mu Yang, he did not have the slightest good impression of the Fadui. If it weren't for the Rock King Emperor not allowing them to go directly to trouble the Fadui, Keqing would have gone to mess things up long ago. However, this time it wasn't her who went to trouble, it was the Fadui who followed her. Yes. Master, I'm sorry, it's me who brought disaster to Wudang, you just hand me over. In the Zixia Palace of Wudang Mountain, Zhang Quizhin knelt in front of Zhang Sanfeng and cried bitterly. Master, please take care of my poor Wuji. Master, let's fight those people. Yes, those people obviously came to trouble us Wudang, and even wanted to destroy us Wudang. Master, we can't compromise with them. Zhang Sanfeng looked like a Taoist immortal, and his eyes were full of disappointment when he looked at Zhang Quizhin. He was most optimistic about Zhang Quizhin before, thinking that his talent and character were the best among all the disciples, but he didn't expect that his disciple was very stupid. He said angrily, "Hand you over? How to hand you over? I am not dead yet. Those guys are just taking this opportunity to cause trouble for Wudang. This time, the Buddhist sect and the demon sect have united to get rid of us. They are coming for me, the Taoist, and Wudang. Even if there is nothing about you or Zai Zun, there will be other things. The righteous way and the demon way are no longer important at this time. Shaolin has already united with the demon sect. Does it still matter whether Wuding has any relationship with Zai Zun at this time? Zhang Quizhen looked at Zhang Sanfeng stupidly. His throat stammered for a while, but he couldn't say anything. Just when Zhang Sanfeng was about to say something, three figures appeared not far from them. Sensing the aura of the three people, Zhang Sanfeng frowned, then opened his brows again. He asked curiously, "Three friends, why are you here?" Just his words made Mu Yang's face subtle, and Hutao burst into laughter. "Demon Sage, did you hear it? He called you a friend, D. The great saint who conquers demons." Everyone focused their attention on the three people. This great saint who conquers demons is not a name that can be used casually, especially in Wuding. Facing the gazes of these people, Zio just folded his arms and looked around. This was also his first time to come to another world. However, it seemed that there were almost no people in this world who could threaten him. He only had to protect Mu Yang here and obey Mu Yang's command. After all, he is thousands of years old. It is indeed a very strange thing to be called a little friend. Mu Yang chuckled, and he looked at Zhang Sanfeng and said, "You are Zhang Sanfeng." Yes, Zhang Sanfeng was a little unsure of Mu Yang's intentions, but after all, he was at the top of this world, so he stood up and said, "We have been invited by a being to help you solve this crisis. Whether it is the problem of the demon sect, Shaolin, or the problem of aliens, we can solve it." Mu Yang said softly. "Of course, if possible, I want to make a deal with you." "Who?" Zhang Sanfeng suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at the enshrined Zhenwu statue in disbelief. This terrifying conjecture made Zhang Sanfeng a little unacceptable for a while. "We don't know either, this is just our mission." Mu Yang chuckled. He looked at Zhang Wuji, who was lying not far away, and glanced at Yu Dayan, who was paralyzed. "Of course, we can also tell you where the 9 Yang magic art is and how to treat Yu Dayan's legs and feet." "This, sir, please tell us the location of the 9 Yang magic art and how to rescue the third brother." Zhang Quizhen is very grateful. Zhang Quizhen and Yin Susu looked at each other, knelt directly in front of Mu Yang and kowtowed to him and begged. However, facing the pleadings of Zhang Quizhen and Yin Susu, Mu Yang did not respond directly, but looked at Zhang Sanfeng on the side. "What do you want, sir?" Zhang Sanfeng also bowed to Mu Yang. "We need a good technique to understand the characteristics of martial arts in this world. As for the 9 Yang magic skill, although I know where it is too far away and we don't have time to get it." Mu Yang stared at Zhang Sanfeng and said his request. Master, Mu Yang's words made the 7 heroes of Wuding stunned. Could this guy come to cheat the technique? After all, the existence of thousands of years is too absurd. But the other party did come to them without anyone noticing, and even their own master did not notice the other party's arrival. Zhang Sanfeng took out a secret book from his arms and handed it to Mu Yang, saying, "This is my Wuding Pure Yang Wujigong. If you don't mind, please take it. You are much more discerning than your disciples." Mu Yang looked at Zhang Sanfeng with a hint of admiration and did not say anything polite to him. He took it directly. "The 9 Yang manual is in the valley next to Zhuwu Lianhuanzhuang in Kunlun Mountain. There is an old ape there, and it is in his body." Zhang Sanfeng also showed a look of understanding when he heard it. "I thought it was in the oil before, but now I think I heard it wrong." At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng could almost conclude that what Mu Yang said was true. Thinking of this, Zhang Sanfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a top master in the world, he had no way to save Zhang Wuji from the cold poison. It was not that his pure Yang Wujigong was worse than the 9 Yang magical art. In fact, Zhang Sanfeng boasted that the pure Yang Wujigong, which contained his own martial arts insights of several decades, was no worse than the 9 Yang magical art. It was just that in terms of Yang, it was not as good as the 9 Yang magical art. "Great, Wuji is saved." Hearing the conversation between the two, the others showed joy. Although they still had to look for the 9 Yang magical art later, knowing the approximate location was enough for them. "Save? Are you talking about this child?" Hutao came to Zhang Wuji's side with a hop and a skip and looked at him carefully. "Cold air enters the body, isn't this easy to solve? Do you need me to solve it for you? Can the female hero solve the problem of Wuji's child?" Zhang Sanfeng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had felt that this woman was very dangerous before. If what the other party said was true, then his feeling might not be wrong. "It's not difficult. This is the first time I come to this world, so I'll be kind." Hutao took out the Homa staff, and butterflies composed of rich fire elements lingered around her. Soon, 2 butterflies floated to Zhang Wuji's body and soon merged into his body again. This scene made the others terrified. Is this action really possible? Where did the opponent's weapon escape from? "Okay," Hutao carried the Homa staff on her shoulder and laughed at several people. "So fast." Zhang Sanfeng hurried to Zhang Wuji's side, touched him for a while and smiled with relief. "Great, Wuji is fine." "Is it that simple?" Seeing this scene, Mu Yang couldn't help asking. After all, it's just cold air entering the body, which is not as good as ice element entering the body. The secret method of the rebirth hall can even solve the resentment of the devil entering the body. Speaking of this, Hutao's face was full of pride. Mu Yang suddenly realized that Hutao was raised by Zhongli after all, so it seemed normal for her to do this. As for Yu Dayan's problem, we just need to get the Black Jade ointment. This is the secret medicine of the Western region Shaolin Vajra sect. At the same time, his injury was also caused by them. Mu Yang explained softly, and then he looked outside the Zixale Palace. It seems that our mission target has arrived. It's almost time to act. Hearing Mu Yang mention the mission, Zio asked coolly, do we need to kill all the people outside? Zio has no hostility towards humans, but if it is for the mission, Zio doesn't mind doing something. Anyway, those people on the other side look like enemies and Zio feels greed in them. Demon Sage, please don't be angry, Zhang Sanfeng hurriedly comforted him. At this time, he did not doubt that the other party had the ability to do this. The cold poison that he was helpless against was easily solved by the little girl. Who knows if each of these people is a 1,000-year-old monster? It has to be faced, right? We are here to do this mission as well. Complete the mission as soon as possible. It will be good for you and for us. As long as the crisis in Wudang Mountain is resolved, it will be fine. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, and he gestured to Zio and Hutao, asking them to follow him. Of course, Mu Yang would not go to the extreme of killing all those people. Seeing Mu Yang and the other two walking out of the door, Zhang Sanfeng hurriedly told his disciples, let's go out too. It's not that he was worried that Mu Yang and the others couldn't solve the problem, but that they were too good. If they killed all the people at the scene, then the martial arts world would probably be cut off. When Mu Yang and the others came outside, the scene was already crowded with people. And there were people who came to celebrate Zhang Sanfeng's birthday, people who came to watch the fun, and people who came to help Wudang. Of course, there were more people who were targeting Wudang and Zhang Sanfeng. Seeing the three people coming out of the Zixale Palace, the group was also stunned for a moment. Who were these three people? Let's fight quickly, great sage conquering demons, please find all the hidden strong men. Mu Yang glanced around, stopped for a moment on a nun and a monk, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. He admitted that there were true masters in Buddhism, but forget about Shaolin and Amei. They were full of greed, anger, and ignorance, and it was unknown what kind of Buddhism they practiced. Is that so? Zio nodded thoughtfully, took out the Hepu Yuan, and disappeared from the scene in a flash. After a blink of an eye, he appeared nearly 1,000 meters away and poked at a figure. How is this possible? Zio's behavior instantly attracted everyone's attention, and when they saw the other party's speed like a ghost, they were even more shocked. Is this speed something that humans can do? You guys have the strongest aura, so you should be the mastermind behind this. Zio's voice was extremely cold. After saying that, he didn't give the other party a chance to speak, picked up the Hepu Yuan and poked at the other party. That's Pangbin and Bathsheba, sure enough they are here, Zhang Sanfeng said with a subtle look. He had already sensed the aura of some old friends. If they rushed forward, Wudang would be in danger this time. But now these people are in trouble. Thank the great Emperor Zhenwu. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng regarded Mu Yang and others as messengers sent by the great Emperor Zhenwu to the mortal world to rescue their descendants. Pang Ban and others obviously did not expect that this little brat would take the initiative to find him. But as a strong man, he waved his fist at Zio, but his invincible fist had no effect at all when facing Zio. He didn't even have the possibility of attacking Zio. Zio's figure flashed, and a gun stabbed Pang Ban's arm, instantly piercing Pang Ban's extremely strong arm and destroying his right arm. As a human, your strength is already very good. At this time, Zio already understood why Mu Yang asked for the skills from Zhang Sanfeng. Without the Eye of God, the strength shown by the other party is already very good. Even some holders of the Eye of God may not be as good as these humans. This is the result of human beings' own cultivation. Liyu's immortal method is obviously more powerful than these methods, but immortal methods are not something that ordinary people can master. The skills of this world are obviously more suitable for human practice, a system that is very different from the Eye of God. Thinking of this, Zio did not think of killing these people directly, but let Pangbin, Bathsheba, and even the people behind them attack him together. He needed to observe the attack strength of these people, and then cooperate with the Rock King to create some martial arts and moves. Liyu does have a lot of inheritance at present, such as swordsmanship and spearmanship, but just in terms of moves, the moves of this world are definitely not bad, and some are even considered top-notch in their world. Who is this? Is this something that humans can do? When Zio fought Pangbin, Bathsheba, and a group of masters from the Magic Master Palace alone, everyone was dumbfounded. You know, Magic Master Penguin Bathsheba, these people are all top masters in this world, but he fought against a group of them alone and he showed ease. This is definitely not a monster. Ah no, is it an immortal? Hutao, you should also do something. Mu Yang didn't mean to do it directly. After all, he could get 5,000 points by himself. If he tried to steal Hutao's points, it would be a bit bad. Is that so? Hutao suddenly realized. She glanced around and then set her sights on a monk hidden in the crowd. Your life breath is very evil, so let me be your opponent. After saying that, Hutao turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the other party. The flames flashed around her body. This scene made the others stunned. Where did these people come from? The skills they practice seemed to be different from theirs. What kind of magic is this? Nun Mieu couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw the strength that Hutao had burst out. She was not a person who didn't know anything. The master that Hutao faced was obviously also the top strong man in this world, but why could a little girl show such strength? But such words made Mu Yang dissatisfied. He walked towards Nun Mieu step by step. What are you going to do, you monster? I am not afraid of you. Nun Mieu glared at Mu Yang fiercely. She didn't really want to go against Wuding Mountain. The main reason was that Zhang Qisin knew the information about Zai Zun this time, which made Nun Mieu unable to remain calm. Whoever killed the Ming Jiao suddenly was her enemy. You really don't need to be afraid of me, but you called me a monster, that's your problem. Mu Yang's figure flashed, and he slapped Nun Mieu in the face. Before the other party had a chance to react, he slapped her in the backhand again, shouting, Monster Nun! Every time Mu Yang slapped Nun Mieu in the face, everyone was terrified. If such an attack fell on them, they might as well die. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Mu Yang himself didn't know how many times he slapped Nun Mieu. He stopped only after he saw her faint. He shook the blood off his hands and snorted into satisfaction. She is really uneducated. The great sage who conquers demons has become a demon in her mouth. He looked at Xiao in the distance and said loudly, It's almost time to end the battle. Mu Yang felt comfortable. To be honest, although Nun Mieu was not young, her skin was still good. This kind of slap felt really good. However, for Mu Yang, Nun Mieu was not guilty of death. He could see that Nun Mieu was really looking for Zai Zun. After all, for the Imei sect, Wuding was the biggest backer. Obviously, she was used by some people and used as a knife. But after hearing Mu Yang's words, others couldn't help but be shocked. The strength shown by Xiao had shocked everyone. This boy's strength was likely to be the best in the world. Even that girl was definitely one of the best masters in the world. You know, the one she was facing was the monk in Shaolin Temple. The strength shown by this monk was also the best in the world. Mu Yang knew that if it was just moves, the moves in this world might not be inferior to those circulated on the Teyvat continent. But in terms of the energy intensity in the body, it was obvious that even these top masters could not compare with the elemental force. However, it was a bit unscientific that Hutao could use elemental force unscrupulously in this world. Could it be related to the guild? Originally still constantly exploring the battles of the so-called martial arts world, Xiao had to admit that the humans in this world had evolved into different paths, and these moves and techniques were a good expansion for the people on the Teyvat continent. After all, those who could get the Eye of God were still rare. However, since Mu Yang had already started to urge him, Xiao would not continue to hesitate. He believed that the Rock King Emperor should have seen his previous battles, and he would make some decisions later, right? Mu Yang already had the pure Yang Wuji Gong in his hands, which was enough for them to start exploring a new path. Disappear now. With a cold snort from Xiao, a terrifying aura lingered around him, and even Xiao's aura was twice as strong as before. Xiao's figure flickered, and in an instant, masters such as Pang Ban and Ba Shiba fell to the ground one after another, with a blood hole on their bodies, and one strike killed them all. After all these people died, Xiao's figure disappeared again and appeared beside Mu Yang like a personal bodyguard. On the other side, Hu Tao's battle was also in full swing. Hu Tao completely suppressed the sweeping monk. It can be imagined that if this continued, the other party would be sent to the afterlife by Hu Tao sooner or later. Thank you, sir, and the great sage who subdues demons to come down to the world to kill demons. All of this was seen by Zhang Sanfeng, and he was even more convinced that Mu Yang and Xiao were sent down by the Emperor Ziwei. Otherwise, people would not be so powerful. Zhang Sanfeng claims to be the top powerhouse in this world. He feels that he can't do much better than Pang Ban when facing Xiao. The other party's identity is obvious, that is, the immortal. Thinking of the deal made by Mu Yang before, Zhang Sanfeng thought that the other party might be curious about their meager power. Without hesitation, Zhang Sanfeng fumbled in his arms for a while, took out several secret books and handed them to Mu Yang, saying, "This is my Wuding secret book, please don't dislike it, Mr. Mu Yang. Thank you very much." Mu Yang looked at Zhang Sanfeng with great appreciation. In exchange, I will tell you a secret. The matter of your third disciple was done by the Western Region Vajra sect and the people of Ryang Palace of the Yuan dynasty. The black jade intermittent ointment you are looking for is also in Ryang Palace, but be careful, the people over there are very cunning. Thank you very much, Zhang Sanfeng smiled heartily. Zhang Sanfeng is not a person who is easy to talk to, at least he will not talk to the enemy well. Don't believe it. Jiazi Dangmo will find out. What could be happier than seeing his third disciple get revenge and have a chance of recovery? This scene made the others look at each other in bewilderment. All the sects and schools knew what kind of person Zhang Sanfeng was. If he was in a good mood, it would be normal for him to give some advice. He was indeed a great master. But they had never seen Zhang Sanfeng give away all his martial arts. At this moment, the battle on Hutao's side was completely over. The sweeping monk was pierced through the chest by Hutao's Homa staff and lost his voice. The Shaolin monk who came with the sweeping monk couldn't even think of revenge at this moment. If Hutao's strength was still within their tolerance range, then Xiao's strength was a dimensionality reduction attack for them. It seems that no one will come to disturb your birthday mood today. Mu Yang glanced at the scene and said to Zhang Sanfeng, "You are here, who dares to make trouble? Ding, complete the mission from the Zongwu world and help Wuding Mountain resolve the crisis. Reward member Xiao gets 3,500 points, Hutao gets 1,000 points, and President Mu Yang gets 500 points. The guild gets 50 points, please keep up the good work, President and members." The system's prompt sounded, and Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. These people are still quite capable of seeing the times. The crisis of Wuding has been resolved, and it's time for us to leave. Mu Yang thought for a moment and said to Zhang Sanfeng meaningfully, "Some people's behavior looks pitiful, but they did do bad things. It's impossible to forgive them just because they have a tragic past, right? The so-called distinction between good and evil is indeed a bit absurd, but people who do bad things are definitely evil, aren't they?" Zhang Sanfeng was silent after hearing this. He understood that the person Mu Yang was talking about was Zai Zun. From Zhang Quizhan's mouth, Zhang Sanfeng also knew about Zai Zun's past. This was indeed a pitiful person, but Mu Yang was right. Zai Zun did do a lot of unforgivable bad things. This disciple of mine has a bit of a wrong outlook on life. Or is it that after staying overseas for 10 years, his brain has become abnormal? Let's go, Mu Yang glanced at Xiao and Hutao and then chose to return. Guild President Mu Yang. Guild level 2 200 500. Guild members 710. Personal points 27,000. Points are still not enough. As Mu Yang's mind moved, he took the two of them and disappeared in front of everyone. The three people's ascension in broad daylight made everyone exclaim in surprise, and their eyes looking at Zhang Sanfeng became fanatical. No wonder Zhang Sanfeng respected these people so much. It turned out that these people were immortals. Only this answer can explain why Zhang Zhenren was so powerful. It turned out that he was related to immortals. Maybe the immortals also think that Zhang Sanfeng can become an immortal in the future. We must have a good relationship with Zhang Sanfeng and Wuding. Mu Yang and the other two went directly back to the headquarters of the Dimension Guild. At this moment, Zhongli had already arrived here and was waiting. "It seems you have been waiting here for a long time." Mu Yang directly handed the skills that Zhang Sanfeng gave him to Zhongli. "Do you think these things can be promoted in Liyu?" Zhongli took the skills, opened the secret book and flipped through it, then glanced at Hutao beside him and said softly, "Most of the skills currently passed down in Liyu were passed down by the Rock King Emperor and many immortals during the Demon God War. But they are the skills of immortals. Even after being modified by the Rock King Emperor and immortals, they are not necessarily the most suitable for humans. But these skills were developed by humans themselves. Although they are not humans from the same world, they are surprisingly compatible." After a pause, Zhongli continued to add, "In the Zongwu world, it may be difficult to succeed in cultivation, but if you practice on the Teyvat continent, the speed of cultivation is much faster than in the Zongwu world. The elemental power between heaven and earth and in food can allow practitioners to succeed in cultivation in a short period of time, and even the upper limit is improved. It is not impossible to be comparable to an ordinary holder of the Eye of God. If it is Master Hu, it may take less than 2 years to successfully practice this pure Yang Wujigong. How much help will it be for me?" Hutao looked at Zhongli with expectation. She didn't think Zhongli would deceive her in this regard. "It will help you somewhat. It can help you improve some of your strength and even improve your endurance. The side effects of your use of the secret method of the Wangsheng Hall will also decrease." Zhongli said softly, "However, you don't need to practice too hard. 2 years is enough time for many things to happen. Maybe there will be better methods by then. Is that so? I'll study and practice first. Then Hutao looked at Mu Yang and asked, President, can these things be taught to the employees of the Wangsheng Hall? After all, the business of the Wangsheng Hall often needs to be done in the wild and occasionally face those monsters. Some strength is still needed as a means of life-saving. I have no objection. You can arrange it yourself, but don't spread it to other countries for the time being. Mu Yang spread his hands, indicating that it didn't matter. Ugh. After chatting for a few words at the guild headquarters, Mu Yang returned to the continent of Teyvat. What caught his eye was Keqing's pretty face. Seeing her appearance, Mu Yang showed curiosity on his face. It seems that you have met a strong enemy. At this moment, Keqing's clothes were a little wrinkled, and there were holes in her hair, which made Mu Yang feel distressed. This is hair which be **** demated. Well, at the beginning it was a frost servant. I spent some effort to defeat him, but a guy wearing a mask came out later and fought with me. Considering that the other party had 2 people, I let the other party take the person away. When mentioning this, Keqing's face also showed annoyance. If I hadn't exchanged the Eye of the God of Fire recently, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to be the opponent of the other party. The guy wearing a mask. It seems to be the executive officer of the Fadui. Mu Yang stroked his chin and analyzed. It seems that some people are beginning to get restless. Keqing nodded slightly. I think so too. But according to the agreement between us and the Kingdom of Winter, if they want to send an executive-level person here, they must report to our Liyu officials. It seems that those guys are not honest. After returning to Liyu port, I need to ask them to give an explanation. In fact, you can say that you were assassinated. The Fatui assassinated the 7 stars of Liyu, which should allow the other party to cut a lot of meat. It's a pity that you didn't get any evidence. The Frost Servant was also rescued by someone. Mu Yang was a little regretful. Forget it, let's go and then slowly find a way to target the executive. This time's harvest will be of great help to Liyu. You can also study it. Yeah, Keqing didn't refuse after hearing this. Keqing also paid attention to the talks in the guild, and she also planned to practice those skills later. It is said that this time, Mu Yang also brought swordsmanship, which is what Keqing cares about the most. Once upon a time, she wanted to become the swordsman of Teyvat. It's a pity. Mu Yang's next words made Keqing stunned, but soon she also sighed. Yes, the Frost Servant was not caught and the other party did not leave any evidence. Otherwise, the Fatui could have let the Fatui bleed hard. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. I mean, you didn't twist your foot or anything, so I can take you back. Keqing, so you want me to twist my foot? No, you want to hug me. At this moment, Keqing finally confirmed one thing: Mu Yang was interested in her, which made Keqing feel mixed emotions but also a little excited. It should be said that as a handsome guy, Mu Yang, who has excellent abilities and can bring huge benefits to Liyu, does have a great advantage in this regard. In Keqing's opinion, Mu Yang was showing his feelings in disguise, so she also needed to consider how to get along with Mu Yang in the future. Can you tell me more about your previous world? Keqing asked as she walked. The world I was in before was a very interesting world. If you go to the flower planting family, you should like it very much. We are a country with infrastructure. Mu Yang walked while describing the situation on Blue Star, especially the flower planting family. Mu Yang's words made Keqing stunned. That world seemed to be much larger than the Teyvat continent, but the real estate companies mentioned by Mu Yang were really exaggerated. She thought her family was already powerful enough, but she didn't expect that the world Mu Yang was in before was much more exaggerated than theirs. In the North Country Bank, young Master Tartaglia looked at the Frost servants below with dissatisfaction. Waste, he was actually captured alive by Yu Hengxing. Please forgive me, my lord. The strength of Liyu Yu Hengxing is obviously inconsistent with the intelligence. I felt the power of the fire element in the battle with him. She has mastered 2 elements. The Frost servant said with fear. Tartaglia also frowned when he heard this. Tartaglia had discovered this before, but he thought he was wrong. After all, apart from them, which human can master 2 elemental powers? But now that the Frost servant said so, it seems that Liyu's Yu Hengxing has indeed mastered 2 elemental powers. That Yu Hengxing is indeed a little bit wrong, but she can't have the evil eye. It seems that I need to test that Yu Hengxing more. Tartaglia's face was full of excitement. Keqing is very strong, which Tartaglia had already felt. He thought that the other party's martial arts were excellent, not inferior to his own. Unless he used the power of the evil eye, it would be difficult to defeat Keqing. The Frost servant opened his mouth and found that he could not speak. Yusupov on the side hurriedly reminded. My lord, if you do this, Liyu will catch the handle and it will bring us huge trouble. I know, but if I go to fight Yu Hengxing in the name of sparring, Liyu should not refuse, right? After all, this matter is related to Liyu's reputation. Tartaglia stroked his chin. You go and arrange it. I will enter the country in the name of the envoy of the Kingdom of Winter in a few days. I came to Liyu. It should be impossible to hide it. Yusupov nodded slightly. Will Liyu's Yu Hengxing agree to this? The next day, Mu Yang had just gotten up and washed up when he saw Keqing hurried in. Mu Yang, the Kingdom of Winter has sent a letter. Tartaglia will come to Liyu as an envoy in a few days. This makes it impossible for me to blame the Kingdom of Winter. Besides, he came to Liyu in the name of challenging me. Young Master Tartaglia, Mu Yang frowned. It seems that they are targeting you, by the way you have fought with the Frost Servants in Tartaglia before. Did you use the element of fire? Keqing's expression changed. Recently, I have been developing the fire element. In the previous battle with them, I did use the fire element. So they are coming for my two gods' eyes. After all, no one on the continent of Teyvat has ever mastered the gods' eyes of two elements, right? Mu Yang looked at Keqing's god's eye. The guild is still quite considerate. At first, Mu Yang thought that Keqing needed to disguise herself when she wore two gods' eyes. But in fact, the guild mall directly integrated the power of the Eye of Vulcan into the power of the Eye of Thunder. I am afraid that no one except Keqing and the members of the guild can know that Keqing's Eye of God is so special. Then Mu Yang continued to add, however, the Fadui also have something called the Evil Eye. For example, Tartaglia has this ability. Once the Evil Eye is released, his strength will be much stronger than usual. If you want to fight him, I am afraid you will encounter huge troubles. The Evil Eye. I have never seen the Evil Eye, but from what you said, Tartaglia did not use his full strength when fighting with me before. Keqing was extremely unwilling to learn this information. Keqing has always been very confident in her own martial arts. Among her peers, except Hutao, no one can fight, but Hutao's inheritance is much better than hers. Now that she knows that she may not be able to defeat Tartaglia, it is still based on the improvement of her strength. It would be strange if Keqing could feel comfortable. The Evil Eye is related to the resentment of the demon god. Although it is very harmful to the body and may even affect the life of the user, it still has a great blessing on the user. Mu Yang explained the Evil Eye in a low voice. The resentment of the demon god. Keqing frowned when she heard it. She didn't expect that the Fatui were much crazier than she imagined, and they even dared to use and study the resentment of the demon god. Suddenly, Keqing's mind changed. Mu Yang, do you think I should exchange for an Eye of God? If two Eyes of God can't beat Tartaglia, what about three Eyes of God? Three gods' eyes should be a blessing to you, but it's better not to exchange them now. You haven't even developed the fire element god's eye yet. If you exchange for other gods' eyes now, it will be more or less not worth the loss. Theoretically, your strength should be in a rapid improvement period. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Moreover, with more gods' eyes, the consumption of the body will also increase, and the improvement of strength still needs to be gradual. But I don't feel that you are making gradual progress, Keqing muttered, but it might not be easy for her to defeat Tartaglia. She doesn't want to lose to Tartaglia. After all, she will represent Liyu, and the other party will represent the Kingdom of Winter. She is one of the 7 stars of Liyu, and the other party is also an executive of the Fadui. After a long time, Keqing smiled bitterly and said, "This battle is inevitable, I can't refuse it. You have mastered the martial arts of the Rock King, and I would like to trouble you to give me some guidance next." Of course. My requirements are very strict. Mu Yang did not refuse after hearing this. After all, it is normal to practice martial arts with some physical contact, right? So, on the other side, at the headquarters of the Knights of Favonius, Jean handed a letter to Lisa in front of her. Lisa, take a look. Lisa took the letter and scanned it, her eyes flickering. Actually, I had some doubts before, but I didn't find any pictures of Teverin in the library, so it's hard to explain to you. But the information from Liyu seems to be true. After all, there are immortals in Liyu, so it's understandable that they recognize Teverin. Jin was silent for a long time and she smiled bitterly at her best friend. Lisa, do you think we are ridiculous? We can't even recognize the followers of the former guardian of the Four Winds, the god of Wind Barbatos. If Lord Barbatos knew, he would probably be even more disappointed in us. Jin, this is not your fault. After all, Teverin has not appeared for 500 years, and Lord Barbatos has not appeared for 500 years. Now the people of Monde have reached their limit of patience with Teverin, and the people are calling for us to get rid of the Wind Dragon. Lisa reminded Qin with a serious face. Jin seemed to have thought of something and asked Lisa, "Lisa, do you think we can release Teverin's identity? In this way, everyone's tolerance for Teverin will be magnified." But this will also damage the reputation of the Four Winds Guardian, and the Fadui may do something. For example, the propaganda is that even the Four Winds Guardian has begun to attack Moaned, and whether we Moaned and the Knights of Favonius have done something wrong. What will happen at that time, I believe you can understand, Chin. When Lisa said this, she was also helpless. As a Moaned person, Lisa knows Moaned well. They are all a group of troublesome people. If you ask them not to urinate and defecate anywhere, they will shout that this is their freedom. Tell them not to get drunk in public, they will say it is their freedom. When the Knights of Favonius manage them, they will say that the Knights of Favonius are depriving them of their freedom. If they manage them a little more strictly, they will say that this is following the old path of Old Mondstadt, which is a kind of slavery and exploitation. Let me ask, under such circumstances, can the Knights of Favonius still manage Mondstadt well? They want to do something, and a hat of restricting freedom is directly put on them. Even the Knights of Favonius can't stand it. If this is really done, Lisa is very suspicious that Jean is likely to be as stinking as the Lawrence family in the past. If it weren't for the fact that this is a country she cares about and there are her best friends here, Lisa would not want to return to Mondstadt at all. At this time, if Tevelin's identity is announced in the eyes of those people, it must be that the rulers of Mondstadt have done something that disappointed Tevelin. As for them forgetting Tevelin themselves, oh, how could this be their fault? Even the Knights of Favonius and the Church of Favonius didn't recognize Tevelin, how can they be blamed? Chin imagined the situation at that time and her face became stiff. So what should they do now? However, there is still plenty of time now and the people are still very patient with Teverin, so we can at least delay it for a few months. Then Lisa continued to comfort him. Maybe we can find out the reason why Teverin destroyed Moaned in a few months. I don't think that as a follower of the Wind God, Teverin will attack Moaned just because Moaned has forgotten him. At this point, Lisa also smiled bitterly. Chin was silent directly. This is indeed a big problem for them. She rubbed her brows with a headache. Regarding Lord Teverin, not only the Knights of Favonius don't have many records, but there are also not many records in my family. This is our fault. As Moaned people, we actually forgot the Four Wind Guardians who protected Moaned. This is indeed a bit ruthless. Speaking of the latter, Jean also laughed at herself. This is not just her problem, but also the problem of the predecessors of the Knights of Favonius and her own ancestors. Suddenly, Jean stood up and said to Lisa in a firm tone, "Lisa, I decided to go to Liyu. Since Liyu can analyze Teverin's identity, then they probably know more about Teverin than we do. Maybe they know why Teverin harassed us in Moaned. I need you to continue investigating in Moaned." Lisa frowned but still nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to go and come back quickly. I can't take charge of the overall situation in Moaned." As Jean's best friend, Lisa knows how much burden this girl has on her. Just the affairs of Moaned are enough to keep Jean busy. Now there is the matter of Teverin, and the Fadui have not been very honest recently. All of this needs Jean to be in charge personally. Well, I travel light, and it will take at most 7 days to go back and forth. Chin quickly made a decision. Moaned has recently had some problems with supplies due to Teverin's harassment. We can take this opportunity to buy some special supplies from Liyu. Moaned is a country with a large grain supply. Because of the special climate and environment, even if they don't need to work, Moaned will never lack grain, and they can even use it to make wine. But some other things may be self-sufficient at ordinary times, but now there are problems with daily production, so they need to import from Liyu. Like this, lower the angle of the sword by 3 degrees, maybe this will be better. Look at this Teyvat Xuanmen sword, it is no worse than your previous swordsmanship. That world is just a world that restricts them. The moves are of great help to us humans. You need to integrate these swordsmanship into your own combat system. As long as you do this, you will be the sword master of Liyu. In fact, I feel that it is better for you to connect the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams sword at this time. Of course, in a battle, things change rapidly and anything can happen. Maybe this is not wrong. Keqing, don't tighten your waist too much. Asterisk hole, where are you putting your hands? Keqing, with a flushed face, protested to Mu Yang. She originally thought that Mu Yang would be a gentleman, and the relationship between the two sides would develop step by step. But she asked Mu Yang to teach her sword moves, and she also wanted to learn some of the martial arts of the Rock King. After all, Mu Yang was taught by the Rock King and practiced the immortal method of the Rock King. The martial arts also belonged to the Rock King, and he used the Eye of the Rock God. This was definitely a little Rock King. Although this was a super youth version of the Rock King was someone who could be admired from a distance and not played with. Mu Yang and herself were also in love. Of course, Keqing admired the emperor like a father, but Mu Yang's words were different. But was Mu Yang a little anxious, or did other worlds like to be so fast? No, it seemed that it was not just other countries. There were some countries on the continent of Teyvat where the relationship between men and women developed very quickly, such as Mondstadt and Fontaine. Some men and women could go to bed and get married on the first day they met. This made Keqing a little overwhelmed, but Mu Yang's teachings were really useful to her. Moreover, she seems to like getting along with Mu Yang like this. If I don't do this, how do I know that your waist is very tight? Do you think I will believe what you say if you say this? Just as the two were flirting, the guild's prompt came into their ears. Discover the Dimension Commission from the Pokémon world. Persuade Mewtwo to give up the idea of revenge on humans and help Mewtwo get rid of all troubles. Reward 30,000 Dimension Points up to 5 participants. Points are distributed according to contribution, and participants can get 5% of the total points at least. 30,000 Dimension Points. If I remember correctly, the last Nine-Tailed quest only had 25,000 points. This time, this Mewtwo can be rewarded with 30,000 points. Does it mean that this Mewtwo is stronger than the Nine-Tailed? At this time, Keqing didn't care that her waist was held by Mu Yang's hands, and the other party's breath could even blow on her neck. She still cares about the task. Although she only did 2 tasks, Liyu has begun to benefit. The Wudang Mountain skills have already begun to be learned by the Liyu high-level officials and will be promoted within the Keqing army later. At that time, the overall strength of the Keqing army will surely be greatly improved. In recent days, Keqing got up in the morning and pulled Mayang to do morning exercises, no practice. She used the noon and afternoon to handle government affairs, and returned home at night to practice the pure Yang Wuji Gong. Even though the practice time was still short, Keqing still felt that her strength was improving by leaps and bounds. Those people in the martial arts world may seem to be weak, but it cannot be said that these martial arts are no good. This is just the beginning. Keqing believes that with the passage of time, Liyu's strength will become stronger and stronger. But the task of 30,000 points is a bit too difficult, right? Jiue has the strength of a demon god, so what about this task? Mu Yang, we can't just fight against each other this time. After all, the target is a god, and a god created by humans. Zio, if the opponent is a god, then this mission may require the Rock King to take action. Zhongli, in that case, I'll participate in this mission. I'm also curious about the gods of other worlds, or gods that can be created by humans. Hutao, hey, what does this mean? Could it be that Zhongli is the Rock King? Mu Yang. Zhongli is Morax, don't you know? Hutao, why should I know? I always thought he was a fairy from Liyu. But how could Zhongli be the Rock King? How could the Rock King send the bill to the past, Shangtang? Shouldn't he just make Mara and pay for it? Keqing, I thought you were the first to know, Master Hu. Ningguang, even if you didn't know before, you should have found out after entering the guild. Hutao, damn it, so I'm the only one who doesn't know. Zhongli, you have to give me an explanation. Zhongli, as Zhongli, I'm just a guest of the Shangtang, not the Rock King Emperor Morax. As for Mara, as a mortal, Zhongli can't make Mara. This is the rule. Hutao, is that so? Forget it, just assume that what you said is right. Keqing, what about this mission? The Emperor will participate, and Mu Yang should also participate, right? After all, except you, we don't know the situation of this world. Mu Yang, I will participate. The unique creatures in this world are very interesting. If possible, I want to bring some back. Keqing, in that case, I will go and take a look. Ningguang, I will not participate. Ganyu should not participate either. We are busy with work. The affairs of Liyu Bank consumed a lot of Ningguang's energy. Keqing should have participated in it, but considering that Daedalus wanted to challenge Keqing, Ningguang didn't want Keqing to focus on these things. I hope Keqing can improve her strength as much as possible in a short period of time. Zio, in that case, I will also take action. Hutao, I will also participate. It just so happens that I also want to see if there is anything that the president cares about. Mu Yang, by the way, the guild seems to be able to upload information. I will upload the information of this Pokémon world. You can check the information first, and then go to the Pokémon world together. Ding, President Mu Yang has uploaded the Pokémon world information. Seeing Mu Yang upload the information, others downloaded and checked it. Keqing. Is this Pokémon, with their help, will it be easier to deal with monsters in the future? Zhongli, it depends on whether Pokémon can reproduce in this world. Moreover, the gods in the Pokémon world may not be weaker than me. I can't be too arrogant after entering. I should not be a match for the god of creation. Zhongli was also full of emotion at this moment. There are all kinds of things in the world. In the continent of Teyvat, he is already a strong man, but now there are beings stronger than him at any time, which makes Zhongli very difficult to deal with. If Asmodeus were in this world, he would probably doubt his life, right? Mew Yang, it shouldn't be difficult to get Mewtwo to give up revenge this time when we enter the Pokémon world. But it's a bit difficult to help him solve the subsequent troubles. After all, those guys from Team Rocket hide very deeply. If they are not solved, Mewtwo will probably continue to be hunted by them. Hutao, what's so difficult about this? Just bring Mewtwo to Teyvat. Anyway, our immortals are all similar, let the Emperor make it an immortal. Zio. Offended Mew Yang, it seems that it's not impossible. Zhongli, let's see its attitude then. In the Pokémon world, in Mewtwo's castle, the confrontation between the two sides has begun. Xiaoji and his team have discovered Mewtwo's identity. It is not a human but a Pokémon. A group of trainers are also angered by Mewtwo's words. I don't care if you are a Pokémon or a human, you have no right to say such things. You are not allowed to hurt Pikachu and the others. Xiaoji said this and rushed towards Mewtwo quickly, smashing into Mewtwo's protective barrier, instantly sending Xiaoji flying backwards. It seems we are here at the right time. The 5 figures of Mew Yang and his group appeared on the path where Xiaoji was flying backwards. Zhongli caught Xiaoji and let him land safely. This scene made everyone, including Mewtwo, look over here. Who are you? Are you not human? Mewtwo stopped at several people, especially at Zhongli and Xiao. It could feel that these two were not human. Not human? Others looked at Mew Yang and others with curious eyes. Could it be that this was also a Pokémon? Zhongli walked forward slowly, looked around again, and finally looked in one direction, saying lightly, "The breath is very similar to yours, Mewtwo. I think it should be Mew." Mewtwo? Where? Hearing Zhongli mention Mewtwo, the terrifying breath on Mewtwo gushed out. It no longer cared whether Zhongli and others were human. For Mewtwo, nothing is more important than Mewtwo. Surpassing Mewtwo, or even killing Mewtwo, this seems to be the meaning of Mewtwo's birth. At this time, the others really felt the breath of Mewtwo, which was not comparable to ordinary Pokémon. Before, the opponent did not fight seriously at all. Meow. The pink kitten-like Mew quietly appeared beside Mew Yang and his group, and its clear and flawless eyes looked at them curiously. Like Mewtwo, Mew also saw that Zhongli and Xiao were not human. Even Keqing, Hutao, and Mew Yang seemed to be very different from humans. In this world, humans have special abilities, but it is obvious that Mew Yang and his group are not superpowers or wave guides. But these humans are completely different from ordinary humans. So cute! The appearance of Mew made Keqing exclaim instantly, "How could there be such a cute creature?" You finally came out. Mewtwo saw Mew coming, his eyes were full of ferocity, his hands were clenched, and a blue-purple energy ball appeared in his palms, shooting towards Mew. Faced with such a crisis, Menghuan seemed not to notice it, but instead kept his eyes fixed on Zhongli. Ah, Zhongli sighed lightly when he saw this. Even he felt that Menghuan was very cute. This pure feeling that healed people's hearts made him feel that his wear and tear seemed to have slowed down a lot. It's a pity that Menghuan can't be brought to the continent of Teyvat. After all, Menghuan is closely related to this world. According to the information provided by Mew Yang, Menghuan is connected to the Tree of the Beginning of the World, and the Tree of the Beginning of the World is related to this world. They can't guarantee that they can come to this world later, so they can't take Menghuan away. However, when the energy ball was about to hit Menghuan, a dark yellow shield rose around it. Wonderful, Menghuan laughed secretly when he saw this. These people are really good. You are not a human. Mewtwo also set his eyes on Zhongli. Are you here to help it? I am here to save you, Zhongli sighed lightly. Do you know that you have been deceived by the rockets? Deceived? Do you mean they want to use my power to conquer the world? Mewtwo sneered disdainfully. Mewtwo did not have the slightest good impression of the rockets. Although those guys created me, they just wanted to use my power. During this period, they deceived me several times, which made Mewtwo have no good impression of the rockets. Then do you know what Mew's identity is? Zhongli explained slowly. Mew is the origin and ancestor of almost all Pokémon. Although you are a copy of Mew, what are the other Pokémon? You were created by humans, so can it be understood that you are actually the descendant of Mew with more cells? Mewtwo, at this point seems to make sense. It's just that Mewtwo couldn't accept it for a while. As for humans, some humans are good and there are also bad people. You can deny all humans because of some people. Then, Zhongli said again, I am in other worlds, managing tens of millions of humans, guiding humans forward, and also protecting them as gods. What other world? This time Mewtwo couldn't stay calm anymore. As you can see, there are worlds outside the world. The Pokémon world you are in is actually a world created by Arceus. Team Rocket lied to you that you are the strongest Pokémon, but whether it is you, Mew, or even me, when facing Arceus, I'm afraid there is no power to fight back. What? Arceus, why don't I know anything? Mewtwo was stunned. It looked at Mew on the side and found that it didn't seem to be curious or surprised. Obviously, Mew knew Arceus the Pokémon. Whether it is human or Pokémon, they can find the meaning of their existence, and so can you. Mewtwo was silent and then looked at Zhongli with burning eyes and whispered, "Fight with me." "After defeating you, can I let go of your anger?" Zhongli asked softly. "I don't know, but I feel that you are very strong. Please use your strongest power to defeat me." "I want to fight a strong opponent." Mewtwo looked at Zhongli with burning eyes. As for Mew, Mewtwo didn't care anymore. Although the opponent seemed very strong, Mewtwo felt that he had surpassed Mew in IQ. Even if the opponent's strength is stronger than his own now, Mewtwo felt that he had surpassed Mew. "The strongest move," Zhongli's expression condensed, "then it's as you wish. How about fighting outside?" "Okay." Mewtwo naturally understood what the other party meant. Anyway, it was easy for him to destroy the house. He might not even be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle. Immediately, the two left the castle. "Will the Emperor be okay?" Keqing asked worriedly. Although she was confident in the strength of the Rock King, the other party was also a god in this world. Miu Yang hugged the dream beside him, stroked it hard and said, "Don't worry, this world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but except for those top gods who rarely show up, no one can be Zhongli's opponent." Mewtwo's upper limit is very high, but it has not grown up after all. If Mewtwo grows to the top, maybe we need to worry about Zhongli, but now we don't need to worry. Miu Yang looked at Menghuan vaguely. He could sense that Menghuan's aura was much stronger than Mewtwo, but with Menghuan's personality, Menghuan would not fight seriously unless it was absolutely necessary. "These Pokémon are so cute. Miu Yang, let's take some Pokémon away later, shall we?" Keqing stopped on Pikachu for a moment and was also melted by the cuteness of this yellow-skinned mouse. She pulled Miu Yang's shoulder and begged in a tone. Miu Yang did not refuse. Pokémon like Pikachu are not particularly rare in this world. As long as you work hard to find them, it should not be a difficult task. Then take some Pokémon away. "It's a pity that Pokémon like Menghuan can't leave." Saying this, Miu Yang stroked Menghuan again, which made Menghuan scream in protest. "That's enough, stroking once is enough. Why are you thinking about stroking a second time?" "Haha, it's mainly because you're too cute." Miu Yang chuckled and then slowly walked towards the copy machine not far away. Although Mewtwo had left, the copy machine here was still running, and a large number of copy Pokémon were produced by the machine. Just because there was no order from Mewtwo, these copy Pokémon did not dare to act rashly. So, 5 kilometers away from Mewtwo's castle, Mewtwo and Zhongli were floating in the air facing each other. Zhongli stared at Mewtwo in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Come over, let me see your strength." "Be careful." Mewtwo concentrated his mind and put his own breath to the maximum. It opened a purple energy barrier around itself and then hit Zhongli. Just when Mewtwo was about to hit Zhongli, a golden shield rose around Zhongli. Mewtwo hit this golden shield and emitted a terrifying energy breath, but Zhongli still floated in the same place, completely motionless. Instead, the attacking Mewtwo flew backwards hundreds of meters away. Mewtwo looked at Zhongli in disbelief. The god from this other world seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. It took a deep breath, and with its hands in the air, Mewtwo condensed a wave missile with a diameter of nearly 5 meters, and then smashed it towards Zhongli. "Interesting." Zhongli crossed his arms, and a stronger shield rose around him. He crashed directly into the huge wave missile. Boom! When the wave missile fell on the shield, it caused a violent explosion, and a mushroom cloud rose with Zhongli as the center. Just watching this scene, Mewtwo did not show any joy. He looked at Zhongli's position with a serious expression, and saw Zhongli's figure flying out of the mushroom cloud and flying quickly towards Mewtwo's position. In the blink of an eye, Zhongli appeared in front of Mewtwo. Mewtwo quickly stretched out his arms to block in front of him. Zhongli's fists hit Mewtwo's arms fiercely. Feeling the huge force on his arms, Mewtwo felt that his arms no longer belonged to him. "Your energy is good in nature, but you don't know how to use your power. The energy is too scattered." As Zhongli's voice fell, Zhongli showed Mewtwo what a fancy beating is. Mewtwo could clearly feel that the opponent used the same strength and speed as himself, but the opponent in front of him did not have the slightest power to fight back. He was a weak chicken. At this time, Mewtwo gradually began to recognize his identity. Moves are very important. Looking at your world, there should be many traditional moves. Those moves are good, but fighting cannot be bound by tradition. You must learn to adapt. Zhongli beat Mewtwo while teaching him. "I have never fought with other gods in your world, but their control of power is definitely better than yours. The Mew just now made me feel dangerous. You are very talented. I can sense that you have begun to improve yourself in the battle, but this is not something that can be achieved overnight. If you don't master your own power well, you may lose to a weaker guy in the future. Mewtwo is worthy of being created by the Rocket Team to surpass Mewtwo. His talent in fighting is indeed strong. Under Zhongli's teaching, Mewtwo's fighting skills are rapidly improving. Even his own superpowers are stimulated under Zhongli's guidance and are used by Mewtwo in battle from time to time. It's just that its superpowers didn't play any role for Zhongli. Thank you. After the two separated, Mewtwo looked at Zhongli with a complicated expression and said softly. At this time, if Mewtwo can't see that there is a huge gap between him and Zhongli, then his brain is useless. Zhongli shook his head slightly. You are very talented and you may be able to grow to my level in the future. It may take a long time and you don't need to be discouraged. After all, I have lived for more than 6,000 years, and I have experienced the Demon God War and fought many demon gods. I have been fighting almost since I was born, and you were born not long ago. Are there many battles over there? Mewtwo's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he looked at Zhongli with burning eyes and asked. There have been no large-scale battles for almost 500 years, but it won't be long before a new round of war will start. Even I may perish in such a war. Zhongli explained without hiding it. Can I go to your world? After hesitating for a while, Mewtwo explained. When I was created, those humans told me that I was a copy of Mew and the strongest Pokémon. They wanted to use my power to rule the world. I saw their ambitions. They were very cruel to Pokémon. I don't know if I am a Pokémon. I destroyed their base and escaped. However, I know they will continue to look for me. I originally wanted to create a Pokémon army to fight them, but it seems good to leave this world with you. Besides, I also want to see what the world without Pokémon looks like. Listening to Mewtwo's self-narration, Zhongli's expression was also full of complexity. If you want to leave with me, I will naturally welcome you, but it is difficult for me to guarantee that we can return to this world later. I hope you can understand. Mewtwo was stunned and then soon he was relieved. How could it be easy to travel through the world? However, Mewtwo did not have much nostalgia for this world. I still want to leave with you, and I want to learn how to fight from you. Ding, complete the task from the Pokemon world. Persuade Mewtwo to give up the idea of revenge on humans and help Mewtwo get rid of all troubles. Reward members Zhongli gets 24,000 points. Zio gets 1,500 points. Hutao gets 1,500 points. President Mu Yang gets 1,500 points. Keqing gets 1,500 points. The guild gets 300 points. The guild level is upgraded to level 3. The guild store has been upgraded. Please keep up the good work. President and members. The guild store has been upgraded. Mu Yang was delighted. He didn't think this upgrade would be easy, and after this mission his strength would be greatly improved. Guild President Mu Yang. Guild level 301000. Guild members 715. Personal points 58,500. 50,000 points are enough for Mu Yang to exchange for a godhood. At that time, Mu Yang will directly ascend to godhood. Although Mu Yang does not know whether he will directly have the strength of godhood at that time, his strength will be greatly improved at that time. The tasks of Nine-Tailed Fox and Mewtwo are actually very suspenseful. If there is no Morax, it will be difficult for them to complete these tasks. Fortunately, Mu Yang pulled Zhongli into the group in advance, otherwise these tasks would really be desperate. You are here. Looking at Zhongli and Mewtwo who returned to the castle, he looked at Mewtwo and whispered, "Please erase their memories, otherwise it will be troublesome if people know about other worlds." Okay, Mewtwo did not refuse when he heard it. This is what he should do. Besides, it seems that these people are not good at these things. It seems that he still has advantages. Wonderful. Dreamy came to Mewtwo with her tail up and greeted it. Seeing Dreamy like this, Mewtwo's heart was extremely complicated. It didn't know what the relationship between it and Dreamy was. Was it a copy of each other or a child? Thinking that it was leaving this world and might not be able to return here in the future, Mewtwo's heart was also mixed, and a trace of reluctance rose in its heart. I'm leaving this world, you don't need to worry about Pokemon existing as your copy in the future, Mewtwo said with a complicated look. Dreamy tilted its head, and then Meo was different, and its words made Mewtwo's heart even more complicated. You mean whether it is an authentic or a copy, it is a life, and the birth of each life has its own meaning. I need to live for myself. I understand, Dreamy mother. Wonderful, Dreamy was still very happy at first, and it really hoped that Mewtwo could get on the right path. Mewtwo is special to it. Do you really think that it can't feel the birth of Mewtwo? If Mew really cared about these things, Mew would have no chance to be born, but Mew still acquiesced to Mew's birth. Realizing that something might happen to Mew, Mew hurriedly followed. Now the child is on the right path. As for whether he can see him again in the future, Mew doesn't care. Although this child is a little special, don't he have enough children? If possible, Mew actually wants to go to other worlds to have a look. It should be fun there. Unfortunately, I can't leave this world. The tree of the beginning of the world has too many restrictions on itself. Just dream, Mom, what is this name? Can I take these Pokemon away? Mewtwo then glanced at the Pokemon on the scene, especially those Pokemon waiting for his arrival, and asked Zhongli. After all, they are all made by me, and I need to be responsible for them. Of course, in fact, we also plan to take some Pokemon away, but we must leave this world within an hour. Is that so? As Mewtwo's superpower unfolded, a large number of Pokeballs were taken out by Mewtwo. This is a Pokeball, you should know something about it. If you don't mind, you can use this to capture Pokemon. After a pause, Mewtwo continued to add, although it is a lucky thing for those Pokemon to be captured by you, I hope you can capture them after getting their approval. At the same time, Mewtwo used the Pokeball to collect all the copied Pokemon into the Pokeball. Of course, I'm here to find a friend. Walnut Bang Bang patted his airport. If creatures that don't exist in Teyvat are used as the signboard of the Hall of Rebirth, it seems quite good. Next, please take us to find Pokemon. Mu Yang's mind moved and he spoke to Mewtwo. An hour later, everyone returned to Teyvat. Is this the Teyvat? Mewtwo looked around and curiosity appeared on his face. Well, let me take you around next, and explain the knowledge of this world to you. Zhongli was thinking about how he would train Mewtwo in the future, and he didn't know whether Mewtwo could practice fairy arts. Should he trick Mewtwo into staying in Liyu to be a fairy? If Mewtwo grows up, he can definitely become a god-level existence. Then, can he prepare to retire? However, speaking of this, he has been the main force in the tasks during this period. Does this mean that his workload has increased again? Zhongli said that this matter is very cool. Then I'll take my leave first. Zio nodded to the others and disappeared from the scene. I'm leaving too. I'm going to put Ghastly and the others in the Hall of Rebirth. If they don't like the environment of the Hall of Rebirth, I'll also consider putting them in the Impermanence Hill. Maybe in the future, they can be the guardians of Impermanence Hill, which will make my life easier. In addition to sending people to the afterlife, the Hall of Rebirth also has to protect Impermanence Hill. Hutao usually spends 1/3 of her time in Impermanence Hill. Now that she has a group of ghost Pokémon, she will be much more relaxed in the future. That's right, this time when she went to the Pokémon world, Hutao fooled more than 20 ghost Pokémon back. Keqing was holding a Pichu in her arms with a smile on her face. As a Yuheng star, she naturally captured a lot of Pokémon during this trip to the Pokémon world. These little guys can become an indispensable force for Liyu in the future. However, Pichu is really cute. Even if it evolves into Pikachu in the future, it is still a very cute Pokémon. Keqing teased Pichu while asking Mew Yang, "By the way, what did Dream give you before?" This, Mew Yang's expression was a little subtle. "It's an elf egg, but I don't know what it is and I don't know when it can be hatched. I'm thinking about how to hatch this egg. It's impossible to let the immortals hatch it, right? Elf eggs can also be hatched naturally. But this is a bit difficult, but if those immortals are asked to hatch the eggs, it seems to be a very interesting thing. Isn't Liyan Jifeng Zhenjun very good at taking care of children?" Thinking of Liyan Jifeng Zhenjun turning into his original body and hatching this egg like an old hen, Mew Yang felt happy in his heart. However, it is not the right time yet. We should wait until this egg cannot be hatched for a long time. Master Liyan Jifeng, you don't want Liyu to miss a powerful fighting force, right? Let's go. Accompany me to find an immortal. Mew Yang took Keqing's hand and walked out. Hey, hey, hey! Keqing hurriedly hugged Pichu with one hand and let Mew Yang lead her hand and walk out the door. This guy seems to be getting more and more offensive. Keqing put her eyes on the little hand held by Mew Yang and a ripple rose in her heart. This feeling is really good. Are you going to find Grandma Ping? On the way, Keqing saw the direction Mew Yang was going and asked. The existence of Grandma Ping is not a secret among the Liyu high-level officials. Keqing still has a good impression of this immortal. She doesn't like those high-ranking immortals, but she still has a good impression of immortals like Grandma Ping who integrate into human life, often help humans, and teach humans to grow. It seems that this is what an immortal should look like. She is a good friend of Xiangling and Yanfei. Well, she has a disciple who has a divine eye of grass element, Mew Yang explained softly. With Keqing's intelligence, she can naturally understand what Mew Yang means. At present, there are only 2 types of divine eyes in the guild store, water and grass. The water divine eye is actually quite easy to find. Xingqiu has it. When he is free, he can take Mew Yang to contact it. On the contrary, as far as Keqing knows, there are only 2 or 3 people in Liyu who have the grass divine eye. Mew Yang and Keqing talked while looking at the guild store. He remembered that the guild store had been upgraded before. I saw that a special price area appeared in the guild store. The store in this special price area randomly appeared 3 special price products each time, which was refreshed every 7 days. The discounts were all random, which increased the guild's ability. Meditation and Soul Nourishing Method, a method from the high-end world to enhance and nourish the soul, which can strengthen the soul. Original price 100,000 points, 35% discount for a limited time, 35,000 points. Hybrid Rice Technology, a technology from the technological world that can improve rice varieties. Original price 5,000 points, 20% discount for a limited time, 1,000 points. Would release Ninjutsu Collection. From the Naruto world, the ninjutsu used by the first generation of Hokage, which is said to have the ability to pacify the troubled times. Original price 10,000 points, 30% discount, 3,000 points. Would release, Mew Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This thing seemed to be very consistent with his future goals. The would release ninjutsu here is just a collection of ninjutsu, which may help them master this power. But whether it can be used is another question. At least they have to have the grass element right. Even those who have the grass element God's Eye, using these wood releases, the effect may only be as good as Yamato. Mew Yang, at Zhongli, have you looked at the special offer area in the store? Zhongli, I have, but I feel a little complicated. Xiao Emperor, will this thing also work on that? Zhongli, I don't know, maybe it will work. I will buy it first and try it out. If it really works, maybe it can solve the problem of wear and tear. That is, even the problem of you being troubled by the devil's resentment can be solved. Zhongli originally thought that they would need to go to the heavens and the worlds to find ways to resist wear and tear. After several missions, he has concluded that there must be ways to resist wear and tear, resurrect people, and even resist the power of the abyss in the outside world of the heavens. It seems that his strength is not very rare in other worlds. But he didn't expect that after the guild store was upgraded, this meditation and nourishing method would appear. The points are a bit expensive, but the points are of no use to Zhongli now, even though he seems to be the member with the most points now. At this time, Zhongli was also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he was the main force in these two missions, otherwise he would not be able to buy them even if there were goods. After Zhongli finished speaking, the meditation and nourishing method in the chat group was bought. Everyone knew that this was what Zhongli bought. Ningguang, what is this hybrid rice technology? Mayang. This technology can improve the taste of rice, adapt to more growing environments, resist insect diseases, and increase yields. It was invented by a great man in my previous world. He is considered to be the contemporary Shenong. Oh, you don't know what Shenong is, just know that this is a very powerful and great technology. Ningguang, I was just about to buy this hybrid rice technology, and it was bought by someone. Who bought it? Ningguang didn't have many points, which was the minimum points she got when she went out to perform a mission for the first time. But for her, the points didn't seem to be of much use, at least not for the time being. Ningguang could still accept spending 1,000 points to buy hybrid rice technology. Zhongli, what I bought is indeed a good technology. If it is combined with alchemy, the effect may be better. Mayang. From your appearance, it seems that the meditation method is very useful. Zhongli, theoretically it should be effective, but it must be tested first. Mu Yang and Keqing came to Yujing Terrace and met the kind-hearted Grandma Ping, who was accompanied by a cute little Lolita. When the little Lolita Yayayo saw Mu Yang and Keqing coming, she looked at the Pichu in Keqing's arms with curious eyes. What a cute creature, she had never seen it before. Hello, Grandma Ping, Mu Yang greeted Grandma Ping. Are you Mu Yang? I heard the Emperor mentioned you. Grandma Ping looked at Mu Yang curiously. This is the first time we meet. Is there anything I can do to make things worse? Actually, I came to find her. Mu Yang pointed to Yayayo, who was curiously looking at Pichu, and said softly. In fact, Mu Yang was also quite envious of Pichu. Mu Yang also wanted to go to that place. Although it was not particularly big, it was much better than Hutao. It should be just enough for one hand. Yayayo blinked. Although she had been looking at Pichu, she also heard the conversation between Mu Yang and Grandma Ping. This big brother seems to be the new 7-star consultant of Liyu, and he is also the one being watched by the Rock King. Well, I heard that you are the holder of the grass element God's Eye. Can I observe your God's Eye? It doesn't take much time, just a few seconds. Mu Yang bent down and asked softly. Yayayo blinked. She first glanced at Grandma Ping. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping her, she handed the grass God's Eye to Mu Yang without hesitation. Mu Yang took the God's Eye, confirmed that the guild store already had the grass God's Eye and the grass God's Godhead, and then returned the God's Eye to Yayayo. Thank you, Yayayo. As if thinking of something, Mu Yang took out a piquet ball, handed it to Yayayo, and said, There is a Bulbasaur from another world. You have to make friends with it, it will be a good helper. Mu Yang had captured some interesting Pokémon with the help of Mewtwo before, and now giving Yayayo a Bulbasaur is acceptable. Moreover, Pokémon with a personality like Bulbasaur are very suitable for Yayayo, and there is no need to worry about the other party causing trouble. Yayayo, just accept it. Seeing that Yayayo was somewhat moved, Grandma Ping said directly, Thank you, big brother. Yayayo took the piquet ball from Mu Yang's hand, but her heart was full of doubts. Did she help the other party in any way? Why did the other party give her a gift directly? And what is the Bulbasaur? Then we'll say goodbye first, Grandma Ping's Yayayo. After doing everything wrong, Mu Yang couldn't wait to take Keqing away. Morax, I have become a god. Grandma? Yayayo held the piquet ball in both hands and wanted to hand it to Grandma Ping. Haha, what a lively young man. Grandma Ping looked at the two people leaving with a smile, and she sighed in her heart. This tourist from another world is really magical, but looking at the other party, it seems that he has also brought a lot of interesting things to Liyu and Teyvat continent. For Liyu and Yuhengxing Keqing, this is a huge opportunity. Open it. I'm actually also interested in creatures from other worlds. It should be similar to the creature in Yuhengxing's arms. Ping said with a smile. So. On the other side, Keqing looked at Mu Yang, who left in a hurry, and said helplessly, I am an immortal after all, can you be more respectful? But Keqing's words were greeted with Mu Yang's subtle gaze. Keqing was annoyed. What kind of look is this? I still respect immortals. After all, they have also protected humans for a long time, and no one has the right to deny what immortals have done for Liyu. I just don't like some of the behaviors of immortals. Mu Yang nodded slightly. After all, this is Keqing, and it is normal to have such an attitude. I want to become a god, Mu Yang said suddenly. He directly spent 50,000 points to buy the godhead of the grass god. Almost instantly, Mu Yang felt a slight change in himself. The surging vitality was generated in his body. At the same time, he could feel that this energy was changing himself imperceptibly. Is this the godhead? Mu Yang knew it in his heart. The godhead made Mu Yang qualified as a god and even had the authority of the grass god. The godhead would help Mu Yang grow imperceptibly and even let Mu Yang have the power comparable to the devil god, but this power was not achieved overnight. It also required Mu Yang's subsequent development. The current situation of Mu Yang is different from that of Nashida. Nashida is a natural devil god. She is the incarnation of the world tree, and Mu Yang was a human at the beginning. This is very similar to the water god Fukalos. After all, at the beginning, Fukalos was just a pure water elf. Moreover, there are differences between gods and gods. However, Mu Yang is confident that he can gain the strength comparable to the god level in a short time. What become a god? Keqing looked at Mu Yang in confusion, but at this time she did feel that Mu Yang's aura was different. There was a feeling similar to that of the Emperor. Of course, there was still a huge gap compared to the Rock King Emperor, but there was still this aura feeling. This feeling seemed really good. She liked Mu Yang more. What should she do? My guild mall is different from yours. I can buy godhood. This time I bought the godhood of the grass god. In other words, I am now the second grass god. Mu Yang explained softly. Doesn't that mean that you already have the strength comparable to that of the emperor? Keqing blinked and had other thoughts in her mind. Mu Yang is the god of grass and Zumi is the kingdom of the god of grass. According to Mu Yang, the people of Zumi seem to have imprisoned the little auspicious grass king. So can Mu Yang go to Zumi to become the new god of grass and Zumi will belong to Liyu from now on? What are you thinking? I just have the ability to become a god and the godhood will also make my strength grow rapidly, but there are differences between gods. Just like the gap between the original gods. Mu Yang said this, and at the same time opened the special offer area and bought the wood release ninjutsu encyclopedia. It cost 50,000 points to buy the grass god's godhead, and 3,000 points to buy the wood release ninjutsu collection, which cost Mu Yang 53,000 points in total. After this consumption, Mu Yang returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. The original 58,500 points were reduced to 5,500 points. After getting the scroll of the wood release ninjutsu collection, Mu Yang hastily read the contents on it, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, even without chakra, these ninjutsu can be used. The divine power born from his grass god's godhead can completely replace the chakra of wood release. This wood release ninjutsu collection contains not only the way to make hand seals, but also the experience of Hashirama Senju in developing these ninjutsu. Mu Yang is confident that as long as he is given time, he can completely replicate Hashirama Senju's wood release and even surpass him. Is that so? But you still got the key to becoming a god. Keqing sighed with emotion. Mu Yang seemed to be powerless before, but now he is about to become a god. Perhaps it is not impossible for Mu Yang to have the strength of a demon god in a few days. A. Did you buy that would escape ninjutsu? Soon, Keqing noticed the scroll in Mu Yang's hand and looked at it curiously. Well, this is a good thing. Let's go, I'll show you a good thing. Mu Yang happily put his arm around Keqing's waist and flew towards the top of Tianheng Mountain regardless of Keqing's objection. At first, Keqing had to symbolically resist a bit, but after feeling that Mu Yang was flying with her, she let him hold her. Before, Keqing had also felt the taste of flying outside with the wings of wind, but Mu Yang now gave Keqing a different feeling. It seems that this is really good. Keqing hugged the Pichu in her arms tightly, feeling the breath coming from Mu Yang. Looking at the increasingly smaller Liyu port, Keqing was immersed in this environment. It seemed that this was not bad. After a while, the two landed on Tianheng Mountain. Huff huh, feeling the ground under her feet, Keqing breathed heavily. She wanted to break free from Mu Yang's arms, but she found that her legs were still soft. This is my first time here. Mu Yang glanced around. As a natural barrier for Liyu during the war, the existence of Tianheng Mountain was obviously a barrier to protect Liyu, but with the advent of peace, Tianheng Mountain has now begun to hinder the development of Liyu Port. The housing prices in Liyu Port are definitely the highest in the entire Teyvat continent. Liyu Port is made by the terrain, and it is also ruined by the terrain. Too many young people work all their lives and can't even afford a house. Moreover, in this world, Keqing and other real estate developers can't be blamed. They don't have land to develop. Could it be that they have to sell the houses in their hands at a loss? Watch this. Mu Yang let Keqing lean on his arms, and with his hands in place, wood after wood emerged from the rock on the top of the mountain, and in an instant it turned into a wooden house of about 20 square meters. This. Keqing was so shocked by this scene that she couldn't speak. Grass element can be used like this. She didn't care about her weak legs and walked forward quickly, patted the wooden house and quickly analyzed it. These woods are very strong, even stronger than ordinary woods. They are simply natural woods suitable for making houses. The wooden house is also very strong. Except that the appearance is a little ugly, there are almost no defects. As she said this, she pushed the wooden house hard, but it didn't move at all. It's inevitable that there will be problems when using it for the first time. My control over these things is not perfect enough. Mewtwo spread his hands. When I master the power, I will definitely be able to build a more beautiful building. No, my next God's Eye must be the God's Eye of the grass element. I also want to master this ability. When the time comes, I can help people build houses by myself. When Keqing said this, her eyes were full of longing. When the time comes, when the resentment of the demon god in Gilyuan is resolved, I must take you there to build houses. Let everyone in Liyu live in a big house. As the #1 civil engineer, Keqing has ideals. At this time, she feels that her Eye of the Thunder god is really useless. Those guys who use the god's Eye of the grass element have all taken the wrong path. You are simply wasting heaven's resources. Keqing, we can't do this. Seeing that Keqing was going to build all the houses by herself, Mewtwo hurriedly stopped her. Are you kidding? If I build the entire Gilyuan house by myself, won't I be exhausted to death? Why? Keqing frowned. Isn't the grass element God's Eye good? She felt that this was definitely the best God's Eye. Not to mention that if you want to build such a house, you have to develop the God's Eye to a very high level. It's the economic problem that you haven't thought about. If we build the house directly, what will happen to those original construction workers? Won't they all be unemployed? If they are unemployed, it will affect all walks of life in Liyu. Consumption can promote economic development. Mewtwo reminded hurriedly. Keqing nodded thoughtfully. She is not a stupid person. As a person from a big family, she is more familiar with the economy, not to mention that she is from Yuheng Star. Some time ago, there was a problem in the layered rock abyss. In order to solve the employment of those miners, they spent a lot of effort. However, it is okay to use this power to build a house occasionally. At least it makes life simpler, isn't it? Mewtwo continued to add. Keqing nodded thoughtfully. Well, you are right. This is also something that must be controlled as a 7-star. I took it for granted. However, if it is necessary to deal with emergencies, this ability is not bad. I cannot use it, but I can't do without it. Mewtwo's face showed a teachable look. This kind of 4 pillars technique is not difficult for Mewtwo. This consumption was replenished almost in the blink of an eye. It seems that the godhood of the grass god is better than imagined. After hesitating for a while, Mewtwo clapped his hands, and a wooden man more than 10 meters high drilled out of the ground. Pixie. Looking at the tall wooden man that was more than 10 meters tall, Keqing and Pichu looked up with a dumbfounded look. For them, a wooden man that was more than 10 meters tall was already very tall. Huff ha ha, Mewtwo panted and looked at the wooden man, but he was dissatisfied in his heart. He knew what the wooden man of Senju Hashirama could do. Tens of meters or even hundreds of meters were not a difficult task for Senju Hashirama. Not to mention the skills of the real 1,000 hands, he was too weak now. Fortunately, he still had a lot of room for improvement. Mewtwo had just obtained the godhood, and the elemental power and body needed time to grow up. And when Mewtwo used up the elemental power in his body, the godhood quickly made up for the deficit in Mewtwo's body. Mewtwo walked forward and knocked on the wooden man, making a dull sound. Obviously, the density of this wood was very high. Do you need to chop it with a sword? Keqing took out her own Xiali Longyin, which was Keqing's heirloom sword. Although Xiali Longyin is only a 4-star weapon in the game, it is already a top-level weapon for humans. Weapons that are better than Xiali Longyin are almost all related to gods. Well, you try it. Mewtwo was also very curious whether Keqing could cause damage to the wooden man. With Mewtwo's consent, Keqing swung her sword straight, but her sword only left a shallow sword mark on the wooden man. It is extremely strong. Even if I use all my strength, it is almost impossible to destroy this wooden man. Keqing then added, there should be no human in Liyu who can do this. As for whether the immortals can destroy this wooden man, I don't know. Just assume that they can destroy it. Mewtwo thought of the introduction of those immortals. It seems that the strength of some immortals is comparable to some weak demons. Now that he has just become a god, there is still a lot of room for growth. There is no need to bother with those old guys who have lived for who knows how many years and participated in countless bloody battles. Let's go back. Mewtwo patted the wooden man and saw that the originally indestructible wooden man collapsed as a whole, losing its previous vitality. Then Mewtwo stopped Keqing's waist and flew towards the foot of Tianheng Mountain. Not long after the two left, Zhongli and Keqing came late. Zhongli looked at the scrapped wooden man and the wooden house that could still be lived in, showing a thoughtful look. He walked up and patted the wooden house, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this the wood escape? It seems that Mewtwo has purchased the godhood of the grass god. Teacher, what's wrong? Keqing asked in front of Zhongli very obediently. Well, I heard it right. Keqing has recognized Zhongli as his teacher. Maybe one day, Keqing will become a true immortal in Liyu. It's okay, let's continue talking about the process of my creation of Liyu. Miu Yang flew all the way to his residence in Liyu. But Keqing did not take the initiative to leave Miu Yang's arms until a long time after landing. This scene made Miu Yang happy. Although he liked to proceed step by step, if Keqing took the initiative, Miu Yang said that he was not impossible. After a long time, Keqing regained her composure. She looked at the Tianheng mountain that soared into the sky not far away and said in a complicated tone, "Tianheng mountain is at least more than 4,000 meters high. We just jumped down. Although we know you can fly, this is too exciting. Even if you use the wings of wind, few people can fly down from above. So you are scared? Were you scared to pee?" Miu Yang looked at Keqing's stockings, which seemed not to be wet. His words made Keqing blush, and she glared at Miu Yang angrily. "How could I be scared to pee, and where are you looking at?" "Keqing, your stockings are really good." Miu Yang reluctantly withdrew his gaze. "Keqing, isn't it a bit too intimate? And how can you care about these things?" Keqing stuttered and twisted. Miu Yang stared at Keqing for a long time before saying, "Not at all presumptuous, I thought our relationship could be called that. Besides, isn't it normal for boys to like girls' stockings? I really want you to step on me in stockings." But Miu Yang was destined not to say such a lewd word. It would be bad if he scared the other party. Keqing pursed her lips. "Is it normal for boys to like girls' stockings? It seems that the difference between the world is really big. In fact, in the world I was in before, girls would take off their stockings and give them to the boys they like. So Keqing, are you willing to give me your stockings?" Then Miu Yang talked nonsense without blushing or panting. As for whether this would be exposed, Miu Yang didn't care. Even the earth had many, but the earth he was in before was a little special. This, Keqing was fooled and stunned. Is there really such a strange custom? But thinking that there are all kinds of things in the world, Miu Yang didn't seem to need to deceive herself. "After all, stockings and the like, it seems that there is nothing to do, right?" she said a little shyly. "Do you want to take them off? Will there be some smell? I usually have some to change and wash." "It's okay. It's mainly a matter of feelings." Miu Yang looked at Keqing with burning eyes. His tone was extremely sincere. Keqing bit her lip lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said with a red face, "Wait a minute, I'll change it for you." After saying that, she put Pichu in Miu Yang's arms and ran quickly towards a guest room. Watching her leaving, Miu Yang showed a smile. Sure enough, Keqing is still quite easy to deceive. But his smile fell into Pichu's eyes, but there was a little ripple. Keqing moved quickly. 2 or 3 minutes later, she put a pair of stockings in Miu Yang's hands with a red face and snatched Pichu from Miu Yang's arms, leaving a harsh sentence, "Don't tell anyone," and hurried out the door. Holding the still warm stockings, Miu Yang felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Maybe it won't be long before he can start eating. After Keqing left, Miu Yang had dinner delivered. Ningguang was very considerate in this regard. Worried that Miu Yang didn't like others intruding into his life, she asked someone to go to Miu Yang's place to clean up regularly every day, and someone would deliver food to the door at the restaurant. These foods were not from Liyu Pavilion or Xinyuexuan, but from Ningguang's own private chefs. And the cooking skills of these chefs were not inferior to those of Xinyuexuan and Liyu Pavilion. Therefore, Miu Yang enjoyed the hospitality of top chefs almost every day. While eating delicious food, Miu Yang focused his mind on the chat room of the guild. Ningguang. That would escape ninjutsu encyclopedia has also been bought. Was it the emperor who bought it? Zhongli, no, it wasn't me, it was the president. Ningguang, president, that's not surprising. Zhongli. The hybrid rice technology has been handed over to Lishui Dishin Zhenjun. He is good at this. Maybe it won't take long for him to research hybrid rice. Mayang, the immortals are still very powerful. Some things can indeed be handed over to them. After all, in many cases, they really have nothing to do. Zhongli, no, I have taught them the meditation and nourishing method. The immortals are chasing. I have fought many battles with my body, and with my age, my body has been worn out. I have started to practice meditation and nourishing the spirit. It may take 100 years to completely solve the wear and tear problem. Even if the wear and tear of the immortals is not as good as mine, decades are still inevitable. But for us, this is already a good ending. No need to worry about the trouble of wear and tear, and you can also solve the previous wear and tear. At this point, Zhongli was helpless again. Although the meditation and nourishing spirit method was powerful, and they did not need to worry about the wear and tear problem, Zhongli did not have much to do about the wear and tear on his old friend, Ruotu Dragon King. Ruotu Dragon King's brain was worn out, and he did not even recognize himself. It was very difficult to let him practice meditation and nourishing spirit. Still need to find other ways to solve the wear and tear problem. Miu Yang, it's a good thing for you and Liyu. Qin, by the way, Jean, the acting leader of the Knights of Favonius in Mondstadt, will be coming to Liyu in the next few days. Do you want to meet her? Miu Yang. Is Jean coming to Liyu? I didn't expect that she would come to Liyu at this time. She must be having a hard time now. The main force of the Knights of Favonius has gone on an expedition, and Mondstadt has fallen into an unprecedented emptiness. The Wind God Barbatos is missing, and the Wind God's follower Teverin is even more crazy. The Fadui of the Winter Kingdom are eyeing them covetously. Not to mention these, even Mondstadt is in chaos. They shout freedom all day long, but they will eventually be overwhelmed by freedom. Although Mondstadt seems to have a good ending in the game, Miu Yang really understands freedom. Free and beautiful home, gunfights every day, Keqing. Is the situation in Mondstadt so bad? I thought they were living a good life. Their environment is so good that there is plenty of food even without much farming. More than 60% of Liyu's wine and beverages are imported from Mondstadt, and nearly 70% of Liyu's imported meat is from Mondstadt. Zhongli, Barbatos, the god of wind, used a lot of divine power to blow away the wind and snow from the north, and at the same time maintained Mondstadt's current climate. That guy, although he is not very serious at ordinary times, is very reliable in serious matters. But now, he should be in a deep sleep to resist wear and tear, right? Keqing. In this case, the wind god Barbatos is indeed a god worthy of respect. What is wear and tear? Zhongli had previously popularized it for them. For these immortal species, the more the gods use their own power, the more wear and tear they suffer. The wind god Barbatos and the rock king are both the first generation of the seven gods. Perhaps his current wear and tear is already very severe. Even so, he would rather fall into a deep sleep and still maintain the environment and climate of Mondstadt. This is indeed a great god, Miu Yang. This is true. Even if he is a riddle man, drinking and singing, playing around everywhere, he is indeed a good god. Ningguang, President, do you plan to add Qin to the chat group? If she joins, they can help each other in the future. Miu Yang, we'll see about this later. Although I admire Jean, she has not yet recognized the difference between an ordinary Knight of Favonius and the acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. Jean personally meets the criteria for joining the guild, but the acting leader of the Mondstadt Knights of Favonius joining in will actually hinder us. Ningguang, is that so? But now the guild has an upper limit of 15 people, but there are only 7 people. Do we need to add some people in? Miu Yang, for the time being, it is better to have less than too many people. New people will come in a few days. Of course, I have to wait until my strength improves. Moreover, it is not an easy task to upgrade the guild. The reason why we upgraded so quickly is that we relied on Morax to complete 2 consecutive major tasks. Normally, the guild will not upgrade so quickly. The later it is, the slower the guild upgrades. We need to be prepared. Zhongli Tevelin is like this now. That guy should be waking up soon. Maybe we can communicate with him then. Miu Yang, well, maybe if there is a chance, we can go to Mondstadt to see that there are still some talents there. The next day, Keqing came to Mayang on time to practice swordsmanship as usual. But Mayang could clearly feel that compared with the previous few days, Keqing seemed to be more relaxed today. Even if Mayang occasionally touched some places that shouldn't be touched, Keqing would turn a blind eye. Facing a relaxed Keqing, Mayang was naturally more calm, but he was not a shameless old thief after all. He was really despicable and shameless. Instead, he tried his best to help Keqing develop her own strength. Huhu, I feel like you seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Is this the benefit of becoming a god? Keqing panted heavily and complained to Mayang, who was not tired at all. Mayang spread his hands. There is no way, who let me improve my strength even when I sleep now. It's really an enviable ability. Keqing said she was jealous. Although she had made great progress during this period, the blessing of the second god's eye was not a little bit of improvement for people. No wonder the holder of the god's eye was called the original god. Keqing was very skeptical. If one day she obtained all 7 god's eyes and developed all 7 god's eyes to a certain extent, she might be able to become a god. However, Keqing also knew that if she wanted to get 7 god's eyes, it would be a long way to go. It's not a question of whether the points are enough, it's just 3,000 points. If you just do a few tasks, the points will come. But Keqing can clearly feel that the speed of developing the Eye of the God of Fire is much slower than the speed of developing the Eye of the God of Thunder. It's not that the fire element is not suitable for her, but the more God's eyes there are, the more development will be geometrically improved. Not to mention the development of 7 God's eyes. Keqing feels that it will take at least 2 years for her to develop the Eye of the God of Fire, and it may take longer to develop the Eye of the God of Grass. Otherwise, Miu Yang would not need to buy the Godhead directly. The points gap between the two is huge. Take it slow. You have made great progress during this period. Maybe by then it is not impossible to defeat Tartaglia. Mu Yang was also full of emotion. Compared with himself, Keqing's talent is not a little better. Fortunately, he is cheating. It is true that Tartaglia is very talented, but Keqing's talent is not bad at all. Tartaglia has his own opportunities, but Keqing is also cheating now. Well, I will not lose to him even if he uses that evil eye, Keqing promised in a firm tone. No matter whether she can beat Tartaglia at that time, she will not embarrass Liyu even if she dies. Liyu is more important than her life. If he uses the evil eye, he can indeed burst out with terrifying strength. Mu Yang remembered that Tartaglia would play a peak match in Fontaine in the future and fight a 48-hour hell with the devouring whale. At that time, Tartaglia's combat power was still very good. However, the use of the evil eye puts a lot of pressure on the body. You can delay the time at that time. You use the Eye of God and the side effects are not that great. I understand, Keqing nodded thoughtfully. Very good, I remembered Tartaglia's flaws again. This time I will represent Liyu in the battle and I must not lose. Okay, let's go have breakfast and then send you to work at Yujingtai, Mu Yang said, holding Keqing's hand and walking out. Keqing was slightly embarrassed when Mu Yang held her hand and walked in front of her, and she just let Mu Yang hold her hand and walk, and even a smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Obviously, she didn't hate such things very much and even enjoyed such a feeling. Mu Yang and Keqing walked hand in hand on the streets of Liyu, and this was noticed by countless people. After all, Keqing is Liyu's Yuheng star, and not many people know Mu Yang, but there are still some people who know that Mu Yang is the traveler from another world. And now he is appointed as the 7-star advisor by the Emperor of Rock. Mu Yang is a big celebrity in Liyu, although no one seems to have seen him. This omelet tastes good, right? This is one of my favorite breakfasts. Keqing saw Mu Yang eating the omelet with a surprised look on her face and smiled. Well, it's really delicious, better than the egg pancakes I've eaten before. Mu Yang admitted that he was indeed amazed. When he was on Earth, Mu Yang often used egg pancakes as his breakfast, but he swore that the egg pancakes he had before crossing over were definitely not as delicious as the one Keqing bought for him. As long as you like it, Keqing smiled and her heart was full of pride. It tasted good. When she was free, she would make a special beef offal for Mu Yang in the morning, which would make him unforgettable. You too, I didn't expect to meet you on the road. Just as Mu Yang was about to go to other breakfast shops with Keqing to find food, a figure appeared not far from them and greeted them. Young Master Tartaglia, seeing the other party, Keqing frowned in disgust. This was not the first time they met. The first time they met, the other party rescued a Fadui from her hands. It would be strange if Keqing had a good impression of him. Hello, Yuheng Star Keqing, and the 7 Stars advisor Mu Yang. I am Tartaglia, the Fadui executive, but this time I entered Liyu as an envoy of the Kingdom of Winter. Tartaglia greeted the two with a sunny smile. If I didn't know Tartaglia's character, I would have thought that he would be a sunny and cheerful boy just by looking at Tartaglia's appearance. It seems that you know a lot. Mu Yang looked at Tartaglia with a little curiosity. Aren't you tired of coming out to block us early in the morning? I don't mean to block you. Tartaglia shook his head repeatedly. Besides, my master once said that a day's plan lies in the morning. I will work hard to do morning exercises every day when I get up. Is your master Keqing? Mu Yang looked at Tartaglia with amusement. To be honest, when Keqing first appeared, he thought that the other party would be a top beauty. As a result, Keqing appeared like a fat ant in the game. As for what she looked like, Mu Yang was also very curious. However, it is clear that the other party is a disciple of Surt Loki, one of the 5 sinners. As long as Mu Yang survives on the continent of Teyvat, he is destined to become an enemy of Surt Loki. Hearing Mu Yang directly report the name of his master, Tartaglia's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Mr. Mu Yang, you seem to know a lot of things. Tartaglia has always kept the matter of Silcock well hidden. Even within the Fadui, there are not many people who know about this matter. How did the other party know about it? I know a lot of things, Mu Yang chuckled, but I don't know why you take the initiative to find me at this time. Tartaglia's originally serious face collapsed in an instant. In fact, there is no special purpose. I just want to get to know you, a visitor from another world. Then he looked at Mu Yang with interest again. But you seem to be very strong, I want to fight with you. Do you want to fight me? Mu Yang showed a playful smile on his face. The fighting power of Tartaglia has always been confusing. At the beginning, many people thought that Tartaglia had the fighting power of a fairy. After all, Tartaglia was almost evenly matched with the dual-element traveler. But later, it was discovered that this guy might be able to burst out with the strength comparable to that of an ordinary fairy after using the evil eye. But there is a big gap compared to a fairy like Zio. The strength of the traveler is also very mysterious. At the beginning, everyone thought that the brother and sister could fight back and forth with the maintainer of Heaven's Law. After all, the Anti-Lord had to fight with Heaven's Law, but later it was discovered that in the opening animation, it might really be all, and it was solved and sealed in a few seconds. After all, even the Anti-Lord himself admitted that he couldn't even beat Danesleb. Not to mention that there were 5 people in Canria who were more powerful than Danesleb. The protagonist of the 5 elements cannot beat the servants, which is also an established fact. At first, everyone thought that the protagonist of the 7 elements would have strength comparable to the law of nature, but if you think about it carefully, the protagonist of the 7 elements may be at most the level of the 7 gods. However, if this is true, then such strength is not worthy of the title of the Descender. Of course I thought about it. Tartaglia's face showed an eager look. After all, you should be a strong man. If you want to fight him, then defeat me first. Keqing stood in front of Mu Yang with sharp eyes and said in a cold tone. Tartaglia then looked at Keqing. I have challenged Yuhengxing, and the time given by Liyu seems to be 1 month later. I look forward to our battle then. Then he looked at Mayang again. I hope that we can fight at that times. After speaking, Tartaglia turned around and left. He already knew what he wanted to know. However, where is Mr. Zhongli, whom the queen asked him to find? He has been wandering around Liyu for several days, but he has never seen any trace of Mr. Zhongli. I don't know where he went and where I should go to find Mr. Zhongli. Seeing that Dadelia left, Keqing asked Mu Yang. Is he here to provoke? Keqing is not a stupid person. She is even smarter than Mu Yang, but Mu Yang always gives her the feeling of being in control of his wisdom, which makes Keqing very convinced of Mu Yang. The intelligence gap between the two sides is not small, and she is willing to believe Mu Yang. There should be a test. Want to see if I am an adventur? Mu Yang pondered for a moment and sneered. There is also a difference between travelers from other worlds and adventurs. Adventur, are you an adventur? This is the first time Keqing has heard of the title of adventur. It sounds very powerful. I don't know about this either. To be honest, even I am not very clear. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, but you have to work harder in the future, strive to surpass him completely within a month. These days, Mu Yang has also seen Keqing's growth. If she fights with Dadelia, Keqing may not lose, but Mu Yang does not want Keqing to get hurt. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang continued, Dartalia has a divine weapon in his hand. When we have time, we can ask Morax if he has any good weapons. He has quite a few good things. I remember there is a rock knot green, which should be a weapon that suits you very well. Rock knot green. Keqing had heard of this weapon of the Rock King and her heart was moved. A good weapon would be a huge bonus to her. Moreover, this was once the weapon of the Rock King. For Keqing, the symbolic meaning is much greater than the combat power bonus. This represents the Rock King's recognition of herself. But can I really get it? Thinking of this, Keqing became entangled. Keqing naturally wants the rock green, but she feels that she does not seem to be qualified to have it. Why can't I get it? Morax admires you very much. I am sure of this. For Morax now, the rock green is just a weapon that is more convenient. If it is beneficial to Liyu, he doesn't mind taking out the rock green. What's more, you are fighting for Liyu this time. In order to let you fight for Liyu better, it is not a problem to borrow the rock green. As for whether to return it in the future, that is a problem in the future. Keqing frowned and her heart became unnatural. She still remembered what she said at the invitation ceremony. At that time, she was very rebellious. Can such a self be recognized by the Rock King? Mu Yang, at Zhongli, are you there? Lend me something. Zhongli, what is it? Mu Yang. Stone Knot Green, Tartaglia has challenged Keqing to a fight. The other party has a weapon given by the Ice Queen. It is reasonable for you to borrow Stone Knot Green, right? Don't lose to Tartaglia because of the weapon problem. Ganyu Stone Knot Greens. Zyuro. Ningguang, this weapon may be a bit difficult. After all, it is the sword of the Geo King, and the symbolic meaning is too great. Ningguang naturally hopes that Keqing can defeat Tartaglia. After all, this is a fight on behalf of Liyu. But if Keqing holds Stone Knot Green, the whole of Liyu will probably boil. As long as the Geo King does not appear in person, Keqing holding Stone Knot Green represents the will of the Geo King. Even the 7 stars will be suppressed by Keqing. Zhongli, Rock Green. Anyway, Rock Green is not very useful to me, so I'll give this sword to Yuhengxing. Zhongli didn't have such concerns. If it was an ordinary person, Zhongli would indeed worry about the other party's recklessness. But the other party is Keqing. This girl's principle is much stronger than expected, and now they are all in the guild. Zhongli doesn't need to worry about Keqing's recklessness. If he has any ideas in the future, he can also let Keqing take out Rock Green and force it directly. Zhongli himself still wants to hand over power to humans, and he wants to retire. But after hearing those horrifying things from Mu Yang, Zhongli feels that his retirement plan needs to be changed. Keqing, hey, is the Emperor willing to give me the rock green? Zhongli, why not? Yu Hengxing originally fought for Liyu, and I haven't used rock green for more than 500 years. This sword is actually not very useful to me now, so why not give it to Yu Hengxing? Now we are all in the same guild, and there is no problem in giving the rock green to Yu Hengxing. I also believe that Keqing will not let me down, and she will not use rock green to do anything wrong. Keqing, Emperor, I won't embarrass you. Zhongli, well, I'll send it to you in the afternoon. If it was before, Zhongli actually wouldn't care about the battle between Keqing and Tartaglia. What if they lost? What if they won? Could it be that if Keqing lost, it would bring a substantial blow to Liyu? As long as she is stronger than the Ice Queen, it's fine. Great, the Emperor is willing to give me the rock green. Keqing's mouth was filled with a smile, which represented the recognition and trust of the Rock King Emperor. If Mu Yang hadn't spoken for him, the Rock King Emperor would never have given him the rock green. Although the 7 stars are important to Liyu, no one knows how many 7 stars have been replaced in the past thousands of years. I'm afraid even the Rock King Emperor himself can't remember it right, but because of Mu Yang, she and Ningguang have now truly joined the top management of Liyu. She stammered excitedly, Mu Yang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the Emperor wouldn't have trusted me so much. I don't know how to thank you. This is all Mu Yang's credit. Then should you reward me? Seeing Keqing like this, Mu Yang asked softly. Reward or something? This time, Keqing also became a little entangled. Yesterday, she had already given high C to Mu Yang. How should she reward him? Could it be that she also wanted panties? There shouldn't be a world where people give gifts like this. That's a bit too perverted. Just when Keqing was struggling, Mu Yang grabbed her waist and kissed her on the mouth. The two separated immediately. Keqing subconsciously widened her eyes with 3 parts of anger, 3 parts of shock, and 4 parts of confusion. However, Keqing reacted quickly. She looked at Mu Yang with a blushing face. How can you do this? Besides, there are so many people here. Keqing has noticed the eyes of the people around her who were watching the show, but because of her and Mu Yang's identities, those people dare not point fingers at them. But Keqing knows that she is going to become a celebrity. After all, this is not Fontaine and Mondstadt, this is Liyu, and everyone is actually very conservative. What does it matter? Isn't it normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to do these things? Mu Yang said without blushing. Besides, it's mainly because you are so cute, Keqing. Cute or something? Keqing instantly became shy and then warned in an angry tone, anyway, don't do this in the future, at least not in public. I don't know what your previous world was like, and I respect the customs of your previous world, but you are in Liyu now, so you have to consider the situation here. At least we will continue to live in Liyu in the future. So when we get home, we won't have to worry about these things, Mu Yang suddenly realized. Keqing didn't know how to complain about Mu Yang as if he was thinking about these things. The most important thing is that he can improve his strength even by eating and sleeping. However, compared to being outside, Keqing is more accepting of being at home. Then again, shouldn't Mu Yang buy a house? Living in Ningguang's house all the time is not the same thing. There is nothing wrong with living in her house. When it comes to who has the most real estate in Liyu, Keqing's family is definitely the first. But it seems that letting Mu Yang live in her place is not okay. People in the guild will not have such an idea, but the people of Liyu don't know Mu Yang's identity. Keqing doesn't want Mu Yang to be seen as a gigolo in the eyes of others. In the cloudless room, Zhongli looked at Yunhai and kept narrating to Mewtwo. This is the general process of my establishment of Liyu. Next, do you have anything else to ask? Since arriving in Teyvat yesterday, Mewtwo has been asking about Liyu. The two worlds are different, but Mewtwo can understand Zhongli's thoughts. Why hasn't our world developed into a country led by gods? Mewtwo hesitated for a moment and asked Zhongli. According to what you said before, many gods in my world are as powerful as you. Is it because they are not smart enough? Before leaving, Mewtwo was instilled with a lot of knowledge by Mewtwo. Although Mewtwo himself didn't know whether Mewtwo could use it, Mewtwo was at least his special child, and he should let Mewtwo know something. Wisdom? Zhongli recalled the information Mu Yang had given him before. In fact, the alliance in your world was established by the gods headed by Ho-Oh. But after the alliance was established, the gods chose to leave. They did not directly guide humans. This is different from the continent of Teyvat. I can't say whether our choice is correct or they are correct. After all, the world itself is different. I have thought about handing power to humans before, but during this period I have witnessed more things. Humans still need guidance and supervision. Guidance and supervision, Mewtwo nodded thoughtfully. It thought of the knowledge that Mew gave it. It seems that in the Pokemon world those gods are very powerful, and perhaps some of them even surpass Zhongli, but most of the gods are not as wise as Zhongli. Especially the two Pokemon, Groudon and Kyogre, their strength is unquestionable, but they are more like powerful beasts. Next, I will teach you how to control your power. You mastered the power of gods not long after you were born, but no one has ever taught you how to use these powers, and your control over power is also very weak. Otherwise, you would not have been completely powerless to fight back before. However, your talent is very good, even better than that of immortals. Next, it will be very hard, you must be prepared. Zhongli looked at Mewtwo with a serious expression and warned him. Mewtwo's eyes were firm. I'm ready, master. Zhongli is very satisfied with his disciple Mewtwo. He has excellent fighting talent, great potential, excellent thinking ability, and is sensible but not blindly obedient. He will definitely become the mainstay of Liyu in the future. If Mewtwo was not a creature outside the Teyvat continent, Zhongli would have wanted to train Mewtwo as his successor at this time. Unfortunately, the law of nature will not recognize Mewtwo as the new god of rock. However, this is not a big problem. This time when they came to the Teyvat continent, they brought hundreds of Pokemon, and these Pokemon will also reproduce. Perhaps one day in the future, a large number of Pokemon will appear on the Teyvat continent. Zhongli must admit that the Pokemon world is much better than the human world. This is not because the seven gods are not as good as the gods in the Pokemon world. It's because they have an enemy, the Abyss. I don't know if there is an enemy like the Abyss in the Pokemon world. Maybe there is. It's just that they were blocked from the world by the god of creation. The gods in that world don't seem to be very peaceful. If you really want to count, each has its own good. Zhongli's eyes were fixed on the location of Sky Island. Since yesterday, he had never looked away. Mu Yang had already exchanged for the godhood of the grass god. Zhongli had guessed it. In other words, there are now two grass gods on the continent of Teyvat. But looking at the Sky Island, it seems that there is no reaction at all. Did they not find it, or did they find it but were already too busy to take care of themselves? However, for them, this is a good thing. Mu Yang needs time to grow, and no one knows how far Mu Yang can grow in the future. Not to mention Mu Yang, even if they do, their strength will be greatly improved by then. The Abyss and Sky Island will not become a threat sooner or later. Tell me, what do you, a woman, want me to do? On the Quenyu pavilion, Keqing folded her arms and looked at Ningguang, who called her over with dissatisfaction. If it is an ordinary matter, just say it in the guild. Of course, Keqing did this not only because of Ningguang's dissatisfaction with calling her over, but mainly because of guilty conscience. Keqing could imagine that Mu Yang's comments about what she did on the street had definitely spread like wildfire. Ningguang, who had eyes and ears all over Liyu, couldn't possibly not know about it. Although Keqing didn't intend to hide it from everyone, she could imagine how Ningguang, a bad guy, would smear her. Some things are very common in other countries, but they are still quite outrageous in Liyu. Keqing cursed Mu Yang countless times in her heart, but she was also a little excited in her heart. She herself was not that kind of obedient girl, otherwise she wouldn't have asked those questions to the Rock King Emperor. But she also wanted face. If it wasn't something particularly important, I wouldn't look for you. After all, Keqing, you are very busy recently. Ningguang looked at Keqing with a smile. Keqing slapped the table in front of Ningguang, blushing and dissatisfied. What, are you going to laugh at me too? No, I'm actually quite envious of you. After all, he is indeed a person who can change everyone's fate, isn't he? Ningguang showed a hint of amusement at the corner of her mouth. But this time I came to you for something serious. Speak, Keqing turned her head away and said coolly with her arms folded. The house opposite the Northland Bank should be your family's property, right? Ningguang walked to the planning map of Liyu Port not far from her, pointing to a property and asked. Keqing frowned and thought for a moment. Yes, this is my family's property. The Northland Bank asked us before whether we were willing to sell this house to them, but my family did not agree. After all, I don't think the guys from the Northland Bank are very happy. Then they bought the current place. If it is used as a bank, this piece of land is indeed better, Ningguang said meaningfully. Keqing is not a fool, and she understood Ningguang's intention in an instant. Do you want to use this as the headquarters of the Liyu Bank? Thinking of this possibility, Keqing also became restless. Not only because this is a good piece of land, but also because their Liyu Bank wants to compete with the Northland Bank. Keqing naturally supports this. This is Liyu. It is not the turn of those guys from the Winter Kingdom to be arrogant. Liyu Bank wants this building. How about 1 billion? Ningguang was not shocked that Keqing would think of these things. After all, this is Keqing. In terms of ability, Keqing is not inferior to herself at all. It's just that she is too immature. With the passage of time, Keqing will become more and more outstanding. Ningguang has always admired Keqing very much. She has the vitality that she doesn't have. Relatively speaking, her concerns are too many. 1 billion, Keqing frowned. If Liyu wants this house, our family can still rent it to Liyu for free forever. As for giving it directly to Liyu, it is also impossible. It's not that Keqing is unwilling to give it to Liyu. Renting it to Liyu and giving it to Liyu are two completely different concepts. If it is given to Liyu, I'm afraid some people will think that Keqing became a 7-star by giving away houses. As for 1 billion, although it is a huge number, it is within the range of Keqing's family. The most core commercial street in Liyuport is located opposite the Northland Bank, and the headquarters of the Northland Bank is not as large as Keqing's house. The Northland Bank also spent 800 million to buy it. No, this thing cannot be rented. Ningguang shook her head slightly. Liyu Bank belongs to Liyu, so there is no need to save money for Liyu Bank. Liyu Bank also needs something to make a name for itself. 1 billion is almost the market price of that house. To be honest, you still have to suffer a little loss. After all, the house is still rising in price. In the past few years, the Northland Bank offered 1 billion, right? When Liyu Bank opens, I will directly deposit Mora into Liyu Bank, and Liyu Bank can borrow money to buy that house by itself. If that's the case, then I agree. Keqing thought about it and agreed. Mora or not, it doesn't matter to Keqing. The Mora she has is indeed not comparable to Ningguang's. The family behind her is very rich, but those Moras do not belong to Keqing personally, but to the entire family. However, Keqing can still make the decision on this matter. After thinking about it, Keqing continued to add, besides, I don't think the housing prices will rise. Maybe it won't be long before the housing prices in Liyu will fall. Oh, Ningguang narrowed her eyes when she heard it. Ningguang still trusted Keqing's vision very much. Real estate is the main business of Keqing's family. Ningguang felt that even she could not compare with Keqing in this regard. Since Keqing said so, I'm afraid Keqing has information that I don't know. Since you are also in the guild, you should also understand how much change the guild has brought to us. This is just the beginning. Now there is a way to help the Emperor and others solve the wear and tear. Do you think there will be no way to solve the resentment of the demon gods in the future? Once these methods are available and Giliyuan is developed, do you think the houses in Liyuport will still be so valuable? Keqing did not hide it from Ningguang and explained directly. Ningguang's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Liyuport can no longer satisfy the people of Liyu. The Liyu 7 stars naturally know this, and even the Rock King Emperor may think so, but they have no place to develop. The resentment of the demon gods in Giliyuan is still plaguing the development of Liyu. As for whether the resentment of the demon gods can be eliminated in the future, even Ningguang believed this possibility after hearing Keqing mention it. It seems that we also need to do something. Ningguang's face showed a hint of playfulness. The housing prices in Liyuport are now at a high point, which is a good opportunity to sell. Some good properties are places where there is no market for them. Keqing's family's main assets are in real estate. If the housing prices in Liyuport begin to collapse, then Keqing's family will definitely be seriously injured. Well, I will start to take action anyway. If you want to sell the property at a lower price, I can make the decision. However, Keqing's good intention was directly rejected by Ningguang. No, it can't be cheaper. In fact, if it is not too expensive, it will make people feel that we are selling Liyu assets. I want to raise the price to 1.5 billion or 2 billion. If it is too cheap, it will make people feel that we are not as rich as the Northland Bank. Since you said that, I will not stop you. Anyway, I will not lose money. Keqing looked at Ningguang deeply, but did not continue to say negative words. Then Ningguang looked at Keqing with a smile on her lips. By the way, how far has your relationship with the president developed? Boring. Keqing looked at Ningguang speechlessly and turned away. Telling Ningguang about her feelings will not make her so bored. Moreover, if Ningguang knew that she had given hiss to Mayang, who knows how Ningguang would laugh at her. Watching Keqing's hurried departure, Ningguang's beautiful eyes were deep. For Liyu, this was also a good thing. But a man like Mayang Keqing, you can't control it alone. Morax was very efficient. When Keqing finished her work in the evening and came to Mayang, she was still holding a green long sword in her hand, looking like she couldn't let it go. Is this the rock not green? It is indeed a very powerful weapon. After looking at the rock not green, Mu Yang's eyes flashed with envy. Mu Yang is indeed short of weapons at present, but it is a pity that the rock not green will not fall into Mu Yang's hands. It is a good thing to be in Keqing's hands. Morax, that guy, is not stingy. Have you seen Morax before? Mu Yang asked again. At this time, Zhongli should be wandering around Liyu with Mewtwo, right? Whether he is in Liyu Harbor is a problem. Keqing shook her head slightly. I don't know how the rock knot fell into my hands. Just when I was about to take a break, it suddenly appeared in my hands. It's worthy of being the Rock King. This kind of power is not comparable to us. After all, it's Morax, Mewtwo chuckled. Okay, now compared to Tartaglia, your weapon disadvantage has disappeared. A month later, if you lose to Tartaglia, you really have no excuse. Next, I will help you get familiar with this rock knot. I think so too, Keqing's eyes were full of determination. I won't lose to Tartaglia. Unfortunately, most of the tasks that have appeared recently are not suitable for us to do. Otherwise, I really want to find a strong man to fight before fighting Tartaglia. Mewtwo's task should be an accident. Mewtwo also became uncertain. 2 of the 3 tasks that have appeared so far were solved by Morax. If it weren't for him, the current members of the guild would not be able to solve these. So Lao Deng can't retire and has to work overtime. Forget it, let's continue to fight. The rock green is much heavier than my dragon's voice in the box. I need to adapt to this sword as soon as possible, otherwise my battle will be affected. Keqing didn't have the heart to think about the task. If there is a chance, do the task. Try to do the task you can do. If you can't do it, then see if you can get the task of the Rock King. Although Keqing doesn't like the feeling of getting something for nothing, she is still very strong. She will use these points to make herself stronger and then protect Liyu. At noon the next day, Mewtwo was preparing to have lunch. Keqing ran to Mewtwo in a hurry, grabbed Mewtwo's hand and walked out the door. What's wrong? Mewtwo let Keqing hold his hand, his face full of confusion. Keqing walked in front and explained, Jin, the acting leader of the Knights of Favonius, has arrived in Liyu Harbor and wants to see you. She wants to see me, so I have to go see her. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Mewtwo couldn't help but muttered, I am the president after all, okay? It's not the guild's business. We accidentally revealed that you told us Teverin's identity. Keqing became embarrassed when she said this. Besides, you are our 7-star advisor now, so it's normal for her to want to know you. After thinking about it, Keqing added uncertainly, perhaps Captain Qin wants to know how to rescue Teverin. You also said before that there seems to be no one in Mondstadt who can fight Teverin now, right? Mewtwo curled his lips when he heard this. Mewtwo was still very interested in Qin. After all, Qin had a long hip. Apart from Qin's excessive concern for the Mondstadt people and her hardworking and uncomplaining attitude like a public servant, Qin was also a perfect person. Now Qin came to find me, but I couldn't do anything. The wind god Barbatos must know about Teverin's situation, but even he couldn't purify the poisonous blood in Teverin's body, so I couldn't do anything. Mewtwo explained, but still followed Keqing. Keqing was silent. Indeed, even the wind god Barbatos had no way to solve Teverin's problem. What could Mewtwo do? I had hoped that Mewtwo could do it before. It seems that I had placed too high hopes on Mewtwo before. I still have to pay attention to it in the future. The 2 came all the way to Yujingtai. In Mewtwo's plan, Wendy must join the guild. Although according to Zhongli's statement, Barbatos needs to use a lot of divine power to maintain Mondstadt's climate, Wendy has to sleep to resist wear and tear. This can also explain why Wendy was so weak when facing the lady. Of course, Mewtwo also knew that if Wendy wanted to fight, the lady would definitely not be able to take away the heart of God. It was just that Wendy wanted to give the heart of God to the lady. No, to be precise, he wanted to give it to the Queen of Ice. The heart of God might help them improve their strength to a certain extent, but it is not a good thing in essence. The remains of the 3rd Adventor, if possible, who would be willing to carry the remains at any time? Anyway, Mewtwo himself can't do it. Even if the heart of God can provide great help, Mewtwo will not take the heart of God. However, with Zhongli's meditation method, Barbatos doesn't need to sleep to resist wear and tear, and he is destined to become a drunkard. But Mewtwo doesn't want to miss such a combat power. Even if Barbatos will use a lot of combat power to maintain Mondstadt's climate in the future, in Mewtwo's view, it shouldn't be a problem for the other party to burst out the top fairy-level combat power. If wear and tear are not considered, it may be possible to burst out the combat power of the demon god level. In the future, we can't always give Zhongli every task to complete right. And the leader Qin is also the opportunity for Mewtwo to pull Barbatos on the pirate ship. Of course, Qin is not qualified to join the guild now. She has not grown up and matured. The most important thing is that those giant babies in Mondstadt are a burden. If the 2 sides really united, Mewtwo would probably be dragged down by taking care of those Mondstadt giant babies. Although this possibility is not very high. In the Moon Sea Pavilion, under the leadership of Keqing, Mewtwo also met Qin, who was talking happily with Ningguang. Of course, along the way, Mewtwo was more of a bystander. After all, Mewtwo has been a celebrity in Liyu these days. As a seven-star consultant recognized by the Rock King, Mu Yang is destined to become the political center of Liyu for a period of time. In addition, the fact that Mu Yang and Keqing are in love makes Keqing admired by many people. After all, everyone knows that Yuhengxing Keqing has status, ability, appearance, and strength. There is almost no man worthy of her among her peers. The most important thing is that Keqing is still a role king. Since Keqing became Yuhengxing, the staff under her are the most miserable and have the largest workload. Overtime is already the norm for them. Sometimes she even sleeps directly on Yujingtai. Keqing is a very powerful person. While she is strict with others, she is also extremely strict with herself. She has never been the kind of leader who only knows how to shout slogans and let the people below do things. Instead, Keqing has the largest workload. Moreover, her ability and work efficiency are not comparable to ordinary people. As long as you have seen Keqing work, you can understand why Keqing can become a Liyu 7-star at a young age. Becoming a 7-star at the age of 16 is almost the youngest 7-star in the history of Liyu. This is not something that can be achieved with the support of the family, but this is a torment for Keqing's subordinates. Keqing can withstand such huge work pressure, but others can't. Even the subordinates are so pressured by Keqing. It is conceivable that if Keqing has a partner in the future, how will she face the other party? Anyway, they are not blessed with such things. Now it's good that Keqing is in love. The overtime that usually starts at any time has not been done for 5 or 6 days. Obviously, this is a relationship. They don't know that Keqing is going back to practice and improve herself instead of looking for Mu Yang. But in the eyes of Keqing's subordinates, Mu Yang is their savior. Are you Mu Yang, the 7-star consultant? Hello, I am Qin, the acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. I'm glad to meet you. Seeing Mu Yang coming over, after getting the recognition of Ningguang, Qin Liuliu walked in front of Mu Yang generously and stretched out her hand to greet Mu Yang. Mu Yang shook Qin's hand briefly, then quickly separated. Hello, Captain Qin, I'm Mu Yang. I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Hearing Mu Yang start the topic directly, Qin also asked. I want to ask you about Teverin. Your Excellency seems to know a lot about Moan's past history. Can you tell me why Teverin went crazy? Seeing this, Mu Yang sneered. It's really interesting. The Moan people don't even know why the Wind God's followers are angry, and they have to ask me, an outsider. It's just a big joke. Hearing Mu Yang's words, Qin also became embarrassed. She said with guilt. It is indeed our fault to forget Lord Twerin. But I don't believe that Lord Twerin will really retaliate against us because we forgot it. I think Lord Twerin must have something we don't know. Is that so? Mu Yang smiled noncommittally. I do know something about Twerin's situation. Please let me know that I am grateful to Mr. Mu Yang on behalf of Monde. Qin said this and bowed to Mu Yang. Now Qin has decided to devote all of Monde to solve Twerin's problem. It's not that she wants to get rid of Twerin, but she wants to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Not to mention that the other party is a follower of the Wind God Barbados. This is destined that Qin will not have the intention to kill Twerin. The other party has saved Monde more than once in history. As for why the Monde people forgot about Teverin, Qin had nothing to say. After all, this incident had already happened. If Qin really wanted to find the culprit, she couldn't find him. Even if she did, it would be useless. Could it be possible to dig up their ancestral graves? Qin wanted to apologize to Teverin and then find a way to help Teverin solve the problem. Mu Yang looked at Qin deeply. To me, your gratitude is much more meaningful than Monde's gratitude. After all, Monde itself is good at betraying those who help it, isn't it? Then Mu Yang continued. 500 years ago, Teverin once fought a battle with the dragon Durin to protect Monde. Teverin bit Durin's throat and killed him on the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain, but Teverin also swallowed Durin's poisonous blood. In the past 500 years, Teverin has been suffering from the invasion of poisonous blood. Now he can't bear the pain. At the same time, the temple guarded by your 4 winds has probably not been cleaned for a long time, right? At this point, Mu Yang looked at Qin with a smile. To be honest, Mondstadt is a good place for travelers to travel in the early stage. After all, the people there seem to be very friendly. But if you want to settle in Mondstadt for a long time, or if you want to start a guild like Mu Yang and need to make it bigger and stronger, Mondstadt is definitely a nightmare. Not to mention those drunkards and lazy people who shout freedom every day, Mu Yang can't stand Mondstadt's habit of backstabbing his own people. The temple guarded by the 4 winds. Qin's face froze, and a look of shame appeared on her face. Not to mention other people, Qin herself didn't think about cleaning up the temple guarded by the 4 winds, and even forgot about it. In this way, even if there was no problem with Durin's poisonous blood, Teverin would feel disappointed. But now Mondstadt must help Teverin solve the problem. Not only because Teverin is a follower of the wind god Barbados, but the other party has also protected Mondstadt. Similarly, Mondstadt now also needs Teverin's combat power. The wind god Barbados is missing, the elite knights of Favonius are on an expedition, and Mondstadt is facing internal and external troubles. Sometimes, Jean even dreams that Mondstadt will be destroyed by her, and then she will become the sinner of Mondstadt. She wants to protect Mondstadt, and she doesn't want to become as notorious as the Lawrence family. Now that Tevarin has appeared, Jean wants to use Tevarin's power to protect Mondstadt. After all, Mondstadt is not something she can protect now. This is not utilitarianism. Even if Tevarin runs away directly at that time, Jean will not blame Tevarin. After all, in the final analysis, it is Mondstadt that is sorry for Tevarin. But Jean still wants to try. Those guys of the Fadui have brought them too much pressure. A country with the support of gods and a country without gods are completely different concepts. Even when the Grand Master and others were still there, Mondstadt was at a disadvantage facing the Kingdom of Winter because it had no gods, let alone the current Mondstadt. But then again, why did she feel that the Mondstadt people seem to be really ruthless? It seems that we know something extraordinary. Ningguang saw her pen pal embarrassed and her face showed surprise. Is Mondstadt so powerful? Doesn't it even care about the gods' followers? What has the faith of this country collapsed like? In their Liyu, immortals are respected. Not to mention immortals, even the Mewtwo Dragon King who suddenly went crazy and was suppressed by the Rock King Emperor is still worshipped by people. But when they came to Mondstadt, they actually did this. Ningguang didn't know what to say. Keqing blinked her eyes. Good guy, she was already disrespectful enough to the immortal master, but compared with the Mondstadt people, she seemed to be much better. Sorry I made you laugh. Qin laughed at herself. If Lord Teverin went crazy because of poisonous blood, then how should this matter be resolved? At the end, Qin looked at Mayang with expectation. Want to get a result from Mu Yang. I don't know, but you may ask Albedo. After all, Durin is Reindert's creation. Maybe he has a way. Mu Yang was helpless and always felt that Qin was taking advantage of him. You keep asking me questions like this, what's the benefit? Is that so? Thank you very much. Qin nodded thoughtfully and then looked at Mu Yang with gratitude. Mr. Mu Yang will become our most distinguished guest in Monde in the future. Although Mu Yang seemed to have some dissatisfaction with Monde, Qin felt that the other party just misunderstood Monde. Well, Qin admitted that they Monde did have some shortcomings in Teverin's affairs, but they Monde people were definitely not heartless people. They are very enthusiastic about friends, and I believe that when Mu Yang comes to Monde in the future, he will definitely change his perception of Monde. Maybe, as the acting leader, you should spend more time cleaning the temples guarded by the Four Winds, instead of helping those people find problems with cats and dogs. Although they may not really care and what you do is just a waste of time, the acting leader is completely different from the ordinary Knights of West Wind. Qin, you are too arrogant. Mu Yang's subsequent words made everyone confused. Qin is arrogant? No, through contact it can be seen that Qin is definitely a warm-hearted person. No matter how you look at it, it is related to the word arrogant. Did Mu Yang misunderstand something? Maybe you think what I said is too much, but I just sighed after understanding your history. If you don't feel uncomfortable, just forget it. Mu Yang meant something. He was only dissatisfied with the Mondstadt people, and he was still very friendly to Qin. I believe that one day in the future Qin might join their guild. Keqing and Ningguang were a little nervous. They were somewhat worried that Qin would express dissatisfaction with Mu Yang and even affect the diplomacy of the two countries. After all, Mu Yang is now the Liyu 7-star advisor. If Mu Yang's words are exaggerated, they are actually destroying the relationship between the two countries. However, Keqing and Ningguang will not say anything. After all, Mu Yang is the president. If he breaks up with Mondstadt because of this, even the Rock King Emperor will probably not say anything, right? In addition, based on what the Mondstadt people have done, they have also discovered the peculiarities of this country. Even the gods' followers can forget what they say, so what else can't they do? Qin was not as upset as Keqing and Ningguang thought. She could see that Mu Yang had no hostility towards her but was guiding her, but she did not think she had done anything wrong. Even if she was wrong, Qin might only think that she was not suitable to be the acting leader. The Knights of Favonius should not be high and mighty. Even if they become the acting leader, they should serve the people of Mondstadt. They should not ignore the demands of ordinary people just because they become the acting leader. As for the temple guarded by the Four Winds, it was indeed Qin's own negligence. She planned to clean the temple guarded by the Four Winds when she returned to Mondstadt and lead the Knights of Favonius to worship at least once a month. I will pay attention. Thank you, Mr. Mu Yang, for your guidance. Qin looked at Mu Yang with gratitude and said softly, Okay, now that we know the situation of Teverin, let's talk about the previous cooperation projects. Ningguang clapped her hands. She didn't want Mu Yang and Qin to continue chatting. That would be a diplomatic disaster. Regarding Liyu, I personally support the request to open the Liyu Bank. However, you should know that the Northland Bank cannot turn a blind eye to the Liyu Bank. Moreover, it is inevitable that there will be some bad debts. Do you have debt collectors like the Fadui? Qin asked with a frown. She herself did not like the Northland Bank. After all, this bank came from the Kingdom of Winter, and the Kingdom of Winter had made a lot of trouble in Mondstadt. If the Liyu Bank could be allowed to come in and let the two sides compete, then Mondstadt would still benefit. Although Liyu has a good relationship with Mondstadt and a bad relationship with the Kingdom of Winter, as a person in power, Qin still understands the principle of waiting for the price. At worst, when the conditions of both sides are similar, they can support the Liyu Bank. She is just trying to gain some benefits for Mondstadt as a senior executive of Mondstadt. It's sad to think about it. As a country ruled by the seven lords of the earthly world, Mondstadt acts like a small country in front of Liyu and the Kingdom of Winter. Even if it is not happy with the Kingdom of Winter, it needs to please both sides. No, we are different from the North Country Bank in this respect. We want to cooperate with you in Mondstadt. Ningguang smiled and said, when the time comes, we will contribute manpower and you in Mondstadt can also obtain a part of the equity. As a price, the Knights of Favonius must protect the interests of Liyu Bank in Mondstadt. The identity and property authentication of the loan needs your help in verification. If you want to collect the debt, you also need to come forward. Qin frowned when she heard this. If this is the case, why don't we in Mondstadt establish our own bank? You can build it. We welcome you to build your own bank in Mondstadt. I even think that the 7 countries should build their own banks and use their own country's reputation as a guarantee for the bank. If the bank loses its reputation, the country needs to cover the bottom of the bank. Ningguang's eyes were deep. It won't work if we only rely on the North Country Bank and small private money houses. Loans must also be formalized. Qin also fell into deep thought after hearing this. It seems that these things make sense. If you want to open the Mondstadt Bank to Liyu, the Liyu government is also willing to provide corresponding help. This is a win-win situation for us. Ningguang stared at Qin and said. Qin took a deep breath and said to Ningguang self-deprecatingly, Mondstadt is not capable of doing this now. As for the Liyu Bank, I can't make the decision. I will tell the Mondstadt's top management about this matter. I believe they will not refuse. Ningguang nodded slightly. Well, I heard that the Fadui made a lot of trouble in Mondstadt in the past few years. In this regard, I think we in Liyu can provide some help. Perhaps the cooperation between Liyu and Mondstadt can also be deepened. I believe you also need our help. After all, the wind god Barbados should still be in a deep sleep. Qin's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard Ningguang's words. Does Liyu have any information about Lord Barbados? The Emperor once mentioned that it seems that the environment of Mondstadt is maintained by the power of the wind god Barbados. In addition, during the war 500 years ago, Barbados used sleep to restore his power and resist wear and tear. Ningguang said briefly, as for the specific situation, I am not very clear. You need to investigate it yourself. Thank you. Qin looked at Ningguang with gratitude. Lord Barbados has not appeared for nearly 500 years, which has made many people in Mondstadt have different thoughts. Some people even think that Lord Barbados has left us. I didn't expect that we have been protected by Lord Barbados all the time. Barbados, the wind god, is indeed a great god. Is there any way to help Lord Barbados recover? Qin asked a little embarrassedly. At this time, Qin was already in debt and owed Liyu a lot of favors, and they had no other way. If Barbados could wake up, then even if he owed a lot of favors, it would be worth it. Ningguang and Keqing all looked at Mu Yang. If anyone knows about gods, it must be Mu Yang. Keqing even knows that Mu Yang is also a god now. Seeing Qin's expectant eyes, Mu Yang hesitated. Should I tell Qin those things? The relationship between him and Qin doesn't seem to be that good, right? Even if this knowledge is not a secret to Mu Yang, it is a big secret to ordinary people in this world. You don't give me any benefits, why should I tell you? Even if you don't know what to give me, there must be a consulting fee, right? Seeing Mu Yang like this, Qin naturally understood what Mu Yang meant. She is not a person who doesn't understand the ways of the world. In the original plot, Qin gave the traveler the title of Honorary Knight. On the one hand, it was to win over the traveler, and on the other hand, it did give the traveler some help. White Body and Honorary Knight are different. But at this time, Qin didn't know what to give Mu Yang. Could it be that he could sell Mon's interests to promote cooperation between the two sides? Moreover, this is Mu Yang's own information. Giving benefits to Liyu is obviously not enough. For a moment, Qin was also in hesitation. I know a little about this matter, so consider it as a favor for me. Seeing Qin's expression, Mu Yang hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, as long as it does not harm Moan's interests, I can do it. Qin agreed without hesitation. Moan now really needs the wind god Barbados. Of course, even if it does not need the wind god Barbados, Qin will still find a way to help Barbados. Maybe Barbados himself does not care, otherwise he would not have left nothing. But as a citizen of Barbados, Qin feels that he must do something. Mu Yang looked at Qin with a smile. Even if it harms your interests, you are willing. Keqing seemed to understand something and pinched the soft flesh on Mu Yang's waist unhappily. After all, it has always been Mu Yang who touched her waist, and this is the first time Keqing touched Mu Yang's waist. Sure enough, pinching flesh is a skill that every woman has mastered, no matter which world it is. Of course, Qin agreed without hesitation. As a member of the Gunhild family, she has a spirit of sacrifice. For Moaned, even if it means sacrificing her life, Qin will not hesitate. Okay, seeing this, Mu Yang also said, part of the power of the gods comes from the people's faith. There is a saying that the gods gain power by exercising their functions. Of course, I don't think this is all. In fact, Barbados's contribution to Moaned is unquestionable. He exercised his functions and maintained Moaned's climate. In addition, your propaganda on the wind god may not be enough in Moaned. We Moaned people have no doubt about our faith in Lord Barbados, Qin said without hesitation. Maybe some people do, but most people only exist in slogans. Mu Yang spread his hands. I know that some knights of your Knights of Favonius will secretly sleep when they are guarding the city gates at night. If there is an invasion of monsters, won't it be the end? Do such people have faith in the god of wind? Qin's face flushed instantly. Qin also knew that some people like to be lazy. She turned a blind eye and even sometimes went to the city gates to watch late at night. However, she didn't expect that even people from other countries like Mu Yang already knew about it. It's just embarrassing. Keqing, what if 1,000 Rock soldier drinks and sleeps during duty time? Mu Yang suddenly asked. The first time, a warning will be given. If it happens again, the person will be expelled and criticized throughout Liyu. After all, if you can't even do such a thing, you are no longer worthy of being a 1,000 Rocks soldier. You can take a leave if you are not feeling well, but drinking and sleeping during work time is unreasonable. Such a person staying in the 1,000 Rocks army will only corrupt the military discipline of the 1,000 Rocks army. If it is not handled properly, it will bring a huge disaster to Liyu. Keqing said without hesitation and looked at Qin with a look of pity. Keqing still knew about Qin, the acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. Although she did not become friends with Qin like Ningguang, Keqing still admired Qin very much and regarded both parties as fellow travelers. I didn't expect that Mondstadt had so many problems. Qin probably knew about these things, but she did not stop or change them. Mu Yang and the others didn't know what kind of mentality Qin had when she left Yuehai Pavilion. Anyway, she looked lost. Is this really okay? Keqing asked worriedly, watching Qin leave in a daze. In fact, she really didn't expect that the problems of the Knights of Favonius would be so big. As the acting leader, if those problems really exist, Qin bears an unshirkable responsibility. If Keqing used to appreciate Qin, then now Keqing even despises Qin. As a leader, shouldn't you work overtime and drive your subordinates to work overtime? Even the leader is working, how can you not work, sleep and drink during work hours? What's the use of you? Keqing thought Qin was the same as herself before. Good guy, it turns out that you just tired yourself and didn't care about others. If she is not given some blows, how can she make some changes in the future? In the future, Liyu is destined to be deeply tied to Mondstadt. You don't want to see a Mondstadt that will only drag its feet, right? Mu Yang chuckled. Mondstadt's unruly people are very annoying. But there are some things that we cannot actively interfere with, which will affect future cooperation, and Qin and others need to make their own decisions. To be honest, if cooperation is really necessary, Mu Yang is more willing to cooperate with Inazuma. After all, Inazuma is the one-man show of Lei movie. As long as Lei movie is dealt with, Inazuma will not be a problem. Even if Mu Yang is very unhappy with Inazuma's 3 followers, the entire country of Inazuma is still worth cooperating with. At most, Sister Shadow can kill a group of them. Of course, Fontaine is also a good partner, and the other party's strength is also very good. As for Mondstadt, the Knights of Favonius is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is Mondstadt's talents. The ungrateful wolves and giant babies that cannot be raised can be used to describe the Mondstadt people. Isn't the term troublemakers a bit too much? Ningguang's expression was a little subtle. From this title, Ningguang felt a strong sense of disgust. Then let me tell you something about the Moaned people. Seeing that Keqing and Ningguang were very interested, Mu Yang also spoke. Have you heard of the tornado demon god Decalapian? The well-informed Ningguang frowned and said, I remember that it seemed to be the demon god of the Moaned region before the wind god Barbados, and was called the Tower Tyrant by the Moaned people now. Tyrant, Mu Yang sneered. The Rock King Emperor has told you before that a long time ago, the environment of Moaned was actually similar to the current Winter Kingdom. At that time, Decalapian protected his people, and used his divine power to build an unbreakable wind wall to prevent the ice and snow from entering the city. He provided his subjects with a city without bitter cold. But the Moaned people thought that this was Decalapian forcing they enslaved them, and Decalapian made them lose their freedom. Ridiculous, Keqing was dumbfounded. Enjoying the protection of the gods, but expressing dissatisfaction with the gods. Indeed, with Decalapian's divine power, the wind and snow can actually be blown away. But don't forget that it was still in the period of the Demon War, and there was still the Wolf King Andrias in Moaned. If Decalapian really consumed his divine power to maintain the climate, then facing Andrias it would be defeated. Mu Yang nodded in agreement, but at that time the Moaned people still chose to betray Decalapian. For some reason, Barbados was born, and the two sides joined forces to overthrow Decalapian's rule, and Decalapian became the name of the tyrant. Listening to Mu Yang's words, Keqing and Ningguang were silent. Since you don't want to accept Decalapian's rule, then leave. Go outside and freeze to death if you have the guts. What kind of thing is this? If we look at the problem from the perspective of Decapian, it seems that these Moaned people can indeed be called unruly people. In addition, there is the matter of Rosaline, who is now the executive officer of the Fadui. You can investigate her past when you have time. Now there is the matter of Teverin. How many people do you think really believe in Barbados? Mu Yang sneered. Moaned will be a good partner in the future, but if they don't solve these problems, this ally is doomed to be unreliable. Ningguang nodded thoughtfully. It seems that they still know a little less about Moaned. Okay, the cooperation with Qin next depends on you. I'm going to have lunch, Mu Yang continued. Then let's eat together. Yuihai Pavilion still has a special chef and their cooking skills are good. Keqing also suggested seeing this. Ningguang sighed helplessly. Forget it, I still have to entertain Qin. After all, she is the acting leader of Moaned. At the same time, we have to let the Winter Kingdom see our friendly relationship with Qin. Just when Mu Yang was about to say something, the guild's reminder sounded in their minds. Discover the Dimension Commission from the Ultimate Class world. Help the Ultimate Class fight against the Black Dragon, eliminate the biggest demon in the golden time and space, and ensure that the combat power index of the good side is not lost. Reward 15,000 dimension points up to 3 participants. Points are distributed according to contribution, and participants can get 5% of the total points at least. The sudden voice made the 3 people at the scene look at each other. Zhongli is the mission here. It seems that I don't need to appear for a 15,000-point mission. The president should have the confidence to deal with it, right? Mu Yang, I don't know either. This world is very special, and the combat power is also somewhat broken. The strong are very strong, and some people can even destroy all life and restart time and space. But they are very strong in the setting, and I don't know how strong they are in reality. As Mu Yang said this, he uploaded all the settings of the Ultimate series. Even the Ultimate Class 5, which was considered the shame of the Ultimate Class, was uploaded by Mu Yang. Keqing, I don't know how to complain about this kind of world. But what's going on with Iron Time? After the power of the psychic users decreases, they are actually captured by humans and even subjected to human experiments. It is obvious that they are the ones who are protecting Iron Time. Mu Yang, this is the bad nature of humans. Human experiments are actually a very normal thing. Just like the continent of Teyvat, there are also human experiments. For example, the doctor of the Fadui is conducting human experiments on people from various countries. People from countries such as Zhejiang Kingdom, Fontaine, Mondstadt, Zumi, and Inazuma have been captured for human experiments. I don't know if anyone in Liyu has been captured for human experiments. Ningguang, I don't know. Zhongli, some people, but they all took the initiative to contact the Fadui and volunteered to conduct human experiments. As long as they don't forcibly abduct children, I can't stop them directly. This is their own choice. Keqing, no, even if it is their own choice, they can't sell themselves to the devil. Hutao, okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's talk about who will carry out the mission. This time, if you want to participate, maybe my secret method of the Hall of Rebirth can be effective against those so-called demons. Moreover, I can play musical instruments. I can bring my Suona and play the Demon Suppression Trilogy, which should be possible, right? Ningguang, according to the information uploaded by the president, it would be very dangerous if we rashly enter the Iron Time and space, right? Moreover, you may not have time to get the Demon Suppression Trilogy. If we are noticed by the Flame Messenger, we may not be in trouble, but the people we save may die. Because we caused the destruction of a time and space, it is better not to it's going to happen. Zhongli, if my guess is correct, the guild can help us shield the power of higher dimensions. If I hadn't contacted Naruto before, I wouldn't have attracted the attention of the Six Paths Sage. Similarly, we took Mewtwo away, but Arceus didn't move at all. Of course, this is just a guess. Mu Yang. Maybe, let's see what happens when the time comes, but I won't wash off the devilish nature. If it really comes to a last resort, I can only kill the Black Dragon. It's true that the Black Dragon is an important supporting role. It's not impossible to kill it for the mission. Keqing. In that case, then I will also participate in this mission. Keqing has participated in 2 missions before, and she is the one who has participated the most besides Mu Yang. However, at this time, no one would say that Keqing is selfish or anything. After all, Ningguang and Zhongli are not going to participate this time, and Ganyu is also indifferent to such missions. She has been obsessed with official duties recently and has no time to participate in these missions. If there is really a mission that requires her participation, then Ganyu will participate. But now, let's wait until the matter of Liyu Bank is dealt with. Liyu has existed for thousands of years, and even Ganyu doesn't know how much wealth Liyu had at the beginning. If everyone deposits more in their bank at that time, how can they borrow money to earn back the interest? Deposit interest and loan interest, these all need to be given after analysis. And these things need to be calculated by Ganyu. At present, no one in Liyu knows these data better than Ganyu, not even Morax. As for Zio, if there is a battle that requires him, Zio will not hesitate to help. But since Mu Yang and the others did not say anything, Zio will also use his energy to practice meditation and nourishing the soul. The wear and tear problem on Zio's body is also very large. Moreover, Zio also found that as long as he practices meditation and nourishing the soul, his soul will gradually grow stronger and can be used to resist the harassment of the devil's resentment on his body. Therefore, it is natural for Keqing to participate in this mission. What an ominous breath. Mu Yang and the other 2 came to the golden time and space. Mu Yang felt the breath around him and showed disgust on his face. Is this the breath of the devil? Fortunately, although this breath is disgusting, Mu Yang still claims to solve these problems. After all, Mu Yang is no longer an ordinary person now. Hey Mu Yang, look, is this the combat power index? Suddenly, Hutao patted Mu Yang's shoulder, indicating Mu Yang to look at herself, and then a red breath burst out from her body, and a word card appeared next to Hutao. 1230 159 1289 89 98 82 11920. Hutao's combat power index instantly exceeded 10,000 points, and it was still increasing rapidly. Mu Yang did not feel the slightest bit strange about this. After all, Wang Dadong and the others did not practice much, but they could have a combat power index of more than 9,000 points. In the Silver Spacetime, the combat power index of the 5 tigers easily exceeded 10,000 points, and even masters like Guan Yu, the combat power index even exceeded 20,000 points. Hutao was taught by Zhongli since childhood, and now has a combat power index far exceeding 10,000 points, which is understandable. Without using the secret method of the rebirth hall, how high can your combat power index be? Mu Yang looked at Hutao with curiosity. As for his own combat power index, Mu Yang did not try to go for it. After all, he is really strong now. Let me try. Hutao's combat power index, which had been somewhat stable, soared again. In the end, Hutao's combat power index was maintained at around 22,000 points. 22,000 points of combat power index. It's definitely impossible for me to be a match for the Black Dragon. Mu Yang touched his chin and looked at Hutao and said softly. Hutao waved his hand. This is just my ordinary combat power. As long as I use the secret method of Wangsheng Hall, I can reach a combat power index of more than 30,000 points. There will be no problem. Oh, by the way, weapons also have a bonus to combat power index. Hutao said and took out the Staff of Homa. Her combat power index was greatly blessed again and instantly raised to more than 30,000 points. You see, the weapon has a great impact on the combat power index. Hutao said proudly, when I try the secret method, it should not be much worse than that Black Dragon. This seems to be good. Mu Yang then looked at Keqing again. In this world, your strength can be measured. Although the high or low combat power index cannot really measure strength, it can roughly show the strength of your own body and energy. Keqing burst out with a purple-red combat power index. Like Hutao, the combat power index instantly broke through 10,000 points, and then broke through 20,000 points in an instant, and finally maintained the combat power index at about 25,000 points. Ei. Keqing, your strength is already so strong. Hutao and Keqing are still good friends now. They have competed before. Hutao thought that if the secret method was not used, her strength should be similar to Keqing, but she did not expect that Keqing's normal combat power index has surpassed her. I bought the Eye of the God of Fire before, so didn't you buy it? Keqing looked at Hutao suspiciously. At the same time, Keqing took out the rock not green. Keqing's combat power index soared again, and it soared to more than 30,000 points like Hutao and even surpassed Hutao. Eye of the God of Fire, I didn't buy other gods' eyes before. After all, I don't have the Eye of the God of Water until now. At this point, Hutao looked at Mu Yang with some dissatisfaction. There were so many gods' eyes, but there was no Eye of the God of Water. Hutao felt that she seemed to be targeted. There will be one later, don't worry. Seeing Hutao's slightly dissatisfied attitude, Mu Yang quickly assured. I will put the Eye of the God of Water on the shelves after I go back. Okay, let's go to perform the task first. You have such a burst of combat power index, and it is impossible for Black Dragon and others not to pay attention to it. Okay, Hutao didn't make a fuss after hearing this. After all, according to the requirements of the task, it requires the good side to win. According to the nature of the guild task, at this time, I am afraid that the two sides are about to fight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Mu Yang and others were about to head towards the location of the evil spirit, four figures appeared not far from them. Mu Yang's eyes swept over them and asked abruptly, Dan Qingwei, what are you doing here? I felt your combat power index, so I came to investigate. After all, the battle between good and evil is about to begin. Xiu looked at the three people with a serious expression. If nothing unexpected happens, you should not be from the golden time and space, right? The battle between good and evil is not something you can participate in. It's not that Xiu is arrogant. If he could participate, he would have helped a long time ago. During this period, Xiu was still a very principled person who liked to do things according to rules and regulations. Moreover, the other party did have good intentions. After all, people from other time and space who acted rashly in the golden time and space would have a huge impact on the time and space order. Xiu himself would not destroy it, nor would he allow others to destroy it. Time and space order, but this thing can't be controlled by us. Mu Yang flashed and appeared beside Xiu and put one hand on Xiu's shoulder, which made the people of Dan Qingwei react instantly. Do you still want to control it now? Xiu looked at Mu Yang, who was close at hand with horror, showing an incredible look. The women around this guy all had combat power indexes that were not inferior to his own, but the combat power index of this man was far higher than his own. Where did the other party come from? No, not just himself. Xiu even suspected that the other party was likely to be an old monster like the Godwalker. Don't come to hinder us, the order of time and space will not be destroyed. Mu Yang warned lightly and then said to Keqing and Hutao. The battle over there has already begun, let's go. Looking at Mu Yang and the others leaving, Ming hurriedly asked Xiu. Xiu, what should we do now, the opponent's ability index? It's not something we can fight against. Xiu smiled bitterly. When I faced the opponent before, I even felt that I couldn't even raise my ability index. Xiu smiled bitterly. The opponent's combat power index is likely to exceed 40,000 points or even 50,000 points. Point or more. If he had taken action, the Black Dragon would not have won. Now we can only pray that the other party's behavior will not destroy the order of time and space. On the other side, the battle has begun. Walnut looked at the Black Dragon, who was like a world-destroying demon king. Is this the devil's energy? It is much worse than the devil's resentment, and it should be within the range that I can clear. Sometimes, the rebirth hall also needs to deal with some corpses infected by the devil's resentment. If these corpses are not handled properly, they will cause a lot of trouble. There are differences between demons. Black Dragon is just a demonized supernatural walker, not a real demon. If it is a demon lord, even if your combat power index can be comparable to the opponent, you can't eliminate the demonic nature of the opponent. Mu Yang explained softly. Black Dragon's combat power index has reached at least 40,000 points. If the opponent succeeds, the combat power index may be further improved. For you, it is a challenge. Okay, Keqing looked at Black Dragon eagerly. Black Dragon is not a good person. Such a person will not feel guilty even if he is killed. I hope the opponent is strong enough, as strong as Tartaglia. Keqing and Hutao ran directly to the battlefield and attacked Black Dragon. The sudden attack of the two caught Black Dragon off guard. The combat power index is more than 30,000 points. You are the ones who have the combat power index before. Black Dragon was also angry and laughed. If Black Dragon had known that there were more than 30,000 combat power indexes in the golden time and space, He would definitely solve all these hidden dangers before taking action. After all, these people can indeed pose a threat to me. If they come at a critical moment, they will destroy my plan and add some unstable factors. I didn't expect that when I was cleaning up, the other party didn't stand up. As a result, now is the critical moment for me to become a demon, and the other party has taken action, which has caused me a huge crisis. Moreover, the opponent is still so young. How did he cultivate to such a high level? A guy who is neither human nor ghost. Keqing snorted and attacked the black dragon with the rock not green. Hutao hurriedly followed. Although the combat power index of the two was not as good as the black dragon, it was enough to cause great trouble to the black dragon. These two people, Wang Dadong and others, were also dumbfounded at this time. They were ready to fight desperately before, even if they were possessed by demons. But what about these two people who suddenly joined in? Two girls of the same age as them together can fight back and forth with the black dragon. Why are such people not on the KO list? Any one of them is definitely KO 1. Perhaps for such a real strong man, the so-called KO list is just a joke. Wait, narcissist. Wang Dadong then looked at Wang Yace, whose face was getting greener and greener. Since coming here, the sword demon has been eroding Wang Yace more and more. This also made them worried. Don't worry. Suddenly, a figure appeared not far from them. He put one hand on Wang Arthur's sword in the stone, and his hand exuded a golden-green energy. Feeling the breath on his body, Mu Yang's expression was also a little subtle. Yu Zhang Xianfa made his breath golden, which Mu Yang could understand. But the breath of the grass god made Mu Yang start to turn green. Although becoming the grass god was the result of Mu Yang's careful consideration, the green color made Mu Yang somewhat unacceptable. However, the breath emanating from Mu Yang made Wang Arthur, who had already become a demon and was furious, roar. The sword in the stone exuded a large amount of demonic energy, trying to further erode Wang Arthur, so as to counter the breath Mu Yang gave Wang Arthur. Bring it, Mu Yang snatched the sword in the stone from Wang Arthur's hand. The sword in the stone left his hand and Wang Arthur collapsed to the ground. But after the sword in the stone fell into Mu Yang's hands, a breath began to invade Mu Yang's body, trying to influence Mu Yang or even demonize Mu Yang. Be careful, Wang Dadong hurriedly reminded him when he saw this. The sword in the stone is very scary. When Wang Yasser faced the sword in the stone before, he didn't have much resistance at all. If Mu Yang was also demonized by the sword in the stone, how would they fight at that time? Don't worry, it's just a sword demon. Mu Yang chuckled, go back. Mu Yang's aura burst out and instantly suppressed the sword in Mu Yang's hand, and completely suppressed the sword demon back. The sword demon, who was originally unruly, instantly became very obedient in Mu Yang's hands as if he was dead. You see, as long as the strength is strong enough, the demon is just like this. Mu Yang chuckled at Wang Dadong and the others. You are awesome, we have nothing to say. Mu Yang's words made Wang Dadong, Ding Xiaoyu and others feel helpless. If they had the strength of the other party, they would have suppressed the sword in the stone long ago. You have a big fist, you have the final say. Hey, come here. Mu Yang saw Jian holding an axe on the side. Seeing Mu Yang calling him, Jian walked over with a serious expression and he suddenly asked, who are you? Just a passing traveler. Mu Yang chuckled. Can you wash away the demonic nature on the sword in the stone? No, if it is an ordinary demon, I can get rid of it directly. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to expose himself, Jian did not investigate the root cause. But the sword demon is special, unless you gather both swords in the stone. Speaking of this, Jian's expression also became subtle. 2 swords in the stone, it seems that this man can really do it. Then after getting the sword in the stone, can you destroy the black dragon's combat power index? Wash away the evil in the opponent? Mu Yang turned and asked again. Wash away the evil in the black dragon? Jian didn't know what to say at this moment. This man can think of it. If you want to destroy the black dragon's combat power index, I know something. The heartbroken man told me the position of the black dragon's weakness before. At this time, Ding Xiaoyu said weakly. He knows that we will fight the black dragon sooner or later. Although the possibility of success is very small, this is also a way. Oh, where is the black dragon's weakness? Why don't I know? Wang Dadong put his arm around Ding Xiaoyu's shoulders and asked. The heartbroken man is the black dragon's brother. It's normal to know the position of the black dragon's weakness. Mu Yang nodded slightly, urging Ding Xiaoyu to continue speaking as soon as possible. Ding Xiaoyu's face became extremely tangled, but she still said, as long as the black dragon is castrated, the black dragon's magic attack can be abolished, and then the black dragon's combat power index will also be affected. Hey Xiaoyu, anyone who is castrated will have problems, okay? Wang Dadong couldn't help muttering. If that's the case, the magic in him can be abolished. Jian nodded slightly. If it can be done, Jian will not refuse. Wait, there is also the class teacher's younger brother. Can the magic in him be washed away? Wang Dadong asked hurriedly as if he had thought of something. Mu Yang also frowned when he heard it. There are also martial corpses. These guys are very tricky. He looked at the battle not far away. At this moment, Hutao used the secret method of the rebirth hall, and the combat power index soared to more than 40,000 points in one breath. He was alone and he fought back and forth with the black dragon. As for Keqing, she was fighting with several Wuxi. Even when facing several Wuxi, Keqing was very comfortable. Take your time. If it is really necessary, we can only get rid of the other party. Mu Yang didn't mind killing all the Wuxi. As for becoming the enemy of the class teacher, Mu Yang didn't mind. After all, he didn't know whether he would come to this world in the future. But speaking of it, is there anything good in the ultimate world? As if thinking of something, Mu Yang waved to Zhu and others in the distance. Although Zhu was puzzled, he still brought several people from the East City Guard to Mu Yang. They had observed before that the battle between Keqing and Hutao did not cause damage to the order of time and space, which means that there is no problem for these people to take action. Perhaps these three people are also the hidden combat power of the golden time and space. Zhu, you are here. Wang Dadong showed a hint of joy when he saw the people from the East City Guard. Well, I'm sorry, Dadong. I have been hiding something from you. I will explain it to you later. Zhu hesitated and explained to Wang Dadong, the good side is destined to win in the golden time and space. Although Wang Dadong and his friends did not seem to contribute much, perhaps he can continue to train Wang Dadong and his friends vigorously. In the future, when fighting against evil forces, they will need their help. You know the Yehanala family's demon-suppressing trilogy, right? Mu Yang whispered to Zhu. Zhu nodded slightly when he heard this. How could he not know about this? After that, I'll trouble you to bring the demon suppression trilogy. Mu Yang then told Zhu about the identity of the leader of the dead and Xia Tian's potential to become the ultimate Iron Man. If you use the protection of the leader of the dead as a bargaining chip, I believe you can borrow the demon suppression trilogy, which should be able to solve the problems of these martial corpses. You can also use it to cultivate Xia Tian. Zhu was stunned when he heard it. He never thought that the eldest son of the Yehanala family would betray his family for a woman. He even abolished his own supernatural power. He didn't think it was a self-torture trick or something. After all, whether there is still supernatural power, this can be known by testing. The Yehanala family sent the first heir to perform the self-torture trick and even abolished his own supernatural power. It is impossible no matter how you look at it. Can such a person be trusted? But if such a person is really willing to join them, it is definitely a good thing for the White Way. As for protecting the other party, there is no problem. After all, they, the White Way, also like to recruit people. When the old leader dies in the future and the leader of the dead is supported to become the leader, then at that time, won't the Yehanala family be free of threats? Anyway, Zhu is still willing to try this way. I can't make the decision on this matter. I must report it to the leader, but I believe the leader will not refuse. Zhu did not hide it and spoke directly. That's it, Mu Yang waved his hand. Anyway, these martial corpses will trouble you when the time comes. He didn't know whether Hutao could really solve these evil spirits, so just take it as some preparation. If we get the Demon Suppression Trilogy, we will solve the problem of these martial corpses. In this regard, Zhu did not refuse. Even if they can't take action directly at that time, the combined combat power index of Wang Dadong and others should be able to play these songs. Moreover, Wang Dadong and others are also good at musical instruments. Yeah, Mu Yang nodded slightly and looked at the black dragon not far away. At this moment, Hutao and the black dragon were fighting at a critical moment, but Hutao's situation was not particularly good. After all, the secret method of the rebirth hall consumes a lot of body energy, and this is not a protracted war. It seems that I still have to do it myself. Keqing was immersed in the battle with several martial corpses. It should be said that according to Mu Yang's previous description, it seems that the way of fighting in this world is to compete with the combat power index, then play music, or throw energy balls or something. But Keqing saw a lot of powerful martial arts moves from these martial corpses, especially the martial corpse with a combat power index of more than 25,000, which made Keqing feel that the other party was a treasure trove of martial arts. The martial arts mastered by the other party were definitely an astronomical figure. Even Keqing had to admit that if her combat power index was not higher than that of the other party. It was just that I was afraid that I would not be able to defeat the other party in terms of moves. This world still has some excellent places. After the battle is over, I can find an opportunity to find the martial arts of this world. I don't know if one time is enough. Hutao, you retreat for the time being. Yang came to Hutao and said to Hutao, who was in a bad state. Hutao pursed her lips but still distanced herself from the black dragon. She had to admit that the other party was very powerful. At least for the time being, it was difficult for her to defeat the other party. However, Hutao was not discouraged by this. After all, for this world, the black dragon was already a demon king. It was understandable that she could not beat him at such a young age. Can you do it? Do you need my help? Hutao asked. Leave it to me. I admit that there are some powerful people in this world who are very dangerous, but the black dragon is not one of them. Yang chuckled and took out the sword in the stone that he had taken from Wang Arthur before. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. In the whole world, the sword in the stone is indeed a very good weapon, but if the problem of the sword demon is not counted, the sword in the stone is only a 4-star weapon standard on the continent of Teyvat, which should be similar to the dragon's song in the box before Keqing, and it is not comparable to the Homa staff in Hutao's hand now. However, Yang did not have any excellent weapons in his hands, which made Yang helpless. It was still difficult for him to get the ideal weapon. Most of the 5-star weapons on the continent of Teyvat are related to gods. The most suitable weapon for Yang at present should be the weapon related to the god of grass, but Yang has not stooped to the point of robbing Nashida's weapon. Nashida is already pitiful enough. If even her weapon is robbed, it would be too pitiful. In addition, the most suitable weapons for Yang are some long weapons and long swords. Yang doesn't know how many weapons Morax still has. Unfortunately, this old Deng doesn't seem to have the intention to send him weapons. It depends on whether he can get some weapons from Yingbao in the future. After all, when it comes to making weapons, if Morax claims to be the second person on the continent of Teyvat, I am afraid that only Lei Dianying can compete for the first place. Don't look at Lei Dianying's mess in politics. She is simply a mentally retarded child, but she is very strong in the field she is good at. Whether it is martial arts, making weapons, or even alchemy, Lei Dianying can be among the best in the continent of Teyvat. Of course, if you can get excellent weapons in other worlds, it would be even better. The sword in the stone. When Black Dragon saw the sword in the stone in Yang's hand, his green eyes flashed wildly, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Boy, give me the sword in the stone and Uncle Black Dragon can forgive the past. That depends on whether you can do it." Yang's mouth showed a hint of amusement. Since he came to this world, he should also show off his combat power index. An extremely terrifying breath burst out from Yang's body, and in an instant, the combat power index broke through more than 30,000 points, and soon broke through more than 40,000 points. This breath surpassed Black Dragon's level in one breath, and then his combat power index broke through 50,000 points. 50,000 points of combat power index, how is this possible? Black Dragon was also shocked. After reaching a certain level of strength, it is almost impossible to make further breakthroughs. Black Dragon was restricted, so he chose not to be a human being later. But why did the man in front of him have a combat power index of more than 50,000 points? Not to mention Black Dragon, even Xiu and others in the distance were also in a state of shock at this moment. Sure enough, Yang is likely to be a strong man like the Godwalker. Black Dragon is definitely finished. But is there really no problem with such a master taking action? Xiu looked around, and it seemed that there was still no problem with the order of time and space. Yang said that of course there would be no problem with himself. No matter how you look at it, the nature of the guild is very high. Destroying the order of time and space, how is this possible? They are here to save the world. Why not? Yang sneered, now you are not even qualified to let me use my full strength, Black Dragon. Yang did not brag about this. Yang felt that if he wanted, he could completely raise the combat power index to 60,000 points, or even 70,000 points or 80,000 points. However, as Yang said, there is no need for this. Before the Black Dragon could react, Yang quickly came to the Black Dragon and slashed at it with a sword. Seeing this, the Black Dragon quickly blocked it. However, with just this one move, the Black Dragon felt a huge pressure, and his internal energy began to be suppressed unconsciously. The combat power index, which had originally soared to more than 40,000 points, was actually retracted under Yang's suppression. It seemed that the opponent's combat power index quality was far higher than his own. Damn it. I'm the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon roared, as if he wanted to fight Yang to the death, but what he didn't expect was that Yang quickly changed his moves. The sword in the stone in his hand flashed, and first stabbed towards the neck of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon quickly blocked it, but what he didn't expect was that the sword shadow of the sword in the stone flashed, and he felt a sharp pain from his lower body. The Black Dragon felt that he had endured the pain that he could never bear in his life. Black Dragon, KO, Hutao couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she saw this scene. Yang, do we need to do this? Although she didn't understand it very well, Hutao was not a novice. Some things she had seen in the small picture book Black Dragon, although he was a little bad, but this was too miserable. No, we are saving him. Do you really think that becoming a demon, neither a human nor a ghost, is a good thing? Mu Yang rolled his eyes at Hutao in anger. Anyway, he is also a bachelor. Whether he has that thing or not, it doesn't mean anything to Black Dragon. Mu Yang's words made the expressions of the people in the distance become subtle. Most of them were bachelors. From Mu Yang, they felt the strong malice towards bachelors. They didn't want to be the same as Black Dragon. Okay, see if you can purify the demonic energy in him. Mu Yang then said to Hutao, leave it to me. This thing is much easier to deal with than the resentment of the demon god. Look at me. Hutao patted his barren airport and said confidently. Then he saw Hutao took out a large amount of yellow paper and talismans from his god's eye. Wait, there is no Morax in this world, Mu Yang reminded quickly. I know, don't worry. Hutao smiled confidently, pasted a large number of talismans on the Black Dragon's body, and piled yellow paper all over the Black Dragon's body. This made Mu Yang stunned. Hutao, the Black Dragon, is not dead yet. He is not a zombie. Don't worry, he won't die. Hutao said that she just likes to send ghosts to the afterlife, not to send people to the afterlife directly. Then a flame appeared on Hutao's finger, which sank into the talismans and yellow paper around the Black Dragon, and the flame instantly ignited the yellow paper. Ah! A heart-wrenching roar came from the Black Dragon's mouth, but at this time the Black Dragon found that he couldn't move. This hoarse roar made Mu Yang couldn't help but suspect that Hutao was going to cremate the Black Dragon directly. Fortunately, Mu Yang soon discovered a large amount of demonic energy because these flames were burning. What kind of flame is this? Jian ran to Mu Yang and Hutao, looking at the Black Dragon and the flame on his body with curiosity. God has mercy on him, as a demon warrior, he has never seen such a flame. If they can master such a flame, wouldn't it be easy to deal with monsters? If possible, he even wants to set a fire in the demon world. This is the secret method of our Wangsheng Hall, which cannot be passed on to others. Hutao saw the other party's intention and refused without hesitation. Okay, Jian smiled brightly as if he couldn't give his secret method to others. However, Wangsheng Hall, why haven't I heard of it? Could it be some special organization? Mu Yang looked at the battle on Keqing's side. The Wuxi were indeed a group of very tricky guys. The Wuxi Zun was not as strong as Keqing in overall strength, but in terms of martial arts moves, it gave Keqing a lot of pressure. Fighting with such a strong man must be of great help to Keqing. Let Keqing continue to fight with them. After all, the Tartaglia that Keqing will face later is also a martial arts prodigy. Although he is only the last one in the Fadui, Tartaglia has been in the abyss, and the bloody battles he has experienced are what Keqing has never experienced. Mu Yang also has no chance to send Keqing to the abyss for training, so fighting with these strong men is a good opportunity. After all, the martial corps will not hold back in the battle, and will even fight to the death with the opponent. Roar! With the roar of the Black Dragon, a ball of green energy gas spewed out of the Black Dragon's mouth, and then it was burned up by Walnut's flame in the blink of an eye. Okay, Hutao clapped her hands and looked at Keqing and Wuxi not far away. Do you need me to burn those guys too? If you can solve it, it's not impossible. Seeing that the task was not completed, Mu Yang said. After that, you cooperate with Keqing to burn them too, and I will go to get some other benefits. Perhaps the preparations he made before were useless, but it doesn't matter. If there is a chance to enter this world in the future, you can ask for the Demon Suppression Trilogy to try. Mu Yang turned to Jian and asked, the battle between good and evil in the Golden Time is almost over. Do you know where the headquarters of the Force Arbitration Office is? I know where it is. Before Jian could say anything, Zhu came over and said hurriedly, God has mercy on me, today's Zhu is definitely an eye-opener. 3 people came out casually, and 2 of them were girls with strength comparable to or even beyond himself. As for Mu Yang, the combat power index exceeded 50,000 points. These are all big guys. It seems that you have investigated the golden time and space very deeply, Mu Yang said meaningfully, and then looked in the direction of Keqing. He did not need to worry about Keqing's safety. Wu Shizun could bring some experience to Keqing. Oh. The headquarters of the Martial Judgment Office, with Zhu's guidance, Mu Yang and his team easily found this place. Wang Dadong and others went to find their parents, while Mu Yang found the martial arts that the Martial Judgment Office had collected before. The Martial Judgment Office was originally established to collect martial arts from all over the world, and this time it was a bargain for Mu Yang. These martial arts are pretty good, I will take them all away. Later you can recommend Wang Dadong and others to practice those martial arts. Wu Shizun has learned martial arts from all over the world. which can greatly improve the strength of Wang Dadong and his team. Mu Yang opened a secret book and read it hastily, and then collected all these martial arts and whispered to Zhu, who was accompanying him, carefully. Yes, senior. Hearing this, Zhu quickly agreed. He was very optimistic about Wang Dadong and others. Now that the good side of Jin Shikong has won, they really need to be trained better. By the way, there is a guy named Professor Pang on the Jin Shikong side. He is studying a virus specifically targeting people with special abilities. If he succeeds, Jin Shikong will be finished. You can deal with it when you have time. As if he had thought of something, Mu Yang continued to add, "Ah, there is such a virus." Zhu was also shocked when he heard this, and at the same time he made a decision in his heart. Even if it destroys the order of time and space, he must not let the other party succeed. In the guild chat room. Mu Yang, I have obtained all the martial arts of the Force Arbitration Institute. How about you guys? Hutao, the battle is over. I am exorcising the demon. It will probably take less than 5 minutes to end. Keqing, those martial corpses are really powerful. I haven't fought so happily for a long time. Mu Yang. After all, wuxi is a weapon of war. If the strength of both sides is not much different, wuxi has a great chance of winning. Even if it fails, it can cause heavy losses and serious injuries to the other side. Keqing. This idea is quite interesting, but it's a pity that it will be difficult to find such an opponent in the future. Mu Yang, in other worlds, there are still many strong people. Even Tianli is not considered a strong person in the heavens and myriad worlds. We all have a lot of room for improvement. Zhongli, in terms of universal rationality, the power of the creator god in the Pokemon world we visited before should be above Tianli. As a god who witnessed the battle for the throne, Zhongli felt that Arceus should be stronger than Fanes. Ding, complete the dimensional commission from the world of Ultimate Class 1. Help Ultimate Class 1 fight against the Black Dragon, eliminate the biggest demon in the golden time and space, and ensure that the combat power index of the good side is not lost. President Mu Yang received 6,000 points, member Hutao received 6,000 points, and Keqing received 3,000 points. The guild received 150 points, and guild members are requested to continue their efforts. Guild President Mu Yang. Guild level 3 150/1000. Guild members 715. Personal points 26,500. Hearing the system's prompt, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction and once again had more than 20,000 points. This time, even if good things appear in the special mall later, he can afford to buy them. 20,000 points are enough to buy most things. Keqing, 3,000 points. It seems that I have the least points, but this time I finally didn't get the points for free. Hutao, it seems that the guild is very satisfied with my contribution. Can we go back now? Mu Yang, well, let's go back. So, when Mu Yang and Keqing returned to Yuehai Pavilion, Ningguang had already left. Mu Yang took out a large number of secret books from the Eye of God. Are these secret books here? Many of these martial arts are quite interesting. Keqing picked up a secret book and looked it up before saying, "These martial arts are indeed quite interesting, and that Zun is indeed very powerful. Apart from the appearance of the gods, the ultimate world is indeed a world with a very high ceiling. Oh, by the way, there are gods in that world as well, and the Rock King Emperor should not be the opponent of the Flame Envoy. Even though I have great confidence in the Rock King Emperor. If Morax faces some weak people and smashes through the stars, it can destroy all mankind, but it can't do the same as the Flame Envoy." Mu Yang chuckled. When you have time later, learn all these martial arts. Even if you don't use them very often, they will be helpful to you. Well, but I should need to study these secret books for a long time, and then I can select some to spread among the Kaiyan army. Keqing continued. Put all these secret books away first. When you have time, slowly divide these secret books. Is that so? That's fine, Mu Yang nodded slightly. Okay, it's getting late, let's go have lunch. I was about to have lunch, and now it's almost dinner time. You didn't have lunch, and I didn't either, okay? Keqing rolled her eyes at Mu Yang in displeasure. She didn't think that Mu Yang, as a god, would feel hungry. Mu Yang took Keqing's hand and walked out the door. Okay, let's go eat first, I still have things to do later. What else do you have to do? In Keqing's impression, Mu Yang usually didn't seem to have anything to do. She even suspected that Mu Yang's mind was full of yellow garbage. In the battle with her, Mu Yang always tried to take advantage of her and made her lose her temper. If Mu Yang was a little busier, he shouldn't have tried to take advantage of her so much, right? Some important things. Mu Yang's eyes turned and he asked abruptly, Keqing, do you want a child? Children, isn't it too early? Keqing's pretty face instantly turned red when she heard Mu Yang's words, and her tone became stammering. She is still just a child. At least she hasn't had her coming-of-age ceremony yet. Although there are many people who get married and have children at this age, Keqing is an ambitious woman, and having children should be at least after the age of 25. Even Keqing feels that 25 is too early. Seeing Keqing like this, Mu Yang's mouth also showed a hint of smile. It seems that Keqing is not opposed to children. They can completely not have children first, but the previous steps should be carried out first. As for whether the previous steps of both parties are a little faster, there is no need to feel strange. After all, many cultures of Liyu are actually very similar to ancient Daxia. Many couples have never even met before getting married. Mu Yang's appearance is already a surprise for Keqing. Too early. Actually, I still want to have a child with you, Keqing. Mu Yang said in a voice that only the two of them could hear clearly. Children? Keqing was holding Mu Yang's hand, and her eyes were a little absent-minded. Their children should be very good, right? In the past year or so, Keqing also found that the ordinary staff of Yujingtai could not keep up with her work speed. Since these guys can't do it, why can't she train them herself? The children of herself and Mu Yang will definitely help herself and Liyu. Wait, what on earth am I thinking? Children are really too early, and judging from Mu Yang's appearance, it seems that he is not interested in the bar. Zumi Jingshan Palace, this place was originally supposed to be the place where gods lived, but now it is a cage for imprisoning gods. Nashida, the little person, was looking at the man outside the prison in a daze and shock, and a little disappointed. Japanese letter, dead Japanese letter. Oh my god, I actually saw another grass god. The other party was the grass god, so what was I? Could it be that those people in the Order of the Lord were not satisfied with me and created a new grass god? But that's not the case. The godhood is still in me, and the other party doesn't have the breath of the heart of God. Even the god of wisdom has things he doesn't know. Nashida's big head is also full of confusion at this moment. Why does a new grass god appear? This is not wise at all. Hello Nashida, do you want to go out? Do you want to become a real grass god? Do you want to know the truth of your birth? Do you want to understand this world? Do you want to understand the knowledge of other worlds? Mu Yang put his hand on Nashida's prison cell and persuaded her gently. At the beginning, Mu Yang also planned to take Nashida away violently and directly set things right for Zumi. As long as he cooperated with Nashida, could anyone on Zumi's side stop Nashida? Although Nashida was inferior, she was the incarnation of the world tree after all. As a grass god for 500 years, she had already reached the level of a demon god. Although there was still a gap between her and the powerful 7 gods such as Morax and Balzabu, a demon god was a demon god, not comparable to ordinary humans. But just when Mu Yang was about to come to Zumi, Zhongli, the old man, told Mu Yang that the doctor now had a powerful slice in Zumi, so Mu Yang should be careful. Although the doctor had a bad character, his ability was quite good. He was indeed a genius and his strength was comparable to that of a god. Mu Yang knew this. If a person like Mu Yang was seen by the doctor, he would definitely want to catch him or even imprison him. Although he had Morax as a guarantee, Mu Yang still didn't want to mess around. Are you the great compassion tree king? After hesitating for a long time, Nashida continued to ask. Or is it my younger brothers? Nashida was very suspicious that the other party was related to the great compassion tree king. Otherwise, why would the other party have the same godhood of the grass god as herself? Why don't you call me dad? Mu Yang's face froze. He had imagined how Nashida would call him, but he didn't expect that it would be such a result. Dad? Nashida tilted her head. Does she have a mother? Oh, if you really count carefully, the great compassion tree king can indeed be regarded as his mother. So this man is the partner of the great compassion tree king? Well, this name is good. Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Being called dad by Nashida is an achievement. After all, this is Nashida. Do you want to come out? I can open this prison. Mu Yang then said to Nashida, you know, I also have the godhood of the grass god. I can unlock this cage for you outside. The people in the Order Institute are doing some treasonous experiments. If they continue to let them go down, Zumi will be completely destroyed. Nashida looked at Mu Yang eagerly. Are you talking about the experiment of creating gods? Obviously, Nashida did not understand everything. Just thinking of this, Nashida was also sad. I am not good enough, which makes them disappointed in me, otherwise they would not do such an experiment. Stupid, how could it be that you are not good enough? Mu Yang really wanted to open Nashida's brain at this time to see what was inside. Could it be all tree sap, the god of wisdom? You are the god of this country, the child and reincarnation of the great compassion tree king. When the great compassion tree king had an accident, who else is more suitable to be the god of grass than you? Mu Yang looked at Nashida with regret. Do you know the process of training dogs? Look at what is the difference between you and the process of training dogs and those wild animals. When you were young, they kept telling you that you were not good enough and you were not a qualified god of grass. Over time, you also thought that you were not a qualified god, but they never told you how to become an excellent god, but just imprisoned you. Is it really because you are not good enough? It is for power, the supreme power of Zumi. Now, although Zumi is a country of gods, you also know that you, the god, are dispensable, so the people in the Church of the Order are the ones who control the power of the entire Zumi. They themselves are sages, and their descendants will also be sages. They firmly grasp the power of this country. They can allow the people of Zhidong country to constantly capture children for human experiments in their country, because they know that the people captured will not be their own children. Moreover, the people of Zhidong country can help them get rid of some disobedient people. As for the life and death of other people, they don't care at all. Nashida blinked her eyes. She seemed to understand something, but for a moment she still couldn't turn around. As for the so-called artificial god, they want a certain strength. After all, if they don't have the power of the god level, they often can't stand up. But you have to know that it is a taboo experiment. Since the doctor can create gods, why doesn't he conduct experiments in the Kingdom of Winter, but instead runs to Zumi to do these experiments? After a pause, Mu Yang continued to add, because the doctor himself knows that these experiments are not allowed. Even their Ice Queen will not allow such experiments to be carried out. If humans create new gods, then what are the 7 gods? Do you think the other 7 gods can really allow such a thing to happen? Even if the 7 gods acquiesce to this matter, do you think Sky Island will allow such a thing to happen? By then, I believe you should understand the ending of Zumi. Nashida, you don't want to see Zumi destroyed, right? When Nashida heard Mu Yang's words, her face was also frightened pale. These things were what she had not thought of before, and perhaps what she had ignored before. Sometimes, she even wondered if she had done too badly and made them disappointed in her. If the church could create a god that satisfied them, then her death would seem worth it. But now that Mu Yang mentioned it, it seemed that she shouldn't be so decadent. Zumi is really in a place of no return now. But I can't do anything well. But soon, Nashida became inferior again. Seeing Nashida like this, Mu Yang was filled with anger in addition to being disappointed. How much influence did those bastards in the order of the church have on Nashida? Thinking carefully about the original plot, it seems that Nashida's life is also quite sad. In the 500 years after her birth, Nashida has been imprisoned. She has never been a real grass god for a day. When she finally met the traveler and chose to be brave, she met the great Compassion Tree King again. For Zumi and the continent of Teyvat, the great Compassion Tree King had to be deleted from the world tree. At that time, everyone forgot about the great Compassion Tree King, and Nashida became a veritable grass god, but was Nashida really still Nashida at that time? Even she herself didn't know that the past of the great Compassion Tree King had belonged to her. From that time on, there was no pure Nashida and no pure great Compassion Tree King. The two have been completely integrated. Of course, it can also be said that the two are one and the same. Nashida is the reincarnation of the great Compassion Tree King, but no matter how you look at it, Nashida and the Great Compassion Tree King are complete tragedies. In the future, Nashida completely brought herself into the role of the Great Compassion Tree King, just like in the plot of the Grass Dragon King. Many people complained about Nashida's recklessness and her desire to sacrifice herself at every turn, but another detail was terrifying. At that time, Nashida took out the device. Nashida thought that this device was very reliable because it was made by her. She had a clear judgment of her abilities. This was the confidence of the god of wisdom. But Nashida herself didn't know that this thing was not made by her, and the Great Compassion Tree King was not her. Do you want to be a real god? Mu Yang asked Nashida as if he had thought of something. Nashida nodded repeatedly. Although she was inferior, she wanted to be an excellent god all the time. In the past 500 years, Nashida has also been working hard for this matter. How about the Rock King Morax? Morax, Nashida's eyes flashed with admiration. Morax is naturally a powerful and extremely wise god. She has been learning from the Great Compassion Tree King, trying to make herself like the Great Compassion Tree King. But she has also investigated other countries, among which Liyu is undoubtedly the most prosperous country. Nearly 1/3 of the wealth of the entire Teyvat continent is gathered in Liyu. I can take you to see Morax, let you follow him and learn how to become an excellent god. How about it? Mu Yang offered his price. But can I really do it? Nashida became unconfident again. Would a god like Morax choose to teach herself? Yes, after all, I am his partner, so are you willing to be my partner? Partner? What do I need to pay? Nashida's expression also became tense. Let's form an alliance and cooperate. The future of Teyvat will not be peaceful. The Kingdom of Winter has embarked on the path of rebelling against Sky Island and will start a war. The Abyss is eyeing Teyvat as well. We don't have much time left. You need to become an excellent god as soon as possible, then rule Zumi, and then unite our forces to fight against the next crisis. You should understand that without the help of the gods, Zumi is not worth mentioning in the face of those crises, Mu Yang said solemnly. After hearing this, Nashida thought for a long time before saying, I don't know if this is right, but I am willing to believe you. I feel unprecedented kindness in you. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Mu Yang patted Nashida's prison, and the prison that originally imprisoned Nashida was opened directly from the outside. Nashida also slowly walked out of the prison that had trapped her for more than 500 years. Okay, let's go first. The doctor's strongest slice can be doing various experiments in Zumi. If we meet him, it will be quite tricky. When we really grow up, we will help you take back Zumi. Mu Yang held Nashida's little hand and said softly. Well, Nashida nodded solemnly. Although she is now a grass god, she does not have much confidence in her combat power, mainly because the heart of God is not in her hands. If she gets the heart of God, she can fight against the doctor. However, she is going to Liyu this time, and the void system still needs the heart of God to maintain it, so she will put it in Zumi. But before leaving, you still need to give the Zumi people a little shock, and at the same time you have to announce that you are out of the ball cage. Mu Yang then stepped on the ground with one foot, and in an instant a large number of branches and vines spread out from the ground, instantly covering the entire Genshin Palace, and then broke through the ceiling of Genshin Palace. This, Nashida was also dumbfounded. Is this how the grass element is used? This is completely different from her own fighting skills. Could it be that this is the real fighting skill of the grass element? Next is it, Mu Yang stepped on one foot again, and a huge wooden man appeared under the feet of Mu Yang and Nashida. In an instant, it grew to a height of more than 30 meters. She waved her fist and smashed the Genshin Palace. Let's go, Mu Yang patted Nashida's little head who was stunned and said softly. Is this the appearance of the great Compassion Tree King? Nashida looked at the appearance of the wooden man and asked hurriedly. Well, it's also what you will look like when you grow up. Mu Yang said this, holding Nashida and flying towards Liyu. The appearance of the Great Compassion Tree King is just a rough outline, not the real appearance of the Great Compassion Tree King. After all, Mu Yang himself has never seen the Great Compassion Tree King, and can only use it according to the concept map he has seen before. With the transformation of his body by the divine nature, Mu Yang is now more and more comfortable with these powers, and the power he can use has also increased. Nashida looked at the wooden man who was constantly destroying the Genshin Palace, and her heart was mixed with mixed feelings. At the same time, she also felt a sense of relief. From now on, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. She is free. Goodbye, my cage, rumble. The situation in the Genshin Palace attracted the attention of almost everyone in Zumi City. Especially Azar and others, when they saw the wooden man who was smashing the Genshin Palace, their legs trembled. That was the Great Compassion Tree King. It must be the Great Compassion Tree King. You should know that the Church of the Order still has a portrait of the Great Compassion Tree King. However, facing the return of the Great Compassion Tree King, Azar and others did not feel happy at all, although they usually said that they missed the Great Compassion Tree King, saying that the little auspicious Grass King was not as good as the Great Compassion Tree King, and used the Great Compassion Tree King to belittle the little auspicious Grass King. But in fact, their purpose was actually well known. Even if it was a god like the Great Compassion Tree King, they didn't want it. Once the Great Compassion Tree King returned, how could they have such a life now? No one knew whether the Great Compassion Tree King would settle accounts with them. What they needed was a god who listened to them, a god who could maintain their interests, not a god who could lead them. The Church of the Order had decayed in the past 500 years. But at this moment, they have no way to do anything. If the Great Compassion Tree King really returns, they can only welcome him respectfully. After all, in order to suppress the little auspicious Grass King, they have been flaunting how excellent the Great Compassion Tree King is over the years. Nashida is simply a world apart from the Great Compassion Tree King. Now most of the Zumi people believe in the Great Compassion Tree King. At this time, if they deny the Great Compassion Tree King, then the Great Compassion Tree King does not need to take action, and the Zumi people will tear them apart. Don't worry, this is not the Great Compassion Tree King. At this time, a cold voice appeared beside Azar. Azar instantly recognized the other party's identity, the second executive officer of the Fadui. In order to create gods, the two sides are now ready for further cooperation, but many things need to be prepared. Isn't it the Great Kindness Tree King? Azar breathed a sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the wooden man who had begun to stand still in the distance. But this is the Great Kindness Tree King. It is indeed the divinity of the grass god. Do you think there will be two grass gods on the continent of Teyvat? The doctor looked at Azar with an idiotic look. It has been so many years, and the Order of the Order is still these good-for-nothings. If it weren't for Azar's good family background, he wouldn't even be qualified to talk to him. Then Azar also became hesitant after hearing this. The doctor stared at the wooden man in the distance and said, I heard that the great kindness tree king is the incarnation of the world tree. If the world tree really fell, then the continent of Teyvat may also fall. Obviously, the legend that the little auspicious grass king is the reincarnation of the great kindness tree king should be true. He may have regained his former memories or regained some of his power, and now she has left. As for why the little auspicious grass king left, the doctor had a guess, probably because of himself. The doctor does not think that his existence can be hidden from the little auspicious grass king, who is the incarnation of the world tree. The little auspicious grass king is probably afraid of him and wants to restore his strength. Next, the god of wisdom should secretly observe the situation of Zumi. If nothing unexpected happens, she will secretly plan to get rid of Azar and others, not with powerful strength, but to make Azar deserted by his friends and relatives. To be honest, the doctor is still looking forward to it. It seems that his plan will also change later. Anyway, his goal has always been the heart of God. As for how to get it and from whom, it doesn't matter. As for whether Azar lives or not, the doctor doesn't care at all. He will not admit that he is angry because the ancestors of these people drove him out of the church order. He Duatolai has never been a person who cares about trivial matters. Then, God of wisdom, let me see your means, let me, your former believer, witness your ability. Azar's heart sank. The return of the great compassion tree king was a very tricky matter, but the escape of the little auspicious grass king was also a very troublesome matter. No, the plan must be accelerated. Azar knew what they had done over the years. They could hold the grass god hostage to control the people of Zumi, but once the grass god ran away, those people would react and join the little auspicious grass king. What should they do? Is this Liyu? On the top of Tianheng Mountain, Nashida looked down at the Liyu port not far away and whispered softly. She had been imprisoned since birth. Nashida had not even finished visiting Zumi, so how could she run to Liyu? Looking at the Liu port where hundreds of boats were competing for the flow, Nashida couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It was worthy of being the country governed by Morax. When she met Morax later, she must learn the way of being a god from him. Well, this is Liu, a great country. Although it has some problems, it is relatively the country with the least problems on the Teyvat continent. Mu Yang explained softly, so after coming to the Teyvat continent, my first choice is to cooperate with Morax. Sure enough, are you from outside the Teyvat continent? Nashida nodded thoughtfully. Well, next, I want to invite you, just like the first sentence I said before, do you want to really understand yourself and understand things outside the world? Mu Yang said sincerely. We can help you become a real god, and in the future, we can also help you solve the problem of the Zumi death zone. Understand things outside the world, taboo knowledge. Nashida's pupils couldn't help shrinking when she heard this. Nashida was very afraid of taboo knowledge. The great compassion tree king was killed by taboo knowledge. If he encountered taboo knowledge, could he still survive? Who told you that knowledge outside the world is taboo knowledge? Mu Yang touched Nashida's little head and whispered, after all, the original one also came from outside the Teyvat continent. Mu Yang said and looked towards the direction of Sky Island. With the improvement of strength, Mu Yang could already see the location of Sky Island. Nashida understood what he said. She had guessed about these things before. It seems that it is not impossible.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.